How's it going? Here we are. Hello. All right. Okay. Yeah, that was a little bit of a long intro. A little bit too long, arguably. Okay, how we doing? All right. I wasn't even planning on talking about this, but apparently there was big unrest in Northern Ireland. So I think we may as well talk about that for a little bit, okay? Not that long. Maybe about an hour, something like that. Yo, Roho Remixes kicking off the stream with a gifted membership. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, the main reason why I want to talk about it is because I know that Hengist is going to seethe through the entire thing, so that should be pretty funny. Listen, free my mans. Unified Ireland! Can we get some Unified Islands in chat? Thank you very much. Usually appreciate that. Thank you. Unified in which direction? Up the raw. Wait, can you say that? I did it. Can you? Is the IRA still considered a prohibited terrorist organization in the UK, or can you say up the raw now and that's fine? Fuck it. Nigel Farage said it. You know, if there is one man in the UK, that I trust to know his way around his speech laws, it is going to be Nigel Farage. Okay, up the raw. Of course they are. I'm pretty sure the IRA fucking disbanded. Is the IRA still a... What is it? What's the fucking, prescribed organization? Hold on. Prescribed terrorist organizations. Dude, I've got to download a fucking PDF. Give me a break. Give me a fucking break. Alright. Until further notice, I'm going to assume that they are not. Okay? Oh, actually. Let's do a little search. IRA. Iran. Iraq. Iran. Not even going to try that one. Okay, Iraq. Emirate. Holy fuck. Yeah, something tells me that the British state is not that focused on Irish terrorism anymore. Yeah, okay. Lot of Arabs in that one. Awful lot of Arabs. Not a single Irish name. Okay, fair enough. Nice. Ethan is officially now in a Howard Stern level hypocrisy. Yeah, true, but nobody gives a fuck, and nobody cares. We'll have to see how the coverage goes. You can't read? I can read perfectly. They have an NI section, you retard. Wait, really? Is it NI? Right, fucking melt. Okay. There are various splinter factions still alive. Yeah, but they're not the original. What? No! Oh, fuck! Wait, really? Okay, I completely disavow the IRA and all associated groups. The list of prescribed groups linked to Northern Ireland-related terrorism. Okay? Listen, lads in the UK, you've got to commit this list to memory. Alright? You've got to commit this list to memory. Do not find yourself on the wrong side of the law by accidentally doing some fucking edge posted about Ireland and accidentally find yourself in support of any of these. I don't even know how to pronounce that one, alright? But I'm going to commit it to memory just to make sure that I can't say it. Literally half of these are gibberish. Like, you fucking punched... Dude. You've punched the fucking keyboard or something. It's like the average kneecap song. Completely incomprehensible. Totally incomprehensible. Wait, it's called Sore Ear? Really? Okay. Dickers loves the UDA, UVF, and UFF, and RHC. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what any of those are. But sure, okay. Listen, I'm gonna take the Kanye West route with a lot of this, okay? And, I'm gonna decide I love everyone in the grand tradition of Christian love, universal love. I do love all of the people who make up the UDA, UVF, UFF, and RHC. We love them all. Okay. Yeah, love to see it. We love to see it. Betrayed by the Englishman again. Dude, you're Scottish. Literally, I've never understood your fixation on Northern Ireland or like Irish resistance groups. When they say that they're gonna kill the British, who the fuck do you think they're targeting? Who the fuck do you think they're talking about? Let's be fucking real, right? They don't mean the Welsh. They don't mean the Scottish. They don't mean the people living on fucking Guernsey, okay? They're talking about the English. It's not even your fight, bro. It's not even your fight. You wouldn't get it? I'm pro-loyalist, you retard. Oh, loyalty. Oh, loyalty. Oh, I'm so loyal. I'm so loyal. That won't stop us flooding your streets with heroin. Sorry to say. Sorry to say. Alright, nice stuff. Fuck it. Did we just go into it then?
This morning.
Let's go. Apparently, as seems to be more and more so the case with the UK, a Muslim guy stabs an English guy, and it turns into a huge protests that take over like an entire fucking county. Let's go.
Many people have awoken.
Wait, what? Sorry. Okay, maybe not quite just a stabbing. Maybe I can understand some of the outrage here. Attempted beheading.
To the very distressing news of this brutal attack. And my first thoughts and that of my colleagues are with the victim and his family. Detectives and specialist officers are supporting them at this very difficult time. The man, who is aged in his 40s, was seriously injured in this knife attack. And it's important to acknowledge that... Stop,
dude! Fenian rapist mugged by Sudanese Deliveroo driver. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up, man!
The very outset, the bravery of those members of the public who ran towards danger to intervene and help the injured man. Our position is to provide as much verified information to the public as possible as our investigation continues. This is what we know so far. The incident happened in the Kennard Avenue area on Monday the 8th of June at around 10:30 p.m. Officers arrived at the scene within minutes of the report to detain and arrest the suspect and to administer first aid. Colleagues from Northern Ireland Ambulance Service attended a short time later. The victim was taken to hospital.
Wait, hold up. Completely necessary context, okay? I completely forgot. We've got Yankoids watching. Apologies.
Hospital with significant injuries to his eyes and serious slash wound injuries to his back and face. The suspect, a man in his 30s, who we now understand to be Sudanese, was arrested at the scene on suspicion of attempted murder. He is in custody, and at this time we are not seeking anyone else in connection with the investigation.
No! Fuck! Somebody just sent me this in DMs! Okay, I know that I'm looking at, like, what should obviously be, like, a horrific tragedy. But I'm more outraged at what I've just seen. I'm more outraged at what I've just seen. Coffeezilla, I found the $200,000 of missing Lego. No! Okay. Coffeezilla dropped a video about the Reckless Ben stuff in support of Reckless Ben. We'll see what he says about Ben, okay? We'll see what he says about Ben. This is the guy, actually, this is great news. This is fantastic news. This is the guy that I've been looking forward to for a long time to cover the situation. Unironically, it's a sad fucking state of affairs. You might say that I'm like, I don't know, against authorities or against, I don't know, like education. Like I'm an anti-intellectual. I unironically trust Coffeezilla more than most law tubers right now to be able to cover the situation fairly. So, we are excited for it, okay? We're very, very excited. Let's have a gander at this, and then we'll go over and take a look at some of the unrest in Ireland. And then we'll go on to the rest of the coverage.
And what is believed to be a kitchen knife was recovered at the scene. I share the public's revulsion over the brutal nature of this attack, which is...
Wait, so it wasn't even a bloke who fucking knew him? Was it like a random attack? I don't want to use the J word, but was it jihadism? Was it like a terror attack?
Concern, not only here in Northern Ireland, but much further afield. And I understand also that there will be questions regarding the nature of the attack.
Oh, okay.
Throughout today, we've been liaising with senior counter-terrorism partners. At this stage, we have no information to suggest that this was a terrorist-related incident. However, I must stress, we are still at the early stages of our investigation. This brutal attack has sent shockwaves through our communities, and I want to reassure all of our communities your safety is our priority.
Will you do any World Cup watch party? Haiti emoji versus Scotland emoji.
Haiti versus Scotland. Dude, Haiti versus Scotland in the World Cup. No fucking way, I didn't fucking see that. I mean, you know, the Scottish team are fueled by, like, deep-fried Mars bars and heroin. So they've got a totally dogshit diet. However, the Haitians, I think, they've been fed on a diet consisting of mixing mud with flour and then baking that into a tasty brick. So I'm not sure who's going to come out on top. We'll have to see, okay? We'll have to see. Probably pretty poor diets on both sides.
And we're currently engaging with local representatives and residents to provide reassurance and support. That is why today the public can expect to see an increased police presence across Northern Ireland this evening and in the coming days to help support, reassure and keep all of our communities safe.
Okay, so this entire thing that he's saying is basically, oh, some Sudanese bloke went and tried to fucking behead somebody in the street with a kitchen knife. No clue why he did it. Sorry, no clue why he did it. We are looking into it currently. Okay, nice. 2-minute segment. Ignore the rest of that. Let's get on to the unrest. I've heard mixed things about this, right? So I've heard some people say that this is like loyalists who were taken to the street to be able to protest and try to, I don't know, like just rise up against the government or something, or protest, or go into the street and fucking riot. I literally have got no idea what's going on. Now, I could imagine it if it's a bunch of like reform-esque people who are protesting because, well, if we never had Muslims in this country, this never would have happened in the first place. I can get that perspective, right? But why the fuck is it loyalists? What, dude? Literally every violent act that happens in Ireland is either loyalist or it's Republican, or apparently it's Islam. Those are the three sources of violence. Are they upset because it's not from them this time? Somebody else is trying to get in on the fucking fun that they thought they'd cornered the market. Oh, loyalists are very right wing. Okay.
A man in his 40s remains in hospital with serious eye, face, and...
Bro, I love my Second Amendment. Try and find me a single city in the United States that is as safe as any major city in the United Kingdom. Okay? Let's just do that as a comparison. Because last time I checked, New York has almost 3 times the murder rate as London does. Now, granted, this is Northern Ireland, but still, regardless, okay? Your Second Amendment, you love it so fucking much. Did it help out that guy fighting off that black guy? Wait, what's the case? I haven't covered this shit in about a year at this point. Carmelo Anthony. Yeah? Carmelo Anthony. How did your Second Amendment work out then, buddy? Didn't really help too much, did it?
And back injuries. As you can see, smoke rising from the streets of Belfast tonight, a number of properties now, and earlier vehicles, including a bus, set alight this evening, with protesters also throwing stones at police. Earlier, police and political leaders had called for calm on the streets. Northern Ireland's Chief Constable had urged people not to be duped into violent disorder, asking them to allow the criminal justice process to take.
Dude, it's fucking insane. I mean, nobody does like public violence nearly as good as the Irish, you know? When we have like protests like this, the most that you will get, the worst scene that you will see in an English riot is like a bin. I the other day I saw a bin being thrown at a police officer. Some fucking I don't know, knobhead, like picked up a bin above his head and just like Donkey Konged it straight into a police officer's head. That's all we get. The Irish set buses on fire. And you've got to hand it to them. It's like the best thing they do.
Its course. He added, where there are any concerns about immigration.
Oh shit, yeah, British, they're British. Borderline, okay? We'll give it borderline. The Irish are about as British as people in Jersey, people in Guernsey, Gibraltar. They're about as British as people in Gibraltar, yeah?
Let's have those through a political debate. And tonight, the Police Service of Northern Ireland have issued a new statement saying that sporadic pockets of disorder have broken out in a number of locations across Northern Ireland this evening.
What about the Welsh then? I mean, they're kind of... The Welsh are British in the same way that African slaves were American. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like the same way that the house elves in Harry Potter are technically like residents of the magical world, but they're kind of the pets, you know? We kind of keep them around as pets more so than anything. They don't, I mean, just look at the fucking tax revenue. Just take a look at the tax revenue, okay? There is a reason why Scotland has to be given a parliament and the Welsh only get an assembly. Let's just, be honest about it.
Including incidents in which a number of vehicles have been set on fire. We're urging everyone to remain calm, act responsibly, and avoid any activity that could place themselves or others at risk. Officers are on the ground working alongside partner agencies, responding to incidents as they arise and helping to keep people safe. We are again appealing for calm and ask all voices of influence within local communities to encourage peaceful protest and discourage any involvement in violence or disorder.
Yeah, okay, never mind. What I was going to say is you're calling for peace and you're calling for calm. Meanwhile, you've got emergency service operators breaking down somebody's fucking door. Doesn't really harken back to friendlier times between British-Irish relations, does it? But I guess, okay, if they're firefighters and they're trying to put out a fire, we can give them that at the very least, that's fine.
Well, let's head then to Belfast and bring in our correspondent Dan Whitehead, who is there for us tonight. Certainly, right at the start of this, Dan, we saw bins set on fire, then a bus. Now, from our aerial pictures, we've seen a house on fire, a retail space smoking with flats above it. You know, what is the sense from where you are of the atmosphere there this evening?
The sense is that the tension is building as the night goes on, and the sense is that there are pockets of violence erupting. We are on Lower Newton Ayres Road in the east of the city, around 1.5 miles away from the attack around 24 hours ago. You can see just down the road, if we look, this is where that bus was on fire an hour or so ago. That has now been put out. You can see next to us here the TSG. Now, this is the Tactical Support Group. Fire engine just coming through to another fire that's breaking out further down the road. But this...
Dude, what the fuck is this? I didn't even realize that police had this in the UK. Bro, they've got fucking... This is like something out of Mad Max. They put skirts to... What is the point of that? Literally, what is the point of that? Is that so somebody can't throw a fucking grenade underneath the car? Is that the purpose of that kind of armor? I've never seen that in the main, I guess the main, what would you call it actually? Great Britain? Yeah, Great Britain. Yeah, Great Britain. They're all stationed in Northern Ireland. Bombs? Yeah, probably.
The TSG unit here, we think making just one arrest here. They have been driving up and down here quite aggressively, pushing quite a small crowd out of the way and dispersing them onto the side streets. And I think what we've been seeing is that the activity and some of the fires in the last half an hour or so have been breaking out on the side streets off what is this main road in the east of the city. That fire engine you can see turning into where the smoke is still rising. That was really billowing around 5 or 10 minutes ago. So look, it's a tense situation. Earlier on this evening, and I'm talking around about sort of 5:30, 6 o'clock, it was an eerie feeling right across Belfast. After the rush hour at around 6 o'clock, the streets emptied. The taxi that took me from the airport this afternoon said that the city is in a boiling point, were his words, and said that he'll be stopping work at around 6 o'clock. And indeed, many of the shops down here on the road have got posters on saying that they will be closing at 5 and not opening because of the situation. There has been a call for calm from the politicians here in Northern Ireland, from the politicians elsewhere in the UK, and of course from the police. That hasn't been heeded so far tonight. The hope is that these crowds don't grow any further. Let me just bring you a couple. Let's just have a little walk around. We've got to be a bit sensitive here. They are questioning a man to the left of us. You can see here the TSG units. These, of course, are brought in to really deal with unrest when it erupts here. And the PSNI have specific tactics that are used not elsewhere in the UK, so they're well versed at dealing with this. I think one of the struggles which potentially they're dealing with at the moment this evening is the fact that the violence is spread out, as I say, in pockets across the city, and that, of course, stretches resources and makes it even more difficult. Just lastly, you can see down towards the end, if we can push in a little bit, there is a crowd developing there. Now that crowd, you can see people, mainly people dressed in black. We've seen lots of people wearing balaclavas, hiding their faces. That area down there, just by the church spire, is just about where that bus was set on fire. We were just walking down there a few moments ago, completely charred remains of that bus there. And
Dude, literally filming off into the distance to try and film some fucking charred bus as unionist fucking Idubbz have set it alight in an act of unbridled fucking, I don't know, terror, disruption, riot, unrest, pure destructive force, and all Hengist can fucking focus on is, oh, dude, look at all those Union Jacks. Look at all those Union Jacks. Look at all those hacking patriots, bro. Okay, I mean, the vibe that I get whenever something like this happens in Northern Ireland is that there is like a permanent population of people there who just want something to kick off because they think that it's really good fun to like head out to the streets to try and riot and break shit and start fires and shit. Like, something in the water, something culturally, you know. I didn't, maybe, basically what I'm learning in retrospect is maybe the Irish actually enjoyed the Troubles. It seems like they had a lot of fun during that period of time because they are spoiling for a fucking fight whenever anything kicks off. Jesus Christ. I was just about to ask, like, what are they protesting for? I thought I just missed something. No, they are protesting. I guess they are protesting. I don't know, like some Muslim stabbed some white guy and tried to behead him with a kitchen knife, and so they're burning everything. Oh, Ireland. Never change. Never change. I am ethnically Irish, and I just never understand it when that shit fucking happens, you know? Loads of browns. Yep, thank you, Hengist. We hugely appreciate your political analysis at this time. Hugely appreciate it. Thank you very much. Sounds like an American thing. I can kind of understand if you don't think the police are doing something good enough to be able to address the situation. Like, I don't think that rioting is almost ever justified. But I could kind of understand the rationalization there. I truly don't get it here at all. I literally don't understand what the fucking point is. The Irish were doing it before the Americans. Yeah, true. They have always been the bad kids of the fucking of the UK. Always had to put them down whenever they start getting too antsy. Hey, nice. I was thinking of going to the Carmelo Anthony stuff, but fuck. How are we going to order it now? The Coffeezilla video has dropping has thrown me off a little bit. You know what we're going to do? We're going to start with some EHD. Let's have a look at some of the reactions to the Idubbz lawsuit. So, it dropped last night. Idubbz went live for about a 60-second stream to say, I am officially being sued. I've been served, I guess, or negotiations have broken down, and now he's confirmed that he is being taken to court. Now, this has been possibly one of the most unpopular lawsuits that Ethan has ever fucking lodged. More unpopular than the Noah Samson stuff. More unpopular than any of the copyright stuff, which were kind of roundly celebrated at the time, right? Even some people who have been sympathetic to Idubbz in the past have been trying to A-log Ian in the past, have come out to say that they don't think that it's good. In fact, they kind of think that it's bad, right? You've had Diorio, who's come out and spoken about it, disavowed it, however lightly, but nonetheless. Papa Gut as well, falling out with Ethan over this. So, let's go in, let's have a gander. Let's just get a little bit of a temperature check from some of the most retarded people in the room to see how they're responding to all of this. Let's go! More Pegasus! More Pegasus dropped a video talking about it. Ethan just sued Idubbz. Now, I've got no fucking clue what his take is going to be during this. But given the fact that all of these freaks copy their takes from one another, More Pegasus, Sensitive Society, all these fucking retards, I thought that it'd be interesting going Vaganda.
It is official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein for defamation. And there's a lot of losers online. You look at the Pegasus guy, he himself, there's not a whole lot of personality there in any of these slop tubers.
Is Ethan Klein the...
As an A-log, I hate this fucking lawsuit. Yeah, empathy enjoyer. Hold on. Aren't you like the main guy? You're the main guy who goes through Ian's VODs and clips them up to post them for streamers to react to, right? Yeah, I don't know why anybody would fucking support this, even if you don't take a principled stance about it. Pragmatically, it ends the fucking content. The beef between Ethan and Idubbz was, it's just like, it was content for days. For about a year, right? Some people made shit tons of fucking money covering that stuff. That was huge fucking drama, and now it's over. It can never happen again.
Most spiritually Israeli podcaster out there, like actually. Kill them. Destroy their lives.
Literally, bro. The video about Idubbz and Ethan Klein. How is Hassan being fucking edged into this one as well? I do wonder if more Pegasus, after he's concerned about receiving more paddles from the Singaporean authorities, has started to move away from covering Hassan. It would, listen, as much, whenever I think about more Pegasus, it would actually be a shame if that's been part of the consideration, you know? Now, if he feels humiliated by the way Hassan responded to him, and his complete inability to be able to respond, Hassan was so embarrassed, bro. Halfway through his coverage of me, he realized I was jacked. That's probably put a little bit of a fly into the ointment for him, okay? Yeah, he probably has. But yeah, if he feels any kind of concern that Hassan is actually going to report him to the fucking police, or if he's got some like legal concerns, obviously that's fucking bad, you know? You want people to be able to like make their content or say whatever they want. Kind of free of that stuff.
Welcome back to a series so legal, even Ethan subscribed. In today's video, Ethan Klein from the H3 podcast has officially sued Idubbz for defamation. This is his 5th lawsuit against the Hassan orbiters. Idubbz has responded confirming the lawsuit and revealing he's getting sued in Alberta, Canada. People are speculating it's because of Idubbz putting up the knowingly false statement of Ethan touching his own kids on his stream. Twitter
Wait, what do you mean people are fucking speculating? This guy is so fucking retarded. No, people aren't speculating, you gormless fuck. That's the reason why Ethan and Idubbz have both said that he's being fucking sued. There's no speculation involved at all. I'm not going to enjoy this video, I don't think.
Has erupted in chaos with everyone giving their take, including Denims, of course. Hassan has responded very salty, claiming Ethan has an Israel mindset. He calls Ethan mentally disturbed for doing frivolous litigation, right after he threatened to sue me and have me arrested and beaten up for making YouTube videos. Okay, man. He brings up the fact that
Whoa! Beaten up? Beaten up? Hassan never said anything about being beaten up. What he was talking about is a legal process by which More Pegasus would be stripped down to his birthday suit and receiving the full force of the law straight to his butt cheeks. That's what he's talking about, not beaten up.
Destiny made the original comment and Ethan should sue him instead. He starts clowning on Ethan's audience of majority women and calls them 37-year-old HR managers. Sounds sexist to me. Idubbz is now calling me out for having...
These people literally want to make me fucking vomit in my mouth. It's so fucking gross. So, that sounds like you've done a hacking misogyny, Hassan. It sounds like you've done a hacking misogyny right there, bro. What audience is this fucking made for, man?
No personality.
Either all of it's okay, or none of it's okay. Am I right? Am I right?
And making slop videos. Massive updates to the bricks and minifigs Lego situation. YouTuber Reckless Ben has been silenced and his GoFundMe has been taken down. People are outraged. Subscribe or you'll get...
I swear to God, this video was made just for me, man. This video was made just to piss me off.
Let's begin. Right, welcome back everybody to the legendary...
Yeah, but to be clear, I've spoken about the fucking Ben stuff, right? And I've said that whatever cease and desist or, you know, kind of TRO that he's under right now, obviously disavow. You always should, and I do feel bad for Ben, even if I disagree with a lot of his coverage, right? That is a bad thing that's happened. I guess I'm not going to go through all of this then, if this is just him, like, sitting down and talking about all the news today. We're just coming in for the Idubbz stuff.
Series, massive news has dropped today. Ethan Klein has officially sued Idubbz and this is the 5th lawsuit he has launched against the Hassan Orbiters. He has now sued Caseytron, Denims, Frogan, Noah Samson, and now Idubbz. Now, in case you missed the lore, episode 1 of the legendary series was Idubbz and his content cop on Ethan backstabbing him, betraying his best friend in order to join the Hassan Orbiters. And we've officially come full circle. He's now getting sued. Here we go. Idubbz confirms he's being sued by Ethan Klein for defamation.
It is official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein in the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation. I do plan on fighting against this, but for now it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys. I will say that it worries me what it means for the commentary community, and especially the Canadian commentary community. But this is about all I can say, at least for now. I'm sorry that the stream is so short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but I will resume the regularly scheduled content on Thursday. Again, I'm sorry it's so short, but we will be back. And I appreciate you being here for this important announcement. Have a good day, everyone.
Right. Okay. So apparently he's getting sued in Canada. And this seems to be Ethan's plan because defamation is easier to prove in Canada rather than a place like America where you have unlimited protections against this sort of stuff. America.
What is this analysis? Dude, what the fuck is this analysis? In the United States, you've got infinite protections about this kind of stuff. Greatest, truly the greatest of the Singaporean minds coming together to be able to talk about this drama right now. Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck. You can tell from the way that he talks about it as well. He's literally learning about all of this drama right now purely from reading shit on Twitter. Like, this has been some of the biggest drama that's happened that you'd assume, like, a drama creator would want to know about, or at the very least would, like, pick up through osmosis, right? And he's clearly got no fucking clue. Legitimately, has this guy spent the last year just watching Hassan streams to be able to milk that shit? I figured he knew that the other stuff was going on, because who doesn't, and was leaving it all on the fucking table. I guess not. I guess he's literally got no fucking clue what's going on. Okay, infinite protections in the United States. We love to see it.
Has good old free speech that, sometimes a little too free, or maybe they're not enforcing it as properly, I don't know. But yeah, people are speculating the reason for this lawsuit and the defamation, where the comment was accusing Ethan of being a PDF file who touches his own kids, an obviously knowingly false statement. He knew it was false, yet he deliberately put it up on stream in order to antagonize Ethan. And that is obviously not okay. In my opinion, it's like severely messed up to do. It's one thing if you're speculating on something that happened, you don't know if this is true or not, you're just trying to make a guess. And it's one thing if you know it is 100% false and you put it up deliberately to damage his reputation. Now, obviously,
it's just fucking retarded. These people, unironically, okay, 20 fucking paddles. I'm calling on the Singaporean government to give 20 paddles just for that misunderstanding right there. I mean, Idubbz, sure, said that it wasn't true during the stream. You're right. It's not just that he knew that it wasn't true. It's that he said that it wasn't true. So how the fuck is that grounds for a defamation lawsuit?
It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here. But I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed because it's a big, bold accusation that's very fucked up.
There we are. Like, plain and simple. In 4K. You only need, like, a fucking 20-second clip to be able to show this to somebody. I don't know if this knowledge or this clip is just not permeated into the consciousness that much. I mean, how many views has it got? Some people have spoken about it. I think Diorio spoke about it on his stream. But you do have to wonder how much this stuff has actually permeated. It's just such dog shit fucking coverage, man. Rest in peace, Bulgarian Lives Matter, the GOAT. Yeah, I had to get this from some fucking YouTube channel that spends all its time A-logging Idubbz. Hence the reason why it's got music that's, like, slightly muted so I could play it on stream. But, yeah, I don't know how this knowledge hasn't permeated out into the ether, like into like ordinary conversations people had about this stuff. Literally no clue.
The comment was originally made by streamer Destiny, another interesting individual to say the least. Now, is Ethan going to pursue litigation with him as well?
Another interesting individual to say the least. Okay. Okay. Given the fact we're throwing around pedophile accusations, okay. Is Pegasus just now learning that, oh fuck, you can get sued for what you say live on stream? Fuck, dude. Okay. I'm gonna kind of pull back. And I'm just gonna start noting that people are, interesting individuals. Destiny says some interesting stuff, about interesting people, saying that he jerks off. Nah, never mind.
Who knows? Okay, clearly he's not ran out of his lawsuit ammo. He has like 10 more in the chamber or something. Right, so Idubbz also says that he's worried about the Canadian commentary community. Now, I don't know who exactly is in Canada. I guess like WestJet and some ordinary gamers, but there's no way he's worried about those two. Both of them probably don't like him if I had to guess, right? Maybe.
This is the mindset. Dude, I was thinking about this shit the other day. It's, I just fucking hate it. I hate it so fucking bad. How things used to happen, okay? This is maybe looking back at the past with a little bit of rose-tinted glasses, okay? But people would take positions. They would have positions, that they would, defend and takes that they would come to. But the thing that I think has changed is that because Israel-Palestine has made huge reverberations around the internet, you now don't have an independent commentary community, right? You don't have a group of people who talk about internet drama just because they're interested in it, and they've got no horse in the race, and they don't really care who wins or loses at the end of the day, right? But they've got their principles and they've got their fucking takes. That doesn't exist anymore. The idea to these people are literally, well, why would you care what happens to him? He on bad side. He on wrong side. You should be against him, right? And it's just it's not sticking for people. That is a completely. It's just a disgusting way of talking about this shit. You're revealing your own mindset in a particularly disgusting. It's in a disgusting way, but also it's the fact that he's got no self-consciousness about it at all. He doesn't even realize what he's fucking saying or the game that he's given away. People do talk about internet drama now like it is online politics. You've got this side, you've got that side, and you're going to gas up whatever anybody does on your side, no matter what, It's not the left and the right anymore. It's Ethan versus Hassan. And for some fucking reason, Ethan gets to get away with anything.
Maybe he's talking about somebody I haven't heard of or something. Or maybe one of the...
What, you've never heard of Kino Casino? Really? I mean, I was speaking about it in Discord last night after I ended the stream. I think what Ian's saying there when he's making some kind of allusion to the Canadian commentary community, I think it's pretty obvious that he's trying to make a direct line of contact to Kino Casino. Hey, guys, I know you fucking hate me, okay? I know you've made, hours and hours of content A-logging me and shit, but, this affects you too, just letting you know, FYI. This, if this gets normalized, this is kind of gonna come back and bite you on the fucking ass, just so you're aware.
The Orbiters are in Canada, I don't know. People responded, somehow everyone forgetting that Idubbz is Scorched Legume. This is, I guess, is a British VTuber dragon avatar, which is supposed
How's it going, K-Hut?
Supposed to be like a defense against defamation. I just put up this VTuber, and therefore it's not Idubbz saying it, guys. Was perpetuating the rumor that Ethan touched his own kids. Insane, completely false. Also, before you scream why he isn't suing Destiny, Ethan explained it. There was added context where Destiny said he didn't believe it, and the laws are different in Canada. Right, so I don't know if Idubbz said something more incriminating. Ethan probably had a discussion with his lawyers about this, or maybe he thought that Idubbz was an easier target. The commentary community, who thinks it's okay to publicly say that someone is a PDF file?
Do we have to do this again? Do we have to do this again? Hold on. Let's wind it back. Let's wind it back.
discussion with his lawyers about this, or maybe he thought that Idubbz was an easier target. The commentary community, who thinks it's okay to publicly say that someone is a PDF file.
I guess we're doing this shit again.
I guess.
Hey, remember that video we made 2 or 3 months ago about that black guy that was eating and raping kids, like a lot of kids?
Yeah, Patrice Wilson.
Yeah, that was funny. That guy's definitely a pedophile.
Who in the commentary community goes around calling people pedophiles? Who amongst us? Who amongst us? Listen, okay? If somebody was making some kind of sincere allegation that Ethan Klein was a pedophile, and they tried to, I don't know, make it as like a serious case or something, I don't know, a defamation lawsuit in that instance, I could probably find it a little bit more understandable why Ethan would actually go after them with a defamation lawsuit, for example, right? Like with the Turkey Tom stuff, when he like ended up suing Sacramento with the defamation lawsuit, I could kind of understand why he did it. And so you won't hear any complaint from me. But I mean, like, shit like this has been normalized in the space, arguably, in part, by Ethan. 4.3 million views 11 years ago. You think this had no effect on the tone that people take in the commentary community when they talk about other people? Yeah, okay. I'm sure not.
That shit is not okay.
Total fucking ladder pulling behavior. It genuinely is so fucking gross.
And it was never okay to support the crazies. The CTE is quite noticeable in this take. That being said, Ian is cooked because unlike US law, which is more defendant friendly, there are states with anti-slap laws. Canadian law is more plaintiff friendly. Okay, at this point, I really don't know whether to be happy or not, or to roll my eyes, because if even Denims can win, I question the point of these lawsuits, other than lighting money on fire. Well, first off, Denims was a copyright lawsuit. This is a defamation lawsuit. Also, it seems like he was more successful
Retard, you learned about this shit yesterday. You don't know what the fuck is going on.
against Casey Tron or Frogan. I don't know if those are like concluded or whatever. But the thing is, this is again like all lawsuits are the same, which it's obviously not, right? Copyright is different from defamation. I would say defamation is probably harder to prove, but it's probably easier.
Amazing legal analysis. Defamation and copyright are different. And I would imagine that defamation is harder to prove. Really? You think defamation law is harder to get through in Canada than copyright is in the United States? Listen, I don't want to make like a hard stance on this, okay? But I'm pretty sure, 95% sure, that this guy is just wrong. Paying a lawyer to do a holistic transformative evaluation of a piece of media? Really? You think that's easier than saying, here's the claim, here's the proof that it's not true. In a Canadian court, the onus is on Idubbz to be able to prove that the claim is true. You think that's harder? Okay.
Here when somebody puts up such a heinous comment. We went from the noble cause of stopping people from stealing his content and going after his kids to just suing for the sake of suing, perhaps. I really am on the fence. All of the lol cows are catching lawsuits. The legendary series will be unstoppable. Dude, I'm like trying to take a break. I'm trying to have a vacation, and then Idubbz gets sued. What am I supposed to do, bro? Like, what am I supposed to do? Not cover this? Oh, yeah. Also, my avatar is getting more and more like, I don't know what this is. Super Saiyan, like galaxy-breaking black hole. Holy shit, maybe I am Galaxy Pegasus. I'm up in the space right now. We got fellow SlopTuber WestJet. Dog, Idubbz is already broke. He's gonna be homeless now. Anyways, here is the Twitter chaos. Denims has responded. Somebody said, degenerate loser Ethan Klein is officially suing Idubbz, and it's Ethan's Attic, which is a snark account, obviously. Just one more lawsuit, bro. One more.
Ooh, snark account found. Ooh, snark account found. Literally, you could go to any of the posts right now on Leftovers H3, and it would just be objectively better coverage than any of the fucking More Pegasus videos. I would stake that claim 100%. I would 100% stake that claim.
And the reputation won't be dirt. I'm re-suing you because of this post. It's the parody account, don't worry. Ethan already lost the plot, but now he's so far off the plot that he's not even in this universe anymore. He's
Tippy W, enormous Tippy W. Okay, let's go.
an alternate reality where he thinks that it's a win. It's not. It just makes him look even more unhinged. At this point, it has to be a humiliation fetish. For who? This one will get people on your side for sure, Ethan. Just one more lawsuit. Ethan Klein single-handedly funding the construction of his West Bank settler lawyer's illegal outpost. Okay, I don't know what they're saying there, but yeah, a lot of people are mad. Idubbz himself tweeted, "I am being sued." People responded, "You've made your bed and your performative friend Hassan isn't going to do shit to help you after he roped you into this situation." Good.
So there's about 4 or 5 tweets there that actually give real criticism or like an actual take about the position. And More Pegasus just reads them and says nothing. Like you're being raped right now. You're reading these out and you are being raped. These are people who are actually making arguments about it and evaluating what's going on. And you're reading it and just like moving on. Like your arse hasn't been gaped. Like you haven't just been spanked.
Good, you backstabbing little cock. You should have stopped talking about his children.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Oh?
I hate Pegasus. I sent a nice video in DMs.
Wait, is this like an animation of More Pegasus being paddled? What's this? What have you sent me? Hold on, give me a second. Okay. Okay, and I can't view it. I'll take a look later. Thank you for the 2 Canadian.
Children. Yes, it was Destiny that made that stupid statement, but you being a regard put that statement on your stream. You forget that Ethan is a father and he loves his children very much. And yeah, and I feel like if the children were never mentioned, if skulls were never sent to his house, if CPS was never called on Ethan.
Wait, is this a 2-minute long video of some lolly girls eating cake? What the fuck is this? Thank you, Bell Comment. Hugely appreciate it. As always, hugely appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Kids, he would not be going completely scorched earth. I mean, this is a level of revenge arc that we've never seen on the internet ever. Like, this might be beyond John Wick levels. Ethan is a deranged freak who's using his wealth to financially ruin anyone who betrayed him. All I'm wondering is how often does the lawsuit mention his son? Who cares? Who cares if that's irrelevant? Right, so the...
Wait, what are you... No! No fucking way. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares how many times Hassan is mentioned? In other news, this is literally your whole fucking thing, man. Literally, that's you, by the way. That's you. You're the guy who ropes Hassan into literally everything. Don't pretend like you don't care now. You fucking love it, man.
God himself, Hassan, has responded and he instantly brings up Israel. I mean, it's not even a meme at this point.
Ian Jomha, aka Idubbz, announced he's being sued by Ethan Klein for defamation. Ethan is a monster, and anyone that doesn't see how he's destroying speech online will look back at this with disgust. What is this?
I am being sued by Ethan Klein.
Bro's opening new fronts like he's Israel? No, literally. What the... I mean, is Ethan Klein the most spiritually Israeli podcaster out there? Like, actually?
Yep.
He's doing NSEG. He's just opening up new fronts for no reason. Why Alberta? Probably stronger likelihood of winning a defamation suit as opposed to America, where there's a lot more.
Yo, Shamu! Thank you for the raid. Thank you very much.
There's a lot stronger rules around it. Ian lives in Edmonton. Did you say America deserves 9/11? I lost my brother in Iraq. You Diddy Piker. What? What the?
Oh my god, dude, that was so random. Like, I'm trying to see his response to the Idubbz lawsuit, and he just constantly gets distracted, pulling up random chatters and getting rage baited. I don't understand for the life of me why he doesn't just ignore them. You have a fast-moving chat. You're pretty popular. It's only going to stick around for like a couple seconds, but instead he like freezes it. He catches that comment and he starts crying about it. I'm starting to think that he genuinely does have like a humiliation fetish or something. Also, yes, he did.
Dude, obviously stole the joke from the fucking tweets earlier. Holy fuck. I love that. No, I do actually love that. When you get some person like dialing up to a fucking 11, totally randomly in a son's chat. That is just undoubtedly fucking funny. Just totally tactless. You supported 9/11, you terrorist fuck! You supported 9/11! I died in Iraq! 10 years ago! I was fatally shot and killed in Iraq, actually, Hassan. No, that's actually great content. That is actually great content.
Say America deserved 9/11. That was Hassan indeed. Anyways, calling Ethan spiritually Israeli is interesting. I mean, very expected from Hassan. Anything he doesn't like is automatically branded the worst thing he can think of, and right now for him that's Israel or Nazi or something like that.
No. You need to, dude. Okay, dude. Pegasus. Let me give you some fucking tips, man. No. It's not the worst thing that he can think of. Israel. That's the wrong answer. That's not the way to go with it. Okay. The worst thing that Assad can think of. Jews. That's the angle that you need to be going with this stuff, bro. Okay. Gotta tell this guy to do his fucking job for him.
Now, do I think Ethan is going to win this lawsuit? Obviously, every place and every country is different. The laws are going to be different everywhere. The laws are going to be different, and it depends on what the basis for the defamation is. I'm sure that comment counts as well, but if he can pile on more things like stuff in the content cop, maybe comments about his children or whatever, it depends like how much material he actually has. But we'll keep you guys updated on any more information that is revealed. Maybe if some lawyers actually cover it, we'll go over their analysis.
It's fucking insane to say, we will go over anything else that's revealed. We're going to go deep in the story. Really look into how shit's going on. You found out this shit yesterday. Have you even looked at what Ethan said about it? Presumably not. Total dog shit coverage.
So then he calls Ethan mentally disturbed for, engaging in these frivolous lawsuits.
I think it's pretty crazy that if you're like legitimately a mentally disturbed person and you just like lucked in to unfathomable amounts of money, you can just consistently be a demon and just sue people and try to bury them in costly litigation over and over again. And
all right, so more paddles is now just talking about Hassan for the rest of the fucking video. Okay, nice, great stuff. Dude. Is this the way that he's trying to slowly turn the ship, slowly pivot? He's ingrained himself that hard into only talking about Hassan. He's got to slowly, like, spoon-feed different topics to his audience and hopefully try to get them interested in it. What a shameful fucking existence. How fucking awful to be so zoned in on a fucking topic. Like, it can happen sometimes in drama, you know? You've got huge arcs or huge stories that go on, and so you can opt too much to go in for a fucking drama cycle instead of having a little bit of variety to your coverage. But this guy is just taking the fucking cake. It's just... It's fucking insane. It's insane the amount of coverage this guy's done on Hassan. Meanwhile, Dave 12 of Legos. No, dude, that is what I'm talking about, right? When you've got a huge drama cycle like the Legos story, you'll talk about that a little bit, but you'll try and mix in a little bit of extra coverage at the same time. You don't want to get totally zoned in on one topic. You want to start getting an audience interested in different things at the same time, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy has made almost 400 videos about Hassan. It's you can say that Hassan is obsessed with Israel if you want, but you've got to accept that you are just as obsessed with Hassan. Holy fuck. I mean, being obsessed with an entire nation state, I think I can kind of understand that, I can kind of understand that. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's move on from more Pegasus. What I want to learn about is what Sensitive Society has had to say about this. So Sensitive Society just tends to repeat what he thinks the current sentiment is, in my opinion. Like, if you want, like, commentary delivered to you by cattle, Sensitive Society is usually the best place. It's a one-stop shop for all the most dog shit takes that are, for some reason, the most popular at the moment. I don't know. I feel like Sensitive Society has had a relatively popular channel for a long time. What's he got? 500,000? Something like that? Dude, yeah. Over 500,000. And then his videos just don't hit. His videos just don't really hit anymore, He's kind of had like a bygone era. He's a creature of another time. But yeah, I do wonder if his coverage on this on certain things does actually turn people off to watching again and again and again. Like the stuff that he did with Tectone, right? Had to make a retraction, deleted the video, made an apology for his dogshit coverage at the time, totally ball-washing Tectone. Did he lose any support over that stuff? I doubt it. There is always going to be lobotomy patients who are going to click on and watch a Sense of Society video every single day, chowing down on the slop. But let's have a gander, okay? We're not poisoning the well. Okay. I've just realized I've said all of that. We are not poisoning the well, all right? We're coming into this with a totally fair perspective, completely unbiased, all right? Let's see what SS been up to.
True story, I was just chilling on the couch, watching some Death Note as one does, right? Enjoying their Tuesday evening. A friend of mine, I'm not going to give names, but a friend of mine sends me a message and tells me that... Okay, I'm gonna try to be serious for a second. No joking, no me writing anyone. This is going to be a very serious sense moment, if you will, because we're talking about someone's life here, and I don't want to be disrespectful, so I'm gonna keep it polite. No laughing. So I immediately run to my studio to record the video that you guys are now watching. Long story short, I come to find out that Ethan Klein has officially sued, I'm trying to hold it together, that Ethan Klein has officially sued the one, the only, you know him as Idubbz, Icugs, Ian Jamha, whatever it might be. One could say that Ethan came all over Idubbz. And of course, the Idubbz orbiters and the Hassan orbiters, they're NPCs.
That was a weird fucking comment, no? Did that not hit anybody else as fucking weird? You could say that Ethan has come over. You could say that Ethan has jizzed, has come all over Idubbz. Can you? How? Dude, how is that fucking related at all? Randomly bringing up guys coming over other guys. Odd.
They're waiting for their commander, Idubbz, or Hassan to give orders, and the leader of the cult, Hassan Piker, has responded to that. He responded, Idubbz talks about the lawsuit, and he's responding. Everyone's responding. It truly does not get more unemployed than this. So with that said, let's just get right into it. Now, in case you guys are lost, and long story short, to simplify.
Oh my god, is this just what all Latinos play in their free time? This is what they spend their life doing. Playing this driving game that looks like it was made for a fucking mobile phone. What the fuck is this? I've seen Nos. I've seen Nosferatu playing this shit as well. What the fuck is this shit, man? Is this like a gamma simulator? Is it like in their fucking blood? You've got Sense of Society playing this fucking dog shit. You've got Nos playing this dog shit as well. Gamma went out in real life and actually tried to reenact this game. What is this game?
I think so. I don't spend 20 hours giving the backstory and then, you know, we finally get into it. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why Ethan is suing a Jamha, it's because of all the
Forza Horizon 6? Okay. I can only imagine the same kind of people who play Madden.
Crazy stuff that Ian and others alike spread about Ethan, and, you know, I don't want to talk about this because I've talked about this like a billion times. But his kids eating shit and you molest your children. This was something that was spread, if I'm not mistaken, by Destiny. And then Ian took that and spread that to his remaining fans that Ethan is a child molester. This is just a quick recap. Long story short, to simplify this for everyone, Ethan just finished on Idubbz.
It is official.
Again. I don't even get the joke. I don't even get the fucking joke. You're just talking about them coming on each other. Why?
I am being sued by Ethan Klein.
This guy needs to, like, slow down, okay? Slow down. I don't know what this guy was doing before he went to record this fucking video. Just chill pill, okay? Cool off. Probably jerk off, okay? Whatever you've got in your system right now, you need to get that out, okay? Because it's fucking up your coverage, and I don't really understand why.
In the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation. I do plan on fighting against this, but for now it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys.
Okay, I'm playing this shit again.
I will. Canadian commentary community.
Since when does Idubbz care about the commentary community or the Canada commentary community? Correct me if I'm wrong, I really don't watch YouTube that often. But who are some Canadian commentary channels that matter? I mean, there's legitimately none. I do find it funny that now Idubbz cares about the community, the commentary community, the community overall, the YouTube community, if you will. It's like, he has never cared about this. And now out of nowhere, it's like, man, I wonder what this means for Canada. No, dude, Idubbz has been fucking community pilled for the longest time. What are you talking about?
the content cops. He's constantly talking about shit in the fucking community. I think that's the reason why he started the fucking series, right? To see people who are popular online and then make videos about them to be able to take the trash out. That's what he did with fucking Leafy, right? Now, he's spoken about the fucking community for a long time in terms of setting principles and setting expectations for how people should behave online. Either some of it's okay or none of it's okay. Or, sorry, either all of it's okay or none of it's okay. That's him. Setting principles. For who? Purely for himself? No, that's him obviously talking about fucking community. I don't know where this fucking concept comes from. Sure, okay. Idubbz used to be a very edgy boy. He ran around during the 2010s, saying the N-word a lot, saying the F-slur a lot, okay? And now he doesn't say the N-word and he doesn't say the F-slur. He's moved on and he's got totally fucking lip-cucked, okay? I can understand that. I can buy that, 100%. When did he actually do any malicious actions against the commentary community, though? Literally, what has he done? He said that he personally has changed his values, and so he wants to move on and do something different. So? Literally, who cares? People who pretend to be actually, like, up in arms about this shit, I actually don't believe it. There's no way that people care about this shit that much. I can't believe that Idubbz betrayed his old fans. So? Literally, so? If you want to fucking snark him, if you want to fucking A-log him, okay, I understand that. But acting as though he's this fucking demon? I truly don't understand the fucking motivation about it.
Wonder what this means for the commentary community. It's like, there is no commentary community. Like, everyone's here solo, and there hasn't been a community in years. Like, everyone's here to make money. Like, that's literally it. Talking about making...
I don't even know if I agree with that. Okay. So, here's the thing, alright? It might not be tight-knit. When people are talking about the commentary community, what they're usually harkening back to are the people who would orbit around Augie RFC, right? That community. They'd hop on each other's streams, they'd talk to each other an awful lot, right? That kind of commentary community was short-lived, and it will likely not happen again for a very, very long time. It was flash in a pan, right? But what people are generally talking about is anybody who commentates on things that are happening online. Coffeezilla is a commentary channel, right? Sensitive Society, commentary channel. Sleepy, Queeman, Chud, Nicholas DiUrio. These people might not have a direct fixation or association together. They might have never sent each other a DM, but they are undoubtedly part of a collective, right? They talk about similar things online. They usually take a similar tact, and the people that they were influenced by to start creating content are probably very similar as well, right? But it's people who make a similar kind of content that all have a shared interest in not having this kind of lawfare that's going on. That I can see people in the sphere, or in the fucking ether, getting fucking sick of. A lot of people are complaining about the lawsuit drama. Even people who support them and are completely unprincipled and think that all of this stuff is okay. People are getting fucking tired of it. So yeah, there are people, there are collectives that you can point out who create similar content and talk about things in similar ways. Even if they don't have a direct association together, they share a common interest.
Making money, there's only a few guarantees in life: death, taxes, and YouTubers being sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. And
EHD started in early 2025. No. EHD did not start in early 2025. EHD was coined in early 2025. The content arc actually started in 2024 with the breakup of Leftovers. That was when the shit all popped off.
I am lucky enough to be one of them. Finally, Sense has made it to the big leagues. The big leagues.
Oh, no fucking way. The start of the ad to the end of the ad is 3 minutes long. Bro, you've got to be fucking kidding me, man. You can't be this damn bad for fucking cash. Bro, your video is 25% ad. Really? Holy fuck. Okay.
You and me, I would go with Code Wrath. And yeah, with that said, let's just get right back into the video. He's like, no, what about the community, bro? Where's the community at? It's like, I do find it kind of funny that this was never really expressed by him. I cannot recall the last time Ian cared about any community. Now Idubbz cares out of nowhere. Yeah, guys, I'm not worried about me, but I'm like worried about like the future. I'm going to say something.
No, he didn't say that at all. Like, clearly he's concerned about himself. And clearly he's concerned about other people in general, right? A lot of people have been asleep at the fucking wheel And the people who should have been speaking about this stuff have not been speaking about it, and have not reinforced the principles that people pretended to care about in times gone by, right? That is clearly the thing being alluded to. There are people who have a shared interest in this stuff not happening, and that should stand up and say that it's bad.
Extremely brave and stunning. And stay with me here. If you don't want to be sued by Ethan Klein, you know how he is. If you don't want to be sued by him, maybe don't spread lies about him molesting his kids. Maybe don't.
Which he didn't do. The actual way, here's the fucking truth. The real way that you don't get sued by Ethan Klein, and this is by design, is you don't talk about Ethan Klein. At least not in a negative way. If you want to watch his fucking content nuke and glaze the fuck out of him, you don't even have to give a transformative react. He won't sue you. There's no way you're getting fucking sued. There's a reason why XQC didn't get sued. Right? It's if you talk about it, you talk about him, and you're critical of him. That's when you're going to get sued by Ethan Klein. And then maybe if you're big enough to have some kind of association, you had a personal relationship with him, you've got some association with Hassan, your clips have gone viral talking about him. Those are the people that need to be concerned about a lawsuit from Ethan Klein, right?
Make it as extreme. Maybe say Ethan smells like shit 24/7 and he never takes a shower. He's a dirty Jew. Maybe you could say that. Maybe you could say...
you couldn't say the last one, no.
You know, Ethan should have been aborted. Maybe you could say that and get away with it. But I mean, dragging innocent kids into this, truth be told, innocent bystanders that have absolutely nothing to do with this fucking internet drama, if you will, is, in my humble opinion, kind of far. That's where I draw the line. Crazy shit. Like, there's levels to it. And I don't know, I think...
These people are so fucking retarded. You can hear Guam say this shit as well. When she's calling into the H3 podcast, after Diorio has said that he's not on with the Idubbz lawsuit, Guam secures his spot in the H3 orbit by saying, no, actually, Ethan, listen, these young kids, Nicholas Diorio, these young kids, they don't get it, okay? I do. The difference between them and me is they don't have kids. A childless lesbian. A childless lesbian saying this shit. They just don't have kids. They don't understand it. Me? Well, I've got a niece. That's how I can understand your perspective. I've got a niece. Completely ignoring that, of course, the lawsuit arc with Ethan started way before the CPS, okay? It happened before there was any concerns over Ethan's children at all. Totally retarded.
I think insinuating that a father molested his kids, I think that's pretty far. But yeah, probably not the brightest idea to push the narrative that Ethan molested his kids. In my humble opinion, that's just what I think.
It worries me what it means for the commentary community, and especially the Canadian commentary community. But this is about all I can say. At least for now. I'm sorry that the stream is so short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but I will resume the regularly scheduled content on Thursday. Again, I'm sorry it's so short, but we will be back, and I appreciate you being here for this important announcement. Have a good day, everyone.
When you look back at this whole situation, who's the person that started all of this? It was Ian Jomha. It was...
No, bro. All the most retarded narratives. I don't know how these people's minds have been filled with so much fucking sludge, unironically. Like, their brain has turned to fucking slop. I don't know how you can, like, take the correct opinions and the correct takes and just, like, force it into these people's fucking minds. I don't understand. I actually don't understand. Because the timeline is there for anyone to fucking see. You can go back and watch the original content. Ethan starts shit-talking Idubbz well before the content cop drops. You know? He's the one who fucking starts it. He's the one who fucking starts it. And Ian explicitly said that he didn't agree with the take. There are these simple fucking things, these clips that are around, that people actually know. But, you know, Ian was the one who started being mean. That's what I think that a lot of people mean when they say this shit. When they say that Ian was the one who actually started the beef, it's one of two things. They're either retarded and they've brought some narrative that Ethan's trying to drive into their head, or they're being dishonest And they're saying, well, Ian started it by being mean, by being really mean about it. Ethan was justified in calling Ian out, but Ian was unjustified in responding. I don't know if that's what they mean during this shit, but it's just the most mind-melding experience of my life following the EHD drama.
With his content cop to try and get a new audience. It completely backfired and he hasn't recovered since. Ian wanted to join his son's community. He wanted to be his son waiting room streamer number 3 or 4 at the time. This is around the time that he had his whole empathy arc. And I guess part of that empathy was backstabbing one of his OG friends / mutuals to try and bury him while lifting himself up, and look where he ended up. I'm sure if I asked Idubbz right now, yo, if you could go back in time, would you still drop said content cop if you knew everything that came with that? I'm going to make a wild guess, probably not. I'm like 85% sure that Ian would take it back. Remember when Anissa...
Literally, what was even wrong about the content cop? Like, especially when we're talking now about people getting defamation lawsuits, literally, what the fuck was the problem with the content cop? Sure, okay, a little bit soy, didn't really hit that hard. My opinion, Content Deputy was like 10 times fucking better. Alright? 10 times better. He took off the fucking gloves, and he started rolling around in the dirt. Content Deputy fucking rapes the original content cop. But if we're talking about a defamation lawsuit, why the fuck are we even concerned about it? It's Idubbz coming out and shit-talking Ethan, and giving his perspective about a lot of the drama, right? If you had to describe the content cop in a single sentence, that's the most honest way to be able to phrase it. But he's right, Sensitive Society is correct, that if you went back in time, or you called him up and Idubbz could go back in time and choose whether or not to drop the content cop, he probably would decide not to, right? He probably would decide not to. And he's given that example. He's posing that hypothetical without realizing that, yeah, he probably wouldn't have shit-talked Ethan. Isn't that a problem? Isn't that an issue? Do we not disagree with that? That that's a consequence of this behavior? Just think it through. Think it through to the second fucking level, man.
That came to the stream laughing that they'll never sue them because they have the same lawyer. I wonder where Anissa is in all of this. Oh no, not Anissa's husband. I love how no one's taking this seriously. Everyone's just making fun of Idubbz. I guess most of these people in the Reddit thread, and myself included, we're not 32 yet. So empathy hasn't kicked in yet, but...
Holy fuck, this guy is dog shit at this fucking game, huh?
Thread, and myself included, we're not 32 yet. So empathy hasn't kicked in yet, but give us a few years, guys. To all the retarded people out there who are not really a fan of the slob guys, you guys gotta give us some time, and you guys gotta understand that empathy hasn't developed in us yet. Maybe once I'm 32, I'll delete my whole channel, but until then, I find this extremely funny. WestJet says, dog,
Aiden wants to debate you. Aiden is calling you out right now, bro. Well, Aiden can send me a DM if he wants to. I think apparently Aiden, like, went on an hour, like, complaining about my takes around his doxing of Lyle Convoy's wife, without actually sending me any of the evidence that he's allegedly sent to Beckett. So QQ was in my DMs after I was talking about Aiden the last time. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand your take on this Lyle Convoy stuff. It's exactly like Eldrazi. Is it? How? Well, Aiden has said that there's something about, I don't know, there's something about a Facebook. I don't know. I haven't got the evidence. I can't remember exactly what's going on. Okay. Sounds like Aiden is getting annoyed at a take when he hasn't sent me the information to actually correct the take. Do people actually think that me and Beckett like share a fucking hive mind? If you say something to Beckett, then oh, of course, Dickies are gonna find out about it sooner or later. If he's that annoyed, he can send me a fucking DM and send over the exact same stuff he sent to Beckett.
Idubbz is already broke. He's going to be homeless now. Plain Rock 124 is just sharing a laughing emoji. Do you think it?
He was also complaining today a bit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's been doing. I think apparently yesterday I saw him say on Twitter that he'd spoken about it for an hour, and then he's speaking about it again today. I think that Aiden is probably getting perturbed, I'll say, by DGG latching onto the drama, or latching onto the back and forth. But, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. If he's getting that annoyed, he could have sent me a fucking DM about it.
It's kind of funny. I don't know. Maybe that means I'm a psychopath or I don't have empathy, which you're not wrong. I don't have any empathy in me. Idubbz is fucking cooked. That MF ain't got no money left to do anything. Everyone's just laughing at Idubbz. Like at this point, I expect Idubbz to end up in Skid Row within a year and a half. Now, will Ethan win? Will he lose? Will he take a W or an L? I guess time will tell.
What is this? Ian Jomha, aka Idubbz, announced he's being sued by Ethan Klein for defamation. Ethan is a monster, and anyone that doesn't see how he's destroying speech online will look back at this with disgust. What is this?
Official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein in the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation. I do plan on fighting against this.
Oh, is this Sense of Society crying about the fucking Israel take? Literally, there is no issue with Hassan's Israel comparison here at all, but of course, everyone's gonna fucking cry about it. Do people not get fucking tired about this shit? Legitimately? Hassan mentions Israel on stream, and 1,000 slop tubers run to their PCs to be able to make a video about it. Okay, yeah, he does it every day. Yeah, maybe you can mock him about it. A year ago. Probably. At this point, that's obviously his content.
Ethan is opening new fronts like Israel, end quote. Yeah, because Ethan is the one who dropped the content cop, right? That totally wasn't Ian jumping into the shit pit on his own and now reaping the consequences. This is literally what I said at the start. Ian started all of this. Let's not forget that. Ian...
How many errors did you find in the More Pegasus video? I found 3, and I wasn't even giving it my attention. Dude, Ryle, that's like an impossible question to fucking ask me, dude. It's like how many ESL moments are in a Sensitive Society video? I don't know. I can't give you a number. I'll just say 100% of the video, and hopefully that answers it. I legit don't know. Like, these guys clearly don't know what the fuck is going on with the drama right now. I don't know how people fucking watch any of this shit. Literally, if you have a Twitter account, and you read Twitter, and read through what the fuck is going on, you can ask Grok and get a better fucking take about what's going on here. These guys have got no fucking clue. Literally, AI. If these videos were created by AI, it would be a benefit, okay? It would not be a downside. It would be better content.
Ian is the one that started this shitstorm that's lasted over a year now. Yeah, it's kind of on him. I gotta keep it real. Constantly sending the most unhinged shit towards Ethan, then cowering and...
No way. BXKS. I'm watching this. Chill. Wait, BXKS. You're actually a fan of Sensitive Society? That makes so much fucking sense. Unironically. Unironically makes so much fucking sense now, man.
Crying when he relates is actually a pretty good analogy. Maybe Ethan is Israel. MFs act like Idubbz was forced to make the content cop even though he could have not done it at all. He did it purely for his own ego and just tanked his own event, which he literally could have done it after the event and ruined all the friendships and connections he had. I mean, to the people that are claiming that, you know, poor Ian, you know, he's just this innocent 40-year-old poor kid. They're just bullying him. People are so mean to him. Are you guys forgetting the content cop? Are you guys forgetting everything that Ian has said and done? He started all of this, and I guess...
Are you forgetting everything that Ian has said and done? Dude, these people are so fucking bitch made. Are you forgetting everything that Ian has said and done? How could he be so mean? How can you forgive a man that has said so many mean things? Literally, what was even fucking wrong? People would like vaguely gesture at the content cop and then never tell you what was actually wrong with it or what they even disagree with. All you need to say is the content cop, and everyone nods along. Completely unjustified, completely horrible. No, how could you ever do it? The content cop, CPS, and skulls is just like the Holocaust now. You just need to like invoke them in a sentence, and everybody just goes, yeah, of course, naturally.
Ethan is finishing it, so one could say that Ethan is finishing on Idubbz. Oh my god. And don't forget to scan the QR code. This is the best way to support the channel. I really do appreciate it. Arigato.
Okay, and we end off with a fucking ad as well. I don't want to... I'm not going to do the fucking voice. Just the entire video. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe if Idubbz didn't want a lawsuit, maybe he shouldn't have said that Ethan molests his kids. Maybe he shouldn't have made the heckin' content cop. Fuck me. Forza is peak. Check inbox. No. He doesn't.
I'm going
He
to full
doesn't.
throttle on the gas. Check this out.
He doesn't play it.
Boom.
No, there's no fucking way that OnePixel plays this fucking shit. No.
I have it the wrong way. I have it the wrong way. I'm going to full.
There's no fucking way, man. There's no fucking way. Dickers is a very popular series. Yeah, I mean, so is FIFA. And yet we still judge, personally, I will judge everybody that I see, like, play a FIFA game. If you played it when you were a kid, that's fine, okay? I can kind of understand that. Your parents clearly hated you and bought you the most dogshit video games on the PS2. Right? If you're playing FIFA in the modern day, you've got nothing but judgment coming from me. Nothing but judgment at all. Literally, when I went to go and watch like FIFA content like 6 months ago to try and find some drama there, it was literally just like middle-aged men who have watched every single fucking or played every single FIFA game in the series, and then are complaining that, well, this FIFA game is slop. This FIFA game is awful. It's like, okay, you're eating sludge, and you're complaining that the sludge is slightly more sludgy than it was today. Than it was yesterday. That's literally the comparison. Oh, wait, fuck. Yeah, sorry. All of these games, like, blend into the exact same experience for me. You're right. It was Football Manager and not FIFA. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Dickers, you do the same thing with drama. Literally, bro, you can't even... PD, you haven't even got a follow-up to that, man. I swear, you've not even got a fucking follow-up. What do you even mean when you say that? What are you even trying to communicate? When have I ever done that with drama? Saying the slop today is slightly more sloppy than the slop yesterday. You ain't want to talk, boy. I won. Yeah, okay. Fuck you. Go back to kick chat, retard. You lost doing your stammering. Dude, if that's a metric for success, I have lost literally every single interaction I've ever had. Cameron F305 won, apparently. I stutter. I've seen before several times when people try and play my clips on stream and try and argue with me. He lost, he's stuttering. It's like saying that I've lost because I fucking misread something. It's a medical condition. I can't help it. Holy fuck. Okay. There we are. Anyway, fuck. We're keeping this shit on track, okay? We're keeping this segment on rails. Let's go and have a gander at what H3 said today, about the lawsuit. I'm hearing reports from Durio fans. that apparently Ethan has described himself as Lex Luthor. Wait, hold on, what's this? YouTube Shorts? What link are you sending me, dude? What link are you sending me?
Wheel spins. I want to see gold in the chat and Forza Edition. Gold.
Okay, right. No, to be fair, it's on me. It is on me. I did ask the question, why the fuck is OnePixel playing Forza? It's all making sense now.
Gold, Forza Horizon Edition. Is there anything in there? What is this case? Gold. Is there one in here?
Dude, he's literally spinning for cars. And is calling them cases. This guy's got a serious fucking addiction. What happened to CSGO? Why isn't he just gambling there? At least you can, like, cash that shit out. I don't get how people, like, gamble in games that they've got, like, no connection to real-life currency. Like, I can understand people gambling in CSGO. Or in some gacha games where you can exchange that shit. I literally don't understand. In the car game. Forza's free? Not when you've got a gambling addiction, it's not. Not when you've got a gambling addiction. When you've got a gambling addiction, any game is actually extremely expensive as soon as it's got any kind of cosmetic value there. Alright. Let's go and have a gander then.
Fair enough. yeah.
Wait, was he? I mean, he could be CGI'd.
Right.
Could be.
Oh, is Ben... There's no fucking way. Ethan is finally realizing that Ben is a legal retard. Okay, nice. Fled to Mexico while he's got, 3 ongoing cases? Nice. Fantastic. Yeah, I don't know how hard this shit's gonna fuck him in the end. I don't want to make any kind of strong, legal claims on it. I think after somebody said yesterday during the Reckless Ben stuff that Chud is finally on the anti-Ben train, I did go and have a look at some of the clips of Chud's coverage, but I didn't see much there. One of the only notable things that I did see, I mean, it seems like, reasonable, whatever the fuck. The only thing that I did see is Chud saying, nah, it's retarded. That's retarded, dude. There's no way he's going to jail over this stuff. No. There's no way any of these charges are actually going to land. Literally, like, how are you so confident? I don't know. Now, I'm not going to say definitively that Ben is absolutely going to go to jail. I don't get where the guy gets the fucking confidence to say that he's absolutely not going to go to jail, though. Like, he's absolutely a fucking flight risk. He's proved that by going to Mexico. He's clearly retarded and fucking up his case at literally every turn. I don't know if this guy has got a lawyer yet. We'll have to wait and see with that. It's just so fucking dumb. It's just so fucking dumb. And again, all of the people around him are doing everything in their power to be able to milk the drama for as much as they fucking can, without a care in the fucking world about how it impacts Ben. Oh fuck! I think I saw that I got onto Leftovers H3, a clip of me talking about the Ethan drama and talking about about the Ben drama, about how Ethan leaked that. Oh yeah, Ben asked me, by the way. Ben asked me to say that Bricks and Minifigs has him under a TRO. He can't say it himself, but he's asked me to say it. Yeah. I mean, how's that shit gonna fucking play? I mean, literally, how the fuck do people think that shit is actually gonna play? Ethan has now put Ben in a position where if Ben eventually does get a lawyer or represents himself, I don't fucking know. He's put himself in a position where his lawyer is gonna have to argue, well, you see, Your Honor. Okay, you see. We simply have no clue who Ethan's source could be. You understand? You understand?
Okay, bro, you're getting too big.
We've got no clue. We've got no clue who this guy's source is. Yeah, Ethan Klein never names him, The only description that we've got of Ethan Klein's source is that he is currently being sued by Bricks and Minifigs. He is currently under a TRO, and he can't post the third part of his series about the current drama. I wonder who it could be. I've literally got no clue. Yeah, how did that fucking work out for Tecton? Huh? It's almost like you can't play these retarded games and then, beg for ignorance later on. Or plead ignorance, rather. Anyway, thank you for the 5 gifties over on Kick. Nate, thank you very much. Alright, I'm going to mute those just as they spiral through, but let's have a look at what Ethan had to say about the lawsuit. Okay, does he open up with it? I think he opens up with it. Let's see.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
and it's not, and I don't think it's helping. Who's it helping?
Well, some of the PC debates about certain verbiage that's better, I agree with some of them. That's not one of them I agree with.
Right.
Yeah. Unhoused just sounds like temporary to me. Like you're in between.
Okay. Nice.
I really don't remember. What were your options?
I said I'm going to abide by the poll. It's one. Should you say? That's the question. Homeless, unhoused, or doesn't matter. Don't care.
Shouldn't you say?
Should you say it?
What should the proper term be?
We are on our way to a bad poll.
No, it's not.
I'm warning you right now. We're on our way to a bad poll.
Nope.
Somebody get me the fucking Jordan Peterson meme. Somebody get me the fucking Jordan Peterson meme. There is no way that Ethan is currently having to hedge his bets. Do I say homeless? Can I say unhoused? What do I have to say there? Holy fuck. Jordan Peterson is just more and more correct every day that goes through.
Heard me talk about it before. So yes, I am suing my...
Let's go. Okay. Let's go about 2 minutes back to be able to get to the start of the segment.
Good. On we go.
I have a good one for you. When he's in the laboratory and he puts a shoe in, he goes, it needs a little kick. And then, not that part, they go, how's it taste now? And he goes, good.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll have that for tomorrow.
Wow. We should just play the whole movie.
We are getting really granular with this, yeah.
I've probably watched that movie more than most.
You lose.
Certainly more than me. I gotta be honest, I've probably only seen it twice in my life.
Dude, it's so funny. You should watch it as an adult because it's so funny.
Yeah. I probably haven't seen it.
Gene Wilder is a comedic genius.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Rest in peace to the GOAT, bro.
When did he die?
2016, I think.
Okay.
Instead of letting speculation basically, I feel like most people that watch the show understand and in this community. But I've seen, like, for example, Moist Critical sent Harley a DM being like, yo, this is super... What's up, Harley?
Damn you, Jews!
Wait, he did?
Yeah. He goes, what's up, Harley? I heard about Ethan's new lawsuit, and it's about as concerning as finding a wart on the bottom of my ball sack. I don't know. My best impression.
Let me guess. You're
Pretty
Jewish.
accurate.
Wait, really? Hold on. This might be the first time that I am actually interested in seeing a Charlie Moist Critical video. Dude, I fucking love it. I do love it. I do love it. I mean, this is why Ethan is just never going to have the kind of mainstream success that he used to enjoy. You know? Harley Morenstein has presumably got a private DM from Moist Critical. Harley has privately told Ethan, and now it's getting blasted out to 17,000 live viewers on his fucking on his live podcast. Let's go. Let's go. Burning his connections. Let's go. There's probably a reason why Moist Critical contacted Harley Morenstein and not Ethan, right? Now, I don't know, literally, okay, I'm going to be fair. Maybe they just don't have the same kind of relationship or whatever. Something you can't deny, though, is that Ethan does leak questions like that all the fucking time. Private DMs that he gets from people. Yeah, way to burn somebody else's bridge, buddy.
It's about as concerning as the hairy wart on the bottom of my ball sack. That's what I said, basically. Already. I repeated it.
Damn
anyway, so this is for people online who haven't heard me talk about it before. So yes, I am suing my former bestie, Idubbz, who and I'll shortly explain why. Because to me it kind of doesn't, it's not that big of a mystery. So as you may or may not know, Ian has deeply aligned to...
Oh, fuck me. Yeah, it's just unlistenable. The fucking sniffs. We're back to the sniffs. We evolved from the sniffs. Then to the grunts. Then we get to the coughs. And now we're going back. We're not making progress anymore. We are stuck at the sniffs.
Himself with the snark community that is basically responsible for and celebrated CPS coming to my house to take my children away and sending human skulls to my home. These are two things that on the Snark Discord they have on the banner. They have a skull with CPS on the forehead.
Yo, let's go! Brand new CPS server. Sorry, brand new Snark server shout out. Just dropped. Let's go.
Forehead. They think it's funny. They love it. They're proud of it. And Idubbz aligns with them, shouts them out, calls them great people.
Dude, this image has got to be seared into Ethan Klein's fucking eyelids, man. There's no other way to be able to describe this stuff. Literally thinking about the server logo day in, day out. Like, dude, I might be like, time might be compressed. Drama time gets compressed so fucking hard because this feels like decades ago now. The Snark server stuff happening. Wasn't that shit last month? Dude, the best thing that could ever happen in Kosher Kathy's online existence is the Snark server logo being brought up every time that Ethan Klein goes into the fucking CPS Skulls rant. Has it been immortalized? Has it become a key part of the fucking CPS Skulls rant now? We can only hope. We can only speculate. That is so fucking funny. Some random fucking Discord with like 100 fucking people in there. Based. Okay.
He browses the subreddit on his live stream. He's in deep with them. In fact, even in his follow-up to his content cup, he justified it. He says, I think it's good that CPS was called and investigated that because clearly, as someone who's been to Ethan's house and met his children, there's shit all over the place, and his kids are clearly in trouble and would be in better care of foster, would be better taken care of in foster care.
I don't know if Ethan Klein is trying to go for a joke like that. I don't know. I don't know if Ethan Klein is trying to do the Kino Casino thing where you lie, but it's funny enough so you can get away with it. Or I don't even know what he's trying to do there, but yeah, that's a straight up lie.
Whereas, you know, the floors are spotless and the children are well cared for. But that's not actually why I'm suing him. It's just a little prelude. So, Ian.
Am I tripping? I don't remember Ian saying this. So what actually happened in the content deputy, I think, is that Ian went back through the original live stream that ended up with the CPS call and basically just pointed out, you've made so many comments here that are legitimately concerning that I think you've got some culpability in this as well. I think that was the argument that he was making, right? If somebody can grab me the timestamp to the content deputy, I'd hugely appreciate that. But I'm 99% sure that that was the argument that he was making. He wasn't even justifying it. He wasn't even saying that it was a good thing that happened. But he's saying there are legitimate concerns that you have given people with the way that you've fucking spoken about this stuff.
Following all that,
he analyzed, he did not justify. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Put this.
Okay. I can see what you mean about Ethan exaggerating it, like Kino Casino now. Makes sense. Yeah, but I mean, like, Kino Casino have got, like, a certain something, you know? Like, PPP is not a real person, right? PPP is not a real person. In the same way as, you know, sometimes Chud Logic isn't a real person. It's kind of played up, it's, you know, a little bit performative, and the audience kind of jibes with it and knows that a lot of it is, okay, exaggerated a little bit in the PPP case, right? In the Kino Casino case. You know, it's exaggerated, it's outlandish, the claims that they'll fucking make, and they'll present everything as categorical fact, when actually there's probably a little bit of wiggle room there. You can't quite be certain about some of the stuff. Like, especially with the cuck stuff, for Jeremy, for the quartering. When they first started making their videos about it, there was just not definitive evidence for any of this stuff. It was pure, like, threadbare speculation. And the Kiwi Farms write-up was, so-so with its sourcing and information, right? But they present it as real, and that's part of the fucking show, and you buy into that stuff. And hopefully a discerning audience member is probably aware that, okay, this stuff it's a little bit of a fugazi, you know? It's a little bit fake.
Did an entire stream.
Yeah, kayfabe, that's what I'm thinking of. Fucking fugazi. Yeah, kayfabe.
What's that? Was that a soundbite or was that AB?
I didn't play anything.
That was not me.
What was that? Was that? Oh, I guess it was from.
Was that
Ian.
the video you're playing?
I guess so. Yeah. One sec.
This I will.
Oh yeah.
Yo, Empathy and Joy shout out. Let's go. Empathy and Joy. How does it feel? How does it feel to now be used in Zionist propaganda? How does that feel to be an agent of Mossad?
It sound like AB for a minute. Well, do you have anything to add, AB?
I'm the dragon.
You think
Did
I
that,
molested
like,
my kids?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no.
Like, was you just supposed to say, like, of course you're gonna. I don't know.
Are you the dragon or not? I'm confused.
That was a soundbite.
All right. Thank you, AB. So, anyway, following all that, Ian went on his stream.
Dude, nobody can convince me that there is not a rift forming between AB and Ethan. Dude, their interactions on the podcast seem so frosty, no? Between Ethan kind of like berating him and doing, admittedly, okay, a bit. It probably is a bit, but at the same time, it feels, there's obviously some tension there, right? And now you've got this.
Stream and displayed this message on for his whole
Committed crimes. Edmonton didn't commit a crime.
The whole broadcast.
Edmonton's the best. Okay, actually, while I
and the title is Ian Idubbz browses H3 Snark as a VTuber.
address this.
Oh, based. Okay. Yes, let's go. Hengis, the timestamp where Ian is talking about CPS and skulls. Let's go. Or CPS more specifically.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Neela's defense, because when you look into the story, it actually looks a lot shittier for Ethan and Neela. And I do mean that literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health. He was talking about his caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
Oh,
and now Ela has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God.
What can I do to not get it? From
I'm
you?
trying to,
because I'm not trying to get it.
No, it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
talking about the viscosity of his child's shit.
And although meanwhile he is covered in viscous, low viscosity, diarrhea.
He mentioned diarrhea a lot.
Crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night. All the time he's having these crazy diarrheas. You wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas.
How dare Idubbz say all of this stuff? I can't believe that Idubbz would put this in the content deputy. I can't believe it.
And then extremely foul-smelling diarrheas.
So, of course, Ethan, having made so many enemies over the years, other people react to his content. And when other people see that he's talking about his children getting giardia from dog poop.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
People are quite reasonably concerned. And so, yes, anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this stream. So there are 26,000 people listening to Ethan go into great detail over 7 or 8 minutes about diarrhea, viscosity of diarrhea, his child having giardia, him and his whole family having giardia. They're calling it the poop house. Now, what Ethan does, instead of taking any responsibility for sharing too much on his live stream, is that he decides to attack specific creators like Denims and say she was the source of the CPS call because...
Yeah, anyway. I mean, we don't need to watch the entire thing, but I don't know if anybody disagrees with this in chat. Feel free to disagree if you want, okay? Because we'll go through it again. But when Idubbz is talking about it, I think it's a pretty pointed criticism, and he's extremely specific with what he's trying to prove there. The argument is incredibly clear. Ethan tells this story that to a critical eye, or somebody who, you know, doesn't like Ethan, or even to his own chat, might find this story concerning about the well-being of his children. Because he says the only way you can get it is by eating my shit. My toddler is crawling around, and she's putting everything in her mouth, right? Enough, I think, is there to a reasonable person to possibly be concerned. Now, going and calling the CPS, condemnable action, okay? You shouldn't do that. And maybe people would have liked Idubbz to say that during his fucking video, but that's not the point of what he's saying. He's saying that Ethan takes no responsibility himself, and he blames other people for it. It's literally an undeniable argument. You can't really get out of that, right? Ethan overshared on his fucking podcast, and instead of taking any responsibility, he does blame other people. You literally can't deny that at all. That is undeniable. But of course, when Ethan retells it, I mean, he kind of gives the game away a little bit. It started with Idubbz justifies the CPS call. Then it moves to, you know, Idubbz said that it was a good thing. Not just justifiable, but it was good. And then now to the end, where he's, yeah, you know, Idubbz was saying that, you know, my children should be put in foster care and they'd be better taken care of if they were in a fucking care home. Obviously fucking retarded. Obviously fucking retarded. But still, nobody will cotton on about the fact that Ethan constantly rewrites history when he talks about this stuff. Maybe, I would say a discerning viewer might get it in their mind that you might want to have a look at some of the other claims that Ethan says about this stuff, particularly about who started the beef. But I doubt anybody will. I doubt anybody will. The remaining people who are still watching H3 are along for the fucking narrative. They're along for the fucking ride. They decided which side they're on a long time ago, and they're never going to question any of this fucking shit, man. It is the most deplorable stuff.
I will have this just available on screen, just so that
so it says he's blowing this up, and he does
aren't confused.
He does it as a watermark for his whole hours-long stream. It's a...
Wait, hold on. There's two paths that this could go currently, okay? There might be some potential that Ethan is going to play the entire thing and have to answer for why he's still suing Idubbz despite the fact that Idubbz said that it wasn't true. Let's go.
A comment that says, quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3 is likely a pedophile who has molested his own children. And he's basically rebroadcasting this comment uncritically. And also, if you kind of, I don't know how it works in Canada, if the complaint is public or what. But if you look at it, he emphasizes throughout that he does think it's a serious accusation that needs to be investigated and that he doesn't think it's a joke, right?
What? What?
But if you look at it, he emphasizes throughout that he does think it's a serious accusation that needs to be investigated and that he doesn't think it's a joke, right? Now, I know people are like, well, why don't you sue Destiny?
Dude, directly fucking contradicted by the clip. Directly contradicted by the clip.
So I do want to say...
Dude. Now Ethan's shown that and spun a fucking yarn, okay? Let's have a gander at what he didn't play. Let's have a look at the thing that Ethan doesn't want people to see, I guess.
Stolen. Got another Kalshi ad? I'm sorry, Fazium. We're all getting Kalshi ads these days. It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here. But I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed because it's a big, bold accusation that's very fucked up. Thank you so much, Fossey Hunter, for the prime. Dude? Oh, I was just about to finally address Dude, it's Jude.
That's it. That's like the 20 seconds that you need to include to talk about this stuff and be honest, okay? That's the standard that I'm setting now. To actually talk about this drama and be like an honest actor that anybody should listen to, you have to include that 20 seconds, and you have to explain why Idubbz should still be sued. Now, it goes two ways, okay? It goes two ways. Because the thing that I've heard some people say to be able to, you know, rationalize Ethan's behavior here is people have tried to make the argument that, hey, listen, okay, because you don't understand, right? He's going to court over this stuff. The comments that he makes on live stream might be included in the lawsuit. They might be pertinent in court. So he's got to be careful about what he says and not show too much grace towards Idubbz when he's talking about this stuff on stream, okay? So that's why he's abjectly lying about this stuff. It doesn't cut muster, dude. It doesn't fucking make sense. Because if he wasn't being dishonest and wanted to give his audience the full amount of facts and be transparent about what's going on and about what Idubbz said at the time, because let's be fucking real. This guy, even during this stream, when he had the burnt legume shit going on, he's like 100 viewers. Max, okay? Maybe 200 viewers on a particularly good day, but it's not a large audience. And Idubbz's perspective isn't being fucking shouted out by anybody of any notable size. And so he can just lie, leave out details, not talk about this shit, not talk about the shit that was actually adds context to the situation and makes it more understandable. And instead he lies, and he says, yeah, he says it's a very serious allegation. He says that it should be looked into. By who, retard? By the fucking police? No, that you should respond to, you fucking dipshit. Anyway, but, yeah.
For saying it. Well, Destiny made it immediately. First of all, this is a comment from Destiny, like, made in passing. Ian put it on his screen for 2 hours during his main broadcast. Destiny made it clear that he was not being serious, right? Pretty much immediately after writing it. Like, nobody was like, yo, Destiny made this claim that Ethan molested his children. Oh, shit. No, people knew that when Destiny said it was like, he was just being a dickhead. Or, I mean, he was being a giant fucking piece of shit, right? But he immediately afterwards made it clear that he didn't actually think that. But Ian took that, and just because you're showing what someone else said doesn't make it not defamation, because you're showing essentially this accusation bare of context and also kind of saying that you think it's true, right? So he has this quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3 is likely a pedophile.
Insane that you think it's true. Yeah, okay, this is just like barefaced lying. None of the cope about he's in current litigation. None of that shit fucking makes sense. Literal cope narrative, total cope narrative.
Molested his own children. Again, this is after CPS visited my house. I mean, I personally, with all the shit that we've been through, and I've been through a lot of shit with a lot of people online. I mean, this is just fucking unhinged, right? And Ian is spending his whole day on Twitter retweeting people like Jake Chinatown, who says he wants to take my children by their ankles and slam them into a tree till they're bloody pulp, right? And these are my children, of course. I'm sure, I don't know how many.
And now, in case that wasn't enough for you, okay, we're going to do a guilt by association. Did you see? Did you see? For a guy who doesn't use his Twitter account, apparently deactive or inactive, he weirdly knows a lot of the shit happening on Twitter. Weird. Almost obsessive compulsively. Knows about all of the shit on Twitter. Very concerning indeed. Dude, it's just so fucking retarded. When did Jake Chinatown say that shit, though? I'm unaware. I'm just gonna go into his Twitter profile and just search tree.
Any of these people are like Moist Critical has, he doesn't have children as far as I'm aware, but I said from the beginning that if people want to go after my children, then, you know, the rules of engagement have changed forever. And that's what I said then. And when, you know, when Ian broadcast this, I sent him a cease and desist because, I mean, there's certain things that you don't say and you don't do and lines you don't cross.
Okay. I can't find the tweet where he's talking about swinging Ethan's children into a tree. Maybe it was deleted, but Ethan does lie, so I'm going to take that with a pinch of salt.
And they flaunted it. They didn't take it seriously. And essentially, right, and I don't know how Moist Critical or other people feel about this, but if somebody you know who's met your children and family...
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay, so what Ethan said is that Idubbz, you know, vicariously deserves this lawsuit because he'd retweeted people who had said that Ethan's children deserve to be swung into trees, okay? Actually, in reality, the guilt by association is another step further. So, Ethan is complaining that Idubbz has retweeted somebody who has retweeted somebody who has said that Ethan's children deserve to be swung into trees. Dude, what the fuck is this? Okay, comedy is legal on Twitter, but I think this stuff might be a little bit too far, okay? Jesus Christ. Even by Snark standards, I think this might be a little bit too fucking far. Ela Klein, I lost a partnership because I was born in Israel. I don't know, maybe it's because you've defended apartheid Israel and its government for over a year. That's Comrade Casey. And then Jacob Venom Snake says, I'd love to swing their kid by the leg into an oak tree over and over again. That is not the profile picture of somebody that I would expect to say that. I don't know. You can't give like the twink mirror selfie as your profile picture if you're going to talk about swinging people's kids into fucking trees. Jesus Christ. Okay. But Ian has retweeted somebody who has retweeted bad things about Ethan in the past. Okay, right. Or like horrible things about his kids.
Said that you molested your children.
I mean, it's not funny, haha, all right? It's not funny, haha, but it is like, it's just shocking. I don't have to describe it any other way. It's just shocking. Wait, I've been told that this is incredibly important context. Resurfaced Instagram story. Alarm emoji. Alarm emoji. Wild how Ethan Klein is suing Idubbz for showing a Destiny message. Yet he's the same guy who falsely accused Anissa of dating a minor in the past. Oh, fuck, I'm aware of this shit. Has Ethan walked any of this shit back? I'm unaware if he has or not, legitimately asking. Hi, so this is a lie and illegal. Let's have a gander. They don't deny it! Exclamation point. My interest is... Oh, dude, holy fuck, man. Just download Twitter again. Just download Twitter again, Ethan. You know that you want to fucking engage with it, alright? You can pull the pussy method like Taylor Lorenz and just have it so only people that you follow can like post under your fucking tweets, okay? That's the easy way out. So, zoom all the way in. Ian lost his virginity to Anissa, and he had never had a girlfriend before, or been with a woman before that. This is what he told me shortly before he started dating her. So Anissa says, why are you so sexually invested in us? Ethan says, they don't deny it! My interest is not about the sex, it's about how pathetic you are. Wasn't Ethan a virgin before he got with Ela? Am I wrong about that? I'm pretty sure that Ethan had never had a girlfriend before he met Ela. No? When they met in the Holocaust Museum? Which is how they hooked up, the way. That's how they apparently originally met. They fell in love in a Holocaust Museum. And that was the first woman that Ethan ever had sex with. They don't deny it! Exclamation point. My interest is not about sex. It's about how pathetic you are. Speaking of which, Anissa's previous BF before Ian was allegedly 17 when she was 22. Anyway, Okay, so you're saying that if Ian had said, allegedly, Ethan molests his kids, which is harsher than what he actually said, he'd be totally fine. Really? Okay. Hey, so this is actually a lie and illegal. This is Anissa. My ex-partner was Acadian? What? Oh, I'm guessing that's a username, right? I'm guessing that's a username. Right, I thought she was talking about his fucking ethnicity. Okay, my ex-partner was Acadian, and it was a very public relationship. He was 19 and I was 22. You could look up his birthday and when we dated. I'm beyond shocked and disgusted. Okay, interesting. New race dropped. I mean, I thought it was like Sargon of Akkad, like Acadian. That was a real nationality. Maybe like 3,000 years ago, that was a real ethnicity. Okay, nice. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be part of the counterclaim. I mean, if Ethan had said it in more stark language and hadn't added the allegedly, I think that you could probably sue over that, right? In certain cases, you can join kind of, I guess, ex parte to a court case and become one of the plaintiffs, and then you can do a countersuit that way. But yeah, I don't know if that's going to be possible here. But yeah, seems like Ethan does love to smear people. He was totally incorrect about that. But so long as you say allegedly, that's the standard now. You can say whatever you want, and you're totally immune. Even if you allege that somebody was a pedophile, had sex with a child. A legal minor.
After CPS has been to your house to investigate your house and interviewed your children against your will, I really don't know how. I'm assuming people that don't understand don't have the full context, right? So I'm being like, I'm just giving the full context because like, and all that, I mean, I don't see how you can say that I'm not justified when who's your former friend who's been to your house and met your children is broadcasting this as a silly, it's just silly. Ethan needs to address this little minor claim that he molested his own children and he's a pedophile. Is that funny? I don't know. Is that a joke? Is that free speech? I don't think so. Then the other thing I hear is like, this is a grave threat against free speech. No, it's not. Defamation laws exist in every major Western country, because you can't just say people molested their children. That's not free speech. That's not protected speech. You can't accuse someone of committing a heinous crime. That's not, if they didn't. That's not free speech. That's not protected speech. It's literally not protected speech. It's actually explicitly carved out in the law.
Yeah, true. Let's go. Hate speech is not free speech. If it's illegal, it's not free speech. Absolutely. No consideration at all spent about the chilling effect that's going to happen there, right? So when Matt Haas was suing Ethan Klein, that was actually totally okay, because he was trying to figure out where the line is. He was honestly trying to figure out where the line is between, free speech and a civil infraction. Yeah, absolutely. Based. We love Matt Haas now.
As, this is the legal route you take when someone defames you, right? So anybody who's thinking of being like, yeah, Ethan's crazy for doing this and this is an affront on free speech, it's not actually at all. How is this? It's not. How is what he's doing free speech? How is
because he made it clear at the time that he didn't believe it. How is an enormously wealthy veteran creator who has the means and ability to sue other people that he personally doesn't like for the content of their streams? Because let's be fucking real, Ethan doesn't give a fuck about this allegation. He literally doesn't care at all. It had no fucking impact. Idubbz got no fucking viewership when he was doing it, and it didn't get fucking pushed after the fact, okay? He doesn't give a fuck about this screenshot at all, or Idubbz putting it on his stream. The only reason why he's going after him is he's got like a personal dislike over him, right? That's it. How could a lawsuit predicated on that basis possibly chill free speech at all? I don't know. I couldn't think.
Was this protected speech? If somebody just started making a video like, yeah, Charlie came to my house and molested my children. I mean, I wouldn't protect their right to say that. Yeah, Charlie, he he's a pedophile and he wants to fuck kids. I'd be like, well, that's crazy. That's not true at all. That's not protected speech. That's an outrageous fucking defamatory lie. And I don't think anybody would argue against that, right?
Okay, I've already done it, but I've got to do it again. I'm really, really sorry. I've already done it. But I'm contractually obliged to do this shit again. Hold on. Let's go.
Hey, remember that video we made 2 or 3 months ago about that black guy that was eating and raping kids, like a lot of kids?
Yeah, Patrice Wilson.
Yeah, that was funny. That guy's definitely a pedophile.
Nice. Okay. I have to do it. I have to do it. Listen, I don't like doing this. I don't like doing it. I have to do it.
And so, you know, when my children enter the picture, and I said this back then, the bets are off and the rules have changed, and I will do everything to ensure that people do not talk about my children in this way. People do not do death, celebrate killing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard that. I have heard that from people. Yeah. The stuff about Patrice Wilson actually ruined his life. Went insane, lost everything. Yeah, I can't find a lot of the, I know there was news reports from that time. Well, news reports like TMZ and stuff like that. But yeah, it like actually destroyed his fucking life.
My children on people like Ian feel comfortable saying this types of stuff or retweeting people to say they want to kill my children, which she has done. Right? But I understand the discourse is dominated probably a lot by people on Twitter, and Twitter's like infested with like, you know, political actors, right? Who don't want to give the full context to everything that's happening. But I would just want to get this to people like
Nicholas Durio.
Like Charlie, for example, who and other commentators who are like, this is an attack on free speech.
No fucking way. Wait, usually he would be speaking about Nicholas Durio, right? Wanted to get this information in front of him. Wait, I don't want to read too early. I legitimately don't want to read too early. Has Ethan Klein forsaken Nicholas Durio, the Pope? Really? He's not trying to, like, reach him or get his narrative funneled through his stream anymore? He's given up on that? He's going for Charlie Moist Critical now? Okay, interesting. Or is he saying about the conversation earlier, about the leaked phone call? Or the text that Charlie had sent over to Harley Morenstein? And so he wants to correct the record, for anybody who's still wondering. I think that's probably it. Okay. I jumped the gun. I think that's probably it.
It's not. It's not free speech to say that stuff. Listen, I'm pretty heavy free speech, like for the most part, but obviously I acknowledge that there's limits to it. I mean, we all agree you can't shout fire in a movie theater, right? Because it's dangerous. Can you just accuse people of molesting their own children if it's not true? It's not free speech. It's not. Why would that be protected? What kind of fucking world would that be if that was protected speech? Not one I want to live in, right? And there should be recourse. There should be accountability. And that's basically what my goal is in this. It's not funny. It's not cute. It's not silly. It's not an interesting point. It's evil. It's disgusting. And I think that people should be held accountable for saying stuff like that. Putting it on his entire stream, right?
Although I think it needs pretty really. No, yeah, you go.
For the next however long.
Wait, no! He almost fucking plays it, dude. He almost fucking plays it, and then he skips right past it.
Just there as a watermark. Is that funny to anybody with children? What's concerning about me trying to hold him accountable for saying I molest my children? I mean, seriously? I'm kind of befuddled that people actually disagree with me. Although, I'm assuming they just don't have the full context. And then...
It's crazy to say this shit when you're intentionally trying to lie to people. You're like spinning a fucking yarn. You're doing some fucking propaganda to be able to show people a certain perspective of it, and then not show Ethan or Ian actually disavowing it, and then pretend that other people are actually the ones trying to spin a narrative. It's just like disgusting behavior. I don't really know. I honestly don't really know. Because usually with the Ethan stuff, there's some kind of disagreement, or he kind of like fudges it a little bit. He gives a certain perspective that can be disagreed with. I don't know. This is like one of the most notable times that I can think of where Ethan is just directly lying on stream, right? Directly lying to his audience. And as he says, his goal is most critical as well about what he thinks happened in this situation. He knows that what he's saying isn't true. Dude, it's just fucking crazy.
Also, I kind of give the same answer to the Kino boys who I've shouted out before. I do think they're funny, but he gave this this is funny. He gave this very impassioned post about how, although Ian is whatever, yada, yada, I stand behind Ian's right to say that Ethan molested his children because it's free speech. It's not free speech to say that.
First time he brings up the Idubbz lawsuit, he has to answer to Nicholas DiUrio. He has to answer to Papa Gup. This time he's having to answer to Kino Casino. Let's go. Let's go. I can see why Ethan is desperately trying to clutch on to Harley. Or to Moist Critical, rather. To Charlie. I can see. Because literally, who else has he got left? He's built up certain people to be his defenders and to be his orbiters. And now a lot of those guys who are, usually independent, Diuria, Papagat, other people like that, right? Kino Casino. Now they're starting to heel turn. Who has he got left? Alex the Fiction? Guam? Literally one of his employees? I'm honestly trying to think. I mean, let's fucking forget. Let's forget that, more Pegasus, more paddles, or Sense of Society even exists for a second, The people who actually move the needle, who actually convince people and kind of, speak to an audience. I'm trying to think. Harley's like fully on the plantation. What do you mean? Harley's right there with Guam as a fucking employee. Now, I think that Harley is independently wealthy, and so he probably doesn't need that paycheck. But there's probably a certain amount of social validation that comes with having a show on H3, right? That's why Harley, has that association and wants to do that show. He doesn't need the fucking money for any of that stuff. He just wants to be in the forefront of drama again, He wants to have an audience again.
It's not protected speech in Canada or in America or anywhere else to say that people molest their children, right? But
apparently it is in America. Apparently it is in America, right? Remember, you're not suing Destiny. That's kind of the whole argument you need to be making here. That actually there is in America, but not in Canada.
And these guys affectionately have called me Lex Luthor, and I'm, of course, I'm just fulfilling my duty as Lex Luthor. None of us want to live in a world where rich, petty tyrants like Ethan.
Fuck it, this might be against Discord, TOS. How do you deal? Just think for a second. How do you deal? How do you deal with a Lex Luthor? I can think of no better answer to that than the Jihadi League. The Jihadi Justice League. That's right. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. Everybody's on the team, and everybody's coming together directly to take on Lex Luthor. Okay. Okay.
Ethan can police speech and silence.
You need a Duperman. There is unfortunately no Duperman left. There is no Duperman left. No, unfortunately not. Oh, fuck, I went to the wrong section of the live stream. I'm a total retard.
Hobos. It's interesting, but I think back in the day it was like a
Let me find my spot again.
Real phenomenon.
Oh, very much so. I remember my grandma once telling me about, because my grandparents lived in Northern California, which of course is where like a lot of...
Okay, let me find my spot. Fuck. Let me go back to it. Literally, as I tab over. Yeah, I wind it back to the wrong fucking spot. Okay, it was behind my head, I think. Let's go back to when he's got the tweet up then.
Duty as Lex Luthor.
Nice.
None of us want to live in a world where rich, petty tyrants like Ethan can police speech and silence criticism. That's saying I molested my children is not criticism. What's the critique? Lawfare and produce a chilling effect? What's the chilling effect? Just don't say people molested their own children. Like, it's pretty fucking easy to avoid this. I totally fail to understand why people are finding the need to take this principled stance in favor of fair use when my complaint is that he said I molested my children.
Oh, fair use or Ethan, wrong lawsuit, wrong lawsuit.
It's not like he called me an asshole or a meanie head or whatever the fuck, you know. I'm frankly find the whole thing a little bit befuddling, but you know, it is what it is. And a lot of these people don't have children who are like, I can't.
Wait, what did
believe
PPP
Ethan
actually
would...
say in the tweet?
What?
There's no way this is the fucking cope line. You know that Ethan Klein is fucking lost when all that he can say in response to any of this stuff is, well, you know, these people don't have kids. Listen, okay? Nicholas Diorio, Papa Gut, when you grow up and you become adults and you have kids of your own, then you'll understand, okay? Then you'll understand. Literally, there's no other way that you can try and justify this shit anymore. And it obviously doesn't come down to that. It's people who are on Ethan's side for parasocial and career reasons. And it's people who are against Ethan for possibly personal, right? But also principled reasons around these lawsuits, right? I mean, just take a look at PPP. PPP can obviously milk the shit out of this fucking drama and back Ethan the entire way. There's a reason why he hasn't now. Okay, let's have a look at what PPP said about this stuff. Alright, nice. Ian Washburn once said either all speech is okay or none of it is okay. The implication being, in a free society, we must tolerate some speech we find distasteful, disgusting, or even untrue, in order to preserve our general liberties. Ian Jomha has since stated that he matured, and he believes that none of it is okay, and any speech that offends anyone for any reason is unacceptable and should be punished. Has he, though? Has he actually said that? Has he actually said that? I am like open to suggestions for clips where Ian has said anything even fucking close to any of that stuff. I think what he said now is like a personal philosophy. He thinks that saying that stuff is bad. Has he ever called for lawsuits against those people though? Has he ever called for, I don't know, copyright lawsuits? Defamation lawsuits? Lawfare targeting those people? I don't think so, okay? I don't think so. He moved to Canada, a country that sadly agrees with his newfound views. It is hard to find any sympathy for the position he finds himself in, especially considering he was signal boosting perhaps the worst thing you could say about anyone, let alone a former friend. That he molests his own children. In a context where CPS has been called for BS reasons, and you justified the CPS call to millions of people, he smugly believed that he was on the right side of history. That victory was inevitable, and any despicable tactic was justified against the enemies of progress. What the fuck is he talking about? I haven't heard Ian say any of this fucking shit. He's just pulling shit out of his fucking arse. What are you talking about? Huh? Also, saying that he fucking just justified the CPS call. Alright. Drank the fucking Kool-Aid on that point. Hopefully we could win him back on other things. Just so fucking retarded. He didn't say that shit at all. He smugly believes he was on the right side of history, that his victory was inevitable, and that any despicable tactic was justified against the enemies of progress. Literally when? Literally when? Now you can give Kino Casino a little bit of grace when they're doing what they normally do, right? Because it's kayfabe, a lot of it is. It's like unobjectionably kayfabe. This is a fucking tweet. He means what he's fucking saying here, and he's just wrong on all of the fucking points. There is so much schadenfreude in relishing and seeing somebody who believes others' speech should be silenced, being silenced themselves. It is very easy for me to laugh at a situation and say, you reap what you sow, and play stupid games, win stupid prizes. However, it doesn't change the fact I believe the same things that Ian Washburn once believed. I want a society where people feel free to criticize anyone or anything, no matter how rich or powerful they may be. Where people can make jokes and offend anyone without fear of financial ruin or imprisonment. Private attacks on speech are just as serious as attacks from the state. Neither of us want to live in a world where rich, petty, private tyrants like Ethan can police speech and silence criticism and lawfare. and produce a chilling effect on broader expression. I cannot, for those reasons, support this lawsuit in principle. I was born a Canadian citizen and had no choice but to live under the tyranny of these laws that one day may be used to silence me and destroy my livelihood. Idubbz, however, has an easy solution to all of this. All he has to do is simply move back to America. You can't do that, can you? I don't think you can do that. What do you mean? You get a defamation lawsuit, so you just moved back to the United States. He's like living there with his wife's family. I mean, sure, there's like more considerations going into that point. I mean, dude, this just like this entire like soliloquy, this spiel, this point rather, just smacks to me of somebody who lives far too much online and doesn't really have considerations about what happens in people's real lives. Like, there are reasons that people move to different countries, more so than just, like, the shit that they can get away with when they turn on a live stream and start chatting shit, right? But, okay. Into the loving embrace of freedom and Donald Trump. Okay, yep. Famous free speech president. We love to see that. The lawsuit judgment will be unenforceable against them from a foreign state due to the Speech Act. I'm legitimately not sure if that's true. You run away from a Canadian civil injunction or some kind of civil court decision, and you're completely free to go about your business in the United States. That shit won't follow you anywhere. If that's the case, I don't think you'll be able to go back to Canada to be able to spend any time with, like, Anissa's family, right? It's just a totally fucking unworkable situation to act as though Idubbz still has some kind of agency here. He realistically doesn't. Was going to be some kind of fucking... You want him to be some kind of, I don't know, some escapee, some, what's it called? A fugitive from the Canadian civil courts? Yeah, okay. Nice. Great stuff. Afterwards, he should repent of being a tyrannical, freedom-hating F-slur and kiss the soil in America with joy, treasuring the freedom that so many others in this world will never have. He does not need your donations or even moral support, because all he needs to do is go home. And he would never do the same for any of us either. I'm an internet clown living I'm an internet clown for a living, basically a professional troll, and so I don't want to be serious and shouldn't be taken as such. But if you wanted my non-shit post take, here it is. Nice stuff. Yeah, yes, you're judgment-proof if you stay in the US, but can't go back to Canada. Yeah, I mean, that's my thing. It's just like a completely unworkable solution. Yeah, I don't know. Should probably have a little bit more heat for Ethan Klein, rather than criticism of Idubbz for not moving his entire fucking living situation to the United States. And, you know, never going back to Canada to visit his wife's family. But, okay. Fair enough. Great take. Even that? Wait, really? Even that is the mildest of mildest criticism. And Ethan can't even fucking take that. He literally front loads it with a shit ton of, or a ton of shit talking about Idubbz. And even with that, Ethan has to skip to the end. I mean, chilling effect? What chilling effect? What chilling effect, bro? Okay. Like, a PPP is giving him a fucking layup to be able to say, yeah, you're right, actually. He could just go back to America. He doesn't need to worry about this stuff. Okay.
To commit lawfare on Ian and to produce a chilling effect on all commentary. Just don't say that. Just don't say that, right? I mean, I tolerate a lot of people saying a lot of things about me, and I have for a long time, right? But just don't say that, you know, someone's molesting their children, right? This is not funny. It's not criticism. It's not interesting. And the only point in doing that is to, especially with the history of knowing and celebrating that CPS came to my house.
June the King basically said he won't do a video on Ethan because he's too afraid. Lol. Wait, really? What was that on Twitter? I mean, I could totally fucking believe it. Because it's like, as soon as you do something like that, as soon as you are a loud voice that criticizes Ethan, it's not necessarily that even for the thing in and of itself, you're going to get sued, right? It's the fact that you're going to be on Ethan Klein's watch list for the next several years. So that if you slip up and do something that he can sue you over, he will sue you over it, right? That's what happened with Idubbz. Idubbz is being sued for the fucking content cop and for their personal grievance together. Ethan doesn't give a fuck about the pedophile comments at all. Ian has just found himself on Ethan's fucking watch list.
I don't know Destiny, by the way. I literally don't know Destiny as much as people want to acknowledge that, like, me, or want me and Destiny to be like deep, interconnected friends. I don't even know Destiny. So it was a comment in passing he made. I don't know the guy. And he immediately clarified that he's kidding. Ian, who I know, who's been to my house, met my children, kept it, broadcast it over his screen for his whole show. And yeah, so that's kind of the difference between him and Destiny. And
me and Destiny have got no connection. Oh yeah, one of his like longest friends, and I believe a business partner on a podcast. Yeah, I am sponsored by him directly. He's like my only consistent sponsor. Yeah, that's true. I've got no connection to Destiny. What do you mean?
Again, this is about my children. I ultimately don't really care what people think about it.
I mean, if Ethan were to sue Destiny, the Redact.dev sponsorship would absolutely go out the fucking window, and Destiny would sick his community on him, like he did for those 24 hours that Ethan is so fucking afraid of. That's like a big driving force in Ethan's motivation, in my opinion at least.
But I do think, I'm surprised.
Destiny has a take on CPS calls. It's somewhere. Oh, fuck, is this what you dropped in inbox, Nate? Give me a second. Hold on. Give me a second. Dude, what the fuck is this? So, classic Denal tweet. Connor. What? If what? Okay.
Pornography. What if I didn't do this and it turns out that Britt was actually transmitting actual pornography? Or what if I didn't do this and as a result, Britt actually invited a man into her home that ended up sexually abusing the girls because she had some kind of weird fucking fetish? Why wouldn't I, you fucking freak? That, you know, there's like a shitload of fucking smoke here, right?
Oh, right. So presumably, somebody has asked Connor why he ever started talking about the Brit stuff with Destiny, and he's saying that he's concerned that Brit might one day rape her children. Okay, interesting. Fair enough. Right. Okay, right. So how does Destiny respond to this then? I'm concerned how obsessed he's become with this. Someone could very easily justify calling CPS or something on him to make sure his children are safe after the divorce. I'm not saying somebody should. This is descriptive, not prescriptive, guys. Okay, right. Base. Nice. Wait, am I still blocked? Wait, can I comment? Oh no, I'm still gonna be... Yeah, I'm still gonna be blocked by Destiny, aren't I? Nice. Okay. A badge I earned long ago for saying that Destiny was pro-doxing.
Surprised that people are saying this is like an attack on free speech, because it's not. So I just want to clarify that.
Oh, based Lizzie. Okay, let's go. All right. This is the tweet that June the King made. Okay. Wait, where the fuck is June the King, bro? Is June the King in Canada? In the United States? Okay. Depending on the cost of this suit, this could mean that streaming for Ian has been a financial net negative. He may have been financially better off if he just went offline and did nothing for the past year or so. Brutal. I'm sure it live. I'm sure it live are better because of a dog killer suing people. Right. What the fuck? Okay. I'm sure his life is better because of a dog killer suing people when he feels like it. Are you doing an Ethan video? No, literally no idea what this guy's trying to say. Literally no idea what he's trying to say here. Okay, and then Juna King follows up. I would make it an update. I would make an update video if there's enough interest in it. Then again, the space he's in has some of the most mentally deranged supporters / attractors I've seen. So I'm not sure if it would even be worth it. Oh, right. It doesn't seem like... okay. So, no, that's not what he's saying. June the King isn't saying that he's scared because Ethan might sue him. He's saying that he's scared because of the... snarkers. The snarkers. He's terrified of the snarkers. That's apparently who he's afraid of pissing off with that. This suit makes him relevant again. Even the A-Log stopped watching before this. Perhaps, but I would not want the attention he's been receiving. Oh, and I haven't seen anything else from him. Okay. Weird. Yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah, it probably is bullshit. It probably is bullshit. I'm just thinking, who else has June the King covered? I mean, it does seem to be largely safe targets. June sweeps up at the very, or swoops in at the very fucking end to cover people who have largely, like, lost the drama, to be able to explain what's happened there, right? So the narrative is already set. He doesn't really go after anybody new, or take his own shots on any of the stuff. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, maybe he's just, like, completely bitch-made on the topic then. Yo, Sylvie! Friend of the channel. Okay, but the framing you presented is incredibly odd. Let's go. I wouldn't blame this on Ian, considering his Psycho X is the one... Psycho X-friend is the one suing him, and not Destiny, who actually accused Ethan of molesting his kids. Ooh, 7 likes. June the King with 2 likes. Not at all blaming Ian for this. Just an observation on his ROI from streaming. Okay. So Sylvie says, okay, but the framing you presented is incredibly odd. It's like somebody kicking the ladder out from underneath somebody, and then you say, I guess he should have stayed on the ground. Oh yeah, this is, some are definitely taking it that way. Really just a brutal reality to contend with. What? So he's not even giving a take on it. He's just looking at it and saying, oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. I think June the King is actually just terrified of getting any fucking pushback on any of this stuff. Huh? What? Okay. Imagine talking shit for a living, then cheering on the biggest shit talker for suing somebody into silence for talking shit. Actual morons in the SlopTube community. You'd have to be far dumber than me to read this as an endorsement of the lawsuit. So blaming Ian for being legally harassed into silence isn't condoning the lawsuit? Case in point. Yeah, I don't know. It feels very non-combative. It does feel very non-combative. Like he doesn't even want to fight people on any of the takes. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of these people probably have the same mindset, you know? June the King, internet anarchist. To a certain degree, I think other people like internet adjacent as well. Most critical, almost certainly. They just really don't want to fight people on the takes they have online. Weird.
For people that maybe don't have all the facts, so there it is. It's called accountability, in my opinion. And listen.
Wait, what? Really? June already did. From misfit to hypocrite. H3 Productions. Really? Productions. Oh, fuck! You're right. From 3 years ago. What?
H3.
Oh, sorry. From 4 years ago. Okay, right. So basically when the commentary community fucking hated Ethan, then he was fine shitting on Ethan. But now when everyone supports him, he shut the fucks up? Yeah, he just shut the fucks up and doesn't talk about it? Okay, Base, we love to see it. We do love to see it. Dude. Alright.
If I said that about someone else, I would probably just apologize and beg them not to sue.
What was Ethan doing 4 years ago? Ethan 4 years ago was being, he spent his time being fat. That's mainly it. He spent his time being fat. That's basically the only difference. And he spent his time going after the wrong targets. It's probably the main thing. Yeah, that's literally the only difference. Because he was doxing people then, he's doxing people now. He was going after people's sponsors then. He's going after people's sponsors now. In fact, now he's going after people using lawsuits. That's the only notable change that I can think of. But yeah, if you want like the explanation for why people are supporting him now, he's going after the right targets. That's about it.
Do me. But you know, yeah. What else we got? His video is short. There's really not much to say about it other than he basically just says I'm being sued. I mean, he went on, he live streamed for like a minute and he's like, I am being sued, everybody.
It is official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein.
Oh, did I say shut the fucks up? Yeah, okay. Shuts the fuck up.
And by the what's funny is like we sent him a cease and desist and they didn't really take it seriously. So shouldn't be a surprise to him. I mean, I've made good on all my promises that I made over the years about holding people accountable involving, especially talking about my children, right?
Wait, 4 years ago he was getting himself sued by Ryan Kavanaugh, which in my opinion caused Ethan to become extremely litigious after getting raped so hard and forced to apologize by Ryan Kavanaugh. Is that when that lawsuit started? Ryan Kavanaugh. Was that stuff all 4 years ago?
In the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation. I do plan on fighting against this, but for now it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys.
Oh no, fuck, no, Inside Out is right, yeah. Legal conflict began in 2021. After the company Thriller, of which Kavanaugh was affiliated, accused Ethan and Teddy Fresh of copyright infringement for stealing a pay-per-view boxing match on the H3 podcast. In retaliation, Klein launched an ongoing series of segments on his show targeting Kavanaugh. Oh, okay, so the comments, or Ethan retaliating, began in 2021. I don't know when the lawsuit got lodged, though. But yeah, 4 years ago.
I will say that it worries me what it means for the commentary community, and especially the Canadian commentary community. But this is about all I can say, at least for now.
Do you think Ian has a good chance of winning? I'm legitimately not sure because of how like strict British and Canadian defamation law is. Right? It's legitimately really fucking hard to say. So I guess Ian has got a strong argument, I think, in saying that, listen, when I put this shit up, I said that I did not agree with it. And I expressly said that I just wanted Ethan to respond to it. I said it was a fucked up bad thing to say. But yeah, he disavowed the statement as soon as he put it up. Right? So there's a strong argument there. Is that a strong legal case? I wouldn't be able to say. I literally don't know.
I'm sorry that the stream is so short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but I will resume the regularly scheduled content on Thursday.
Hold on, we're still listening.
Again, I'm sorry it's so short, but we will be back.
I feel like if you see this video out of the context of all the insane shit that they've been saying and the communities they've been running and all this stuff, maybe you feel bad for him. But, you know, this is the result of something horrible, he said, of his own volition. And stood on, too, once pressed on it. So that's basically all it is, right? And also, again, this whole thing of like, I'm so worried about the commentators of Canada. It's not about fucking... It's not about criticism. It's about defamation. Right? So if you think that's like a critical comment, saying someone molested their children, I guess that you can argue that. But I don't think so. So that's it. And that's all I have to say about that.
Wait, hold on.
Also...
I left at the fucking worst time. Did this guy just say that Idubbz stood on it after he got a fucking lawsuit and he didn't back down? Idubbz gave a simpering fucking cucked out apology over this stuff and said that he wasn't going to do the scorched legume character anymore. He totally pussied out after the fact. What do you mean that he stood on it 10 toes down? No, he fucking didn't. This guy bitched out. That was his fucking time. If you want any criticism of Idubbz during any of this, here's your biggest fucking criticism of Idubbz, okay? When he got a lawsuit from Ethan Klein, he totally bitched out. He apologized. He said it was fucked up. He said that he was lacking empathy. And he said that he was going to deal with it with Ethan in private. And said, haha, we can have a boxing match, right, Ethan? Right, Ethan? Oh, buddy, old pal, we can have a boxing match, right? No. That was the fucking time to spell out the context. I actually go on the fucking attack. I said that I disavowed it when it fucking happened. I didn't do this as a serious, as some kind of like, serious comment. Anybody watching that stream cannot come away with it with the belief that I actually meant that. Or that I, supported that statement in any way. I explicitly disavowed it. That was your fucking time to start talking about freedom of speech. Not now. Not now. What the fuck are you doing? And even with the fucking stream that he did the other day, right? The one that lasted like 2 minutes or whatever the fuck. It's time to lay out your fucking case, buddy. That's your fucking moment. You're announcing that the lawsuit is actually happening. You've got everybody's eyes on you. And when you go and retweet the clip on Twitter, all you say is, oh, I big sued. I big sued. Hold on, we got that fucking tweet. Ian Jomar, where are you? Here we are. Yeah, there we are. 23 hours ago. When he retweets it, he just says, I big sued. Guys, I big sued. No, retard. That is your time. It is so hard to fucking defend this guy, because he didn't defend himself. I said this during the original content cop, right? He doesn't actually stand on business and actually argue his fucking point. So fucking annoying. But no, like, that's not true. To say that Idubbz stood on it 10 toes down, he didn't. Idubbz rarely stands on anything 10 toes down these days. He bitched out immediately, and he refused to lay out his case for why it was actually totally fine.
Oh, coming up, goofs and gaffs and laughs. We caught Guy Fieri swallowing.
No fucking way! Oh, Lizzie, thank God for you.
Finally,
I can't fucking believe it. Ethan is trying to say that Ian stood on this after he got called out for it. Holy shit, 4 weeks ago? Literally when his podcast crew go and upload the fucking segment talking about it, they title it Idubbz finally apologizes to Ethan. What do you mean he stood on those fucking comments? What do you mean he stood on those fucking comments? Have we got a little clip of this shit? Let's go to the beginning, okay? Let's go to a little bit. Let's get a little bit of a flavor of what Idubbz actually said at the time.
Dragon thing, because he'd get involved in the beef.
Didn't say 10 toes? Irrelevant.
He'd be silly, whatever. So all of a sudden, he stopped doing it. And by the way, Denny...
I mean, I'm not saying directly verbatim that Ethan misquoted Idubbz as saying 10 toes down, okay? If that helps.
Patrons, they're dropping. Okay, my Denny's patrons on the up. We be farting, stinking up that diner.
My opinion. Take it or leave it.
Really? Because you spent months and months directly interfacing and shouting out a vile, disgusting, degenerate snark, and all the same people on Twitter. Now suddenly...
To roll around in the pig shit a little bit more. And there's aspects of that I like, but it's not really like, it doesn't super align with my principles. I think one of the things that...
He's too principled, guys, to joke about a man molesting his children. He's only now had to change. I've only realized now, guys, that was wrong. Huh. I watched a lot of people...
Has he even said that? He hasn't said that.
He does. Yeah.
Well, he's dancing around it.
He gets there. But I feel like a lot of people reacted to this, and it's so funny because I'm the only one that has that additional context that makes this all make sense. And I'm going to give it to you guys after the clip. So stand back and stand by. And surprises throughout. So no skipping.
Woke me up a little bit
is like, okay, wait a minute. I need to take a step back. It's the Destiny thing about Ethan and his kids.
Yeah, Destiny.
That was one of those where I was like, oh man, I think I stepped too far out with this one, where it's like, we know the reason that I showed you guys the comment.
Dude, he says he steps too far. He's literally walking it back. He's literally walking it fucking back. 10 toes down, 10 toes back. He's running away from it.
Leaking sex tapes. That's just Steven's just being a silly guy.
If Ethan was suing Destiny instead, would that be more respectable? I would still disagree with the action, but it would be more consistent.
Yeah, Thing of the Five. I agree with that. It would probably be... I'd still condemn it nonetheless, despite my feelings about Destiny. Yeah. What do I think? What do I think? Would it be more respectable? I mean, yeah, he's taken on somebody who could probably fight him in court. Somebody with an audience that could swing back at him. Rather than kicking Idubbz while he's on the fucking ground. Like, totally wretchedly. Yeah, I probably agree with that.
Comment about Ethan and his kids.
Yes.
It's because it's like Destiny's he's a piece of shit, and he has bad intentions. But he's going easy on this guy. Not going easy on Denims, Frogan, Casey Tron, Noah.
By the way, their thesis.
What the hell is he even talking about?
It doesn't make.
Okay, nice. But yeah, so the idea that Ian was trying to stand on this stuff in any way, shape, or form, it's not. That's probably his biggest character flaw, actually. He doesn't stand on anything.
On video, folks.
I don't. Equally retarded. Yeah, but it's like, okay. So if somebody's going to go and do a random assault on somebody, just as an analogy, all right? And they pick the guy in the wheelchair versus the doorman, right? The security guard. Which of those is more respectable? Even though they're both bad, which is more respectable? Picking on the cripple or picking on the fucking, built like a fucking brick shit house security guy?
Folks. Sakuno's excited for that one.
Holy poop.
Okay, and then I guess he moves on to other stuff then. Nice. Is there anything else to say about that? Is there anything else to say about the Ethan stuff? Oh, hold on. Somebody linked me what Diorio said about the Idubbz lawsuit. Okay, let's go. Timestamp. What's Nicky D been saying about this shit? So he said that he didn't support it last time because he said it was like kicking a guy while he was down and it ruined the fun. Let's take a look at what he said this time around.
Like that. Trust your guts. Well, thank you, Noodle. It's hard, man. It's hard because they fucking...
And it's like, Ethan sent a cease and desist. Ian ceased. Is the transgression that he went on Noah Sampson's live stream? Is that it? Like, he supported Noah Sampson's live show? Isn't that the point of a cease and desist if they cease the activity? Has he been going public and like smearing the fuck out of Ethan and his family? Why even send a cease and desist if he's going to cease and you're going to just go after him anyway?
And, they chat shit all the time and it's like, oh.
Scare? Well, what's...
What do I think, actually? If 4 weeks ago, Ian decided that he wasn't going to shit talk Ethan at all, he was never going to talk about him again, would he still get the lawsuit? Honestly, I think probably not. I think probably not. If Ian said that he was never going to mention Ethan ever again, he probably could have avoided the lawsuit, actually.
What scares people more? A lawsuit getting filed.
How do I engage?
Did he say anything about Ethan in the live stream? Well, be careful with that, because I'm sure he mentioned Noah Sampson getting sued in the segment. I think we might have even watched it, I forgot. But is the issue that he spoke about Ethan at all? The cease is ever speaking about Ethan again? Because I certainly wouldn't support that. I don't think that Idubbz should be gag ordered of ever talking about Ethan in any capacity. Sure.
Wait, bro, isn't this exactly what happened to Casey Tron? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Yes, that is happening. That is happening to people. Ethan has directly fucking admitted that that's what happened with Casey Tron. Hold on, could we get the clip? Let's try and find this shit out. Give me a second. Give me just 2 seconds.
Casey
yeah, okay,
Tron,
here
of
we
course,
are.
feeling real. Casey Tron, of course, feeling real comfortable with herself after taking the fattest fucking L, groveling for forgiveness. That girl better be careful because she's flying a little too close to the sun. You know what I mean? She did sign a non-disparagement, right? And only through the grace of God, because I have the grace. I don't need the grace of God. I am the grace of God as far as Casey Tron is concerned.
Diorio disapproves of the gag on Casey too, if I recall correctly. Okay. I mean, that's fair enough. That's the good, correct take, I guess. It's just when he's bringing it up here, the idea that that's even consideration. Is the goal? Is the goal to get Idubbz to never speak about him again? Yes. Yes, that is the goal. That's the goal of, presumably, all of these lawsuits. Casey Tron wasn't even sued for defamation. She wasn't sued for the content of a speech. Arguably, Casey Tron was sued over not saying enough about Ethan, right? She was sued for copyright infringement. It's got nothing to do with any comments made about Ethan Klein. And yet, when she walks out the other side of the lawsuit, she's still, held under a non-disparagement agreement. That is the goal of these lawsuits.
Sure, if you went on there and started making comments about Ethan's family or something, that would be I would view that as grounds. I haven't read the cease and desist myself, but let's be careful there. I think a gag order of ever speaking about Ethan in any context ever is ridiculous.
Well, I have to be nasty back.
I think we can all agree that this is a good thing.
Wait, what? I haven't played Fortnite in a fucking while. I just see people complaining about the mobility in the game now. Infinite of those little shock bombs. That seems a little bit insane.
To do.
And to be fair, I don't know what the
What's even the point of running if you've got infinite shock grenades?
terms were that Ethan requested. So I guess that's something. I don't know what was. I don't know what he could have asked for. I'd be interested to see. I don't know if that'll ever become public. I mean, because I don't know what Ian has to take. Do you need an express written apology? Do you need X amount of revenue? X money? I don't know if they have money, so I don't know if you can have. What money was he asking for? What damages did he request?
He should have.
Okay, I didn't even know if Diorio speaks about the lawsuit there. I think that's just him watching a documentary and idly commented on it. I guess. Okay, fair enough. There we go. He's not really playing. It's just jangling keys. I mean that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah. Check out Cam Nuggets. What a disgrace. No, don't tell me. No, don't tell me. Okay, Smaggle here for the Diorio content. He watches it before. Really? Okay, nice.
Like that. Trust your gut.
Okay, let's go back then. Listen, Smaggle's orders. I've got to go back in the stream to be able to talk about it. Okay, let's go. He's talking about the quartering. He's watching Kino Casino. Here we are. Talks about the Idubbz lawsuit. Let's go.
And I'm making them as easy to edit as humanly Nick, possible. would you consider opioids?
No.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, that's.
Oh, you saw the bear. That's the direction. I think this is now.
Here we go.
Actually, there is kind of the new Idubbz drama that we can talk about. I don't know why I ordered it this way. But we have the Hotep tweet showing that Idubbz is now being sued by Ethan Klein. We're going to go over some brief, more recent Idubbz before we check out Nick Nobody's video. And obviously, I mean, you guys know my position on this. I think this is fucking stupid. I think this is just entirely spite-driven. And it doesn't really make any sense to me to do, but whatever. That's the direction he's going in. I give the disavowal or whatever that I told you I'd give if he did it.
I mean, could you not say the same for all of the lawsuits? Let's be real. You can say the same for all of the lawsuits. Spite-driven. He's not concerned about the actual claim itself. Totally fucking pointless. Literally, the only purpose of any of the copyright lawsuits are to, have some kind of, chilling effect on speech. Or to get people under a gag order so they can't talk about Ethan again. And they're all spite-driven. But okay. You can literally say the same about any of them.
It is if
he fired this up, was it today? I think it was before we went live.
Official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein in the courts of Calgary, Alberta.
This is like the Canadian lawsuit we've heard so much about.
For defamation. I do plan on fighting against this, but for now it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys.
Bro, what the fuck did I do to get limited ads on this? I have limited ads right now on my stream. So yeah, he's confirming that Ethan did file the lawsuit.
Hands of the courts and our attorneys. I will say...
And by the way, this is the comment related to Ethan's kids that was embedded into the stream, like the Destiny quote.
That it worries me what it means for the commentary community, and especially the Canadian commentary community.
Is there a high Canadian commentary community that exists right now? Again, I see what he's saying here, but we've kind of like, this has kind of been the reality, right? We're in the middle of that. Doesn't mean that I think it's great. Doesn't mean that I think it's like a good thing that's occurring. But like to act like this is like the first of many or whatever. We're like, this is the many of many. We're in the many times.
I don't even know how to interpret that statement. Legit don't even know how to interpret that statement. I mean, Durius had the argument that it's not going to have like a precedent-setting effect, any of these lawsuits. This is just how the fucking the way of the world. And now he's saying that yes, it will have a precedent-setting effect. You do need to be concerned, or you're apt to be concerned about the commentary community in Canada. But this is the many of many. This is not the first time a lawsuit like this has happened. Okay, I thought the Duria was denying that there was like a big like precedent-setting effect of these lawsuits.
But this is...
Like, do you think that if Idubbz went forward with her lawsuit on Ethan, they'd be like, this is a bad moment for commentary on YouTube right now? I forgot, was hers defamation or was hers copyright? That was so long ago. Like, if Hassan Piker...
Okay, what? Come on, we know exactly what happened to these fucking lawsuits.
If you give a mouse a cookie ass situation.
Thank you very much, Guna. Very fucking true, actually. Give it an inch, take a mile, yeah. What are we talking about? We don't even know what Idubbz was sued over. You went over it just the other day. You know what Idubbz was sued over. I don't even get the point of that.
Sued Pegasus, like he's been fucking angling on YouTube to do. Where they'd be like, this is a precedent-setting lawsuit. We're kind of just in that. The precedent's been set. Lawsuits are happening.
Commentary community, and especially the...
I mean, is this like the slow boil effect, where people are just like used to the shit at this point? You can say that there is a precedent being set, absolutely, but it's a bad precedent. Okay. It feels gay to make the fucking analogy, all right? But stuff like this is very, very similar to like international law when you talk about that, right? Or an international rules-based order. An international rules-based order exists so long as there are people, actors on the world stage that believe that an international rules-based order exists, right? It exists because people believe in it and will reinforce it. And the exact same thing happens here, right? The precedent against lawsuits only exists because people believe there is a precedent against these lawsuits. As soon as you abandon it and take the fucking black pill and say, well, precedent doesn't exist anymore, especially if you're a creator of Diorio's size, then yeah, well done, the precedent doesn't exist anymore. You're right? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because the only thing that ever held the precedent together was some kind of social backlash. Some kind of social consequence for doing these actions. Other creators shit-talking them, you know, doing a round on their heckin' mental because they've got to deal with nasty tweets directed their way. Or, you know, in more kind of material, in more material terms, people cutting ties, no longer want to associate with them. Right? There's several prongs to this stuff, but at the end of the day, it is all socially reinforced. But that's how the precedent has always existed.
The Canadian...
Yeah, no, this is too far for me. But if I didn't like the Noah Samson one, I was never going to like...
Wait, no, obviously I didn't mean, like, legal precedent. Obviously doesn't mean legal precedent.
Like this one.
Commentary community.
You could make the argument that Noah reached like was it like 500,000 viewers or something, like a shitload of people. Idubbz is a pathetic basement dwelling troll with an audience of exclusively hate watchers, and his shit's not popping off on any social media site. The amount of damages that could have possibly been done here, it's entirely based upon like the personal gripe, in my opinion. I don't think there's a...
Oh, fuck. Oh, did I fuck that up? He means when Denims threatened to sue Ethan. Yeah, that was over defamation. Okay, so about something after Ethan started breaking the precedent.
Any damages.
But this is about all I can...
Well, it's like, dude, I don't even get... Dude, the way that this is being assessed is just so blind to what's actually going on there, right? It's like saying you're like one of Pablo Escobar's best buddies, right? You've been supporting, cheering on Pablo Escobar for years. And now, as soon as people want to complain about the precedent that everybody is addicted to drugs, you're going to say, listen, okay, the seal's been breached. Everybody's taking drugs now. That's what we do. I don't like it. Listen, I don't like the precedent that everybody is taking drugs, but that's just what they're doing. Dude, you're Pablo Escobar's best mates. He's the one that broke the precedent. You're complaining about an effect, and he is the driver. He is the changer. He's the guy who's driven the effect, right?
Say, at least for now.
Yeah, it's all
He's the
snarkers,
cause.
hate watchers. His money is dwindling. He lives in a fucking Canadian tundra.
I'm sorry that this...
I just don't see it as necessary, and you're not gonna sway me on that one.
Stream is so short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but I will resume the regularly scheduled content on Thursday. Again.
And that's basically what Ethan said. My perspective is you won the court of public opinion dramatically over the course of like a year and a half. I don't see what winning the court actually provides you with, other than just like twisting the knife even further.
And I'm sorry it's so short, but we will be back. And I appreciate you being here for this important announcement.
But the thing is, precedent has been around even before the Ethan suits, at least IMO. Look at Carl Jobs versus Billy Mitchell. Not true. That's not true. And there's a little bit of rewriting of history that happened there. Billy Mitchell was historically hated, okay? And a big reason why he was hated, yeah, sure, cheating in video games, being a fucking asshole, nobody gave a fuck about that, okay? The real thing that made Billy Mitchell so fucking hated was the lawsuits, right? He was litigious. That's why people hated Billy Mitchell back in the fucking day. It wasn't actually, like, you can say that the cause, right? The ethos, the banner under which people charged, that was the cheating in video games. But the main motivation underlying that was the litigious nature of Billy Mitchell. Now, I don't know, for Billy Mitchell, me, personally, he's not a YouTuber. He's not in the fucking game. He's not in the ecosystem. He's some random guy that doesn't have sway on the platform, or doesn't have large public sway anyway. Does he have a fucking audience? No, obviously fucking not, right? And so people are making comments about him publicly online who do have audiences. He feels as though those are defamatory. I don't know. I don't know if you can condemn Billy Mitchell for filing those lawsuits quite as readily, right? So, A, Billy Mitchell was in fact hated for that, and B, no, it's like completely different situation, right? The precedent doesn't really take effect there. Billy Mitchell's not a creator.
And it's like beating a dead corpse. To me, it's like pissing on a skeleton.
Have a good day, everyone.
So yeah, that is the Idubbz lawsuit thing. That's the big news. That's there. This is very this should not be like a nuclear take to you. I'm sure the same people who were mad at me last time are gonna still be mad at me this time. But yeah, it doesn't really matter to me. That's just my take. So we can agree to disagree or not. I don't really care. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it? Really? That's it? I mean, again, I think I said this the last time that I was talking about the Idubbz stuff, right? Directionally, to lend a phrase from Brianna Wu, all right? Directionally, I agree with the take. But, have we not got a little bit more fire for that shit? Really? We haven't got any more fire for it? Okay. I mean, Diorio did fight with his audience at, like, a fuck ton the first time that he gave this take. And so, a little bit of understandable, like, concern there, maybe, that he's being pushed by his fucking audience. to fully support Ethan. Personally, I would say that those people, you don't even want in your fucking audience. And so, burn them off. Cast them out into the fucking outer darkness. Why are you concerned about losing that fucking audience? You shouldn't be, right? Those people should be gone. Those people should be gone. They can go and watch Touring Israel, or whoever else they watch, when Diori and Ethan Klein aren't live. I don't know. I'm sure the IDF puts out some banger tweets to keep them entertained. That's the shit they should be fucking watching in the meantime. You know? Okay. Yeah. There we are. Dude, what the fuck is this? What are people putting in my fucking inbox? I didn't know you were an Instagram gift dickers. Which one are you talking about? Oh, the Instagram gif. Seth Rogen. This is Seth Rogen, right? Okay. Okay, listen. Right, I've got a little bit of timber. I'm nowhere near Seth Rogen levels. I can't do it. I can't do it without sounding like fucking Freddy Fazbear. Okay, I can't do it. Literally can't do it. Alright, nice. We can move on to other stuff. Dioria was constantly making fun of audience capture and bread taste drama, and now he's stuck in the same predicament, Lamau. I mean, you can even point to Chud, right? He mocked Chud for being like a chat slave, and he just seemed largely concerned about what his audience is going to say about it. You know? There we go. Okay. Nice! Let's go on to other stuff. Alright. Because that was awful. Okay. We'll do some other stuff. You know what? Fuck it. We've gone over Ethan Klein stuff. Big downer. Big downer. Big downer. Not a lot to be said than there's already been said. No, wait. Why am I going into the next segment with that as the fucking lead-in? Okay, we're fine saying a lot of stuff that has already been said. So, with no further ado, let's have a little gander at some of the brand new LEGO drama. Alright, I've had this Leonard French guy constantly recommended to me. Apparently he does really good coverage of the LEGO stuff. So, let's go and have a gander, alright? Because he made a video that's been recommended to me about Ben being served with his TRO.
There is a finished video sitting on Ben Schneider's hard drive right now.
Oh, town hall time? Let's go. I saw a couple clips of the town hall on Twitter. Is that good content? Feel free to send me over some clips if it is. Literally, I took a look at a couple of the clips, and it was just some, I don't know, some internet gremlin who clearly doesn't do very well in social situations, walking up to the microphone and going, hello, sir? I'm very concerned about the actions of the police department. They seem to be in the pocket of Big Wiggle, and they are crushing Reckless Ben as he is trying to help an old man get his Wiggle collection back. If you could please take time to tell off the police, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Like, what am I supposed to say about that? Am I supposed to mock the random fucking autist? The internet gremlin who's called out his fucking mum's basement for the first time in years? No, okay. I don't know if that's necessarily fucking content, alright? But if there's any interest in funny clips, feel free to send them in. I'd appreciate if it didn't dox me like that. Yeah, sorry, Smaggle. I mean, you did say to me privately in DMs you were going to that town hall. I'm sorry for outing you, mate.
Now that he is not allowed to publish. He made it. It's done. And a court has told him that if he posts it, he goes to jail, loses a $300,000 lawsuit, and the money he raised for the Mansell family goes to a company he is no longer permitted to name.
Yeah, okay. So I've said on this stuff pretty consistently since I heard that Ben got the TRO, right? I do sympathize with the guy. I mean, they're not creators, and so different calculations apply, but still, I'm sympathetic to Ben for getting a fucking TRO over his LEGO coverage.
At least according to Ben. That's where things stand this week. Ben told his audience it's the end of the road. Looks like this might be it. It's the opposite. The thing that happened to him this week is the door opening, not closing. The development is service. Ben says the company sent the court papers to his email, and a judge-approved email as a valid way to serve him. He frames that as a trick. It isn't one. Normally, you serve someone by handing them the papers, physically. but a defendant who can't be handed the papers, say, because he's left the country, doesn't get to run out the clock forever. The plaintiff asks...
Okay. Leonard French. Maybe I was too harsh on you. Alright, because Legal, my Lord Tube King, okay, my one true god, he shouted out Leonard French, and I've heard good things about it from other people. But then also I watched the Scott Schaefer video, where Leonard French was getting things, like, obviously fucking wrong. So, you know, mixed things on both sides. We'll see. This seems to be a good video so far, though.
Asks the court for permission to serve another way. One the court is satisfied will actually reach him. Courts approve email all the time for exactly this kind of situation. And Ben has already told us weeks ago where he was, Mexico. The slow part of this machine was always going to be service, and this week it caught up.
The entire thing from Ben, which does strain your sympathy. I think for any reasonable person looking at it somewhat impartially. He's complaining about a corrupt system taking him to court and ruining his life over Lego theft, exposing Lego theft. I mean, this guy is taking the worst position, or the worst possible option, at literally every fucking turn. No? Yeah, I'm fighting the corrupt justice system at this point, the corrupt police department, the corrupt courts, and that's why I'm publicly admitting that I'm fleeing to Mexico. I'm sure this won't come back to bite me, will it? No, surely not.
There are 2 points to make. One, the order restraining Ben, no naming the company, no reposting his videos, was entered ex parte, from one side. The court signed it after hearing the company and only the company. Ben's side was never in the room. And 2, Ben's central complaint is about what the company told the court in that room. He says they told the court he was making bomb threats, that he was planning to murder the manager and the employees. He says he did none of that. And...
Okay, that is pretty fucking interesting. That is very, very interesting. I'm dubious. Some of these claims I do find to be pretty fucking dubious when they come from Ben, because he's not a reliable narrator, right? He lies, he flubs, occasionally gets details wrong, but in any case, he fucks a lot of shit up. When Ben says that Bricks and Minifigs says that, oh, I threatened to murder people, I threatened to blow shit up, I made bomb threats. He said that before, and he said that after a complaint has been made to the police about random people coming into the store, or Ben sending people in to make bomb threats or to make threats of other kinds, right? Now, I could 100% believe, after watching his coverage, people have taken it upon themselves to go in there and make some kind of threats against Bricks and Minifigs. I completely fucking believe that. And given all of the crazy fucking shit that Ben has done, I could also believe that Bricks and Minifigs reasonably, or at least honestly believe, that he's had a part in that, right? He's sending people in there to, like, fake being fucking delivery drivers. He's sending people to Josh's house, pretending to deliver a box full of fucking rubber ducks. He's sending people over to his house, pretending to be Mormons, to be able to get them to sign fake gay legal paperwork.
Today, Dickers. And bro, just say you hate Ben already. That you're a top bootlicker who hates all old people and Legos.
Thank you, Willis Me, for the 5. Okay, where do I need to look? Where do I need to look? Into the camera? Okay. I hate Ben. I'm a corpo bootlicker. I hate all old people and Legos. Yeah? Okay, thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. Alright. But no, anyway. But reasonably, I can understand why Bricks and Minifigs might think that Ben is sending people in there to be able to fuck with them. Right? 100% I can understand why they think that. But Ben twists that, and he claims that they are saying that he personally has made those threats. That's not what they're claiming, right? So, I don't know. It's hard to make heads or tails of a lot of this stuff because of how Ben lies.
That the footage will show that he did none of that.
Dickers, you forgot to say you love cops and Mormons. Oh, that's going to be an extra $5, I'm afraid. Will? There we go.
And he says the court never heard him say so. Those 2 points don't add up to an ending. An ex parte order is a snapshot the court takes in an emergency before the other side arrives.
Wait. So ex parte agreement, that's going to be people who aren't actually, they don't have a standing, or they don't have a direct claim within the lawsuit, right? So if I, for example, sued Nate for I don't know, defamation or, something else. He called me a pedophile or said that I'm retarded, okay? And I decided to sue Nate. And then Babka jumps in to my lawsuit, an ex parte, somebody who's not a party to the case, to be able to also make a claim, right? So I'm guessing, is this going to be the criminal investigation about criminal stalking, where Josh is the victim and Ben is the alleged criminal, and then Bricks and Minifigs have jumped into that to do a restraining order, possibly? Dude, I wish there was, more clear details about this stuff, but again, Ben fucks up all the coverage.
It cannot be the last word. If it were, every fight would go to whoever reached the courthouse first with the scariest story. So, the order carries a second step inside it. A hearing. A date when the restrained party walks in and the court does the whole thing over again, this time with both sides present. And you have to be served for that hearing clock to start. As long as he was unserved and unreachable, the one-sided order just sat there, untouched.
Yo, Nate!
Terrible hair today, Dickers. Bro,
Thank you.
say you will donate all past, present and future proceeds from this and any future channels to this Nate that you are suing.
Okay, thank you very much for the 10, Nate. I hugely appreciate it.
And untested while he was out of the country. Service is what pulls the company out of the room where it was talking to the judge alone. The day Ben is served is the day he gets a date to talk back. Both.
Oh, fuck. I completely forgot this aspect to it as well. Yeah, it's going to be a TRO, and then there's going to be some kind of, court hearing, where the court hears both sides.
Things are true.
Oh, fuck. Have I fucked that up? Okay, maybe I need to go and have a little bit of a Google. No. Ex parte means that Ben wasn't president. Well, no, that Ben wasn't present. Not that somebody else joined in. Okay.
Ben is right that the order has teeth now. Before, it was a paper point.
Okay. I'm just going to Google this stuff to be able to make sure that I'm not talking out my fucking arse anymore. Okay, nice. So, ex parte is a Latin legal word, or legal term, meaning from one party. It refers to legal proceedings, hearings, or applications brought before a judge by only one party, without the other side being present or receiving advance notice. Okay, yeah. No, wait, Goon is correct. Nice. You studied Latin, surely? No. Only people who got fucked up the arse when they walked into the school gates studied Latin. I did not study Latin.
At the man the court couldn't reach. Now he's finally bound by it.
Steven's just being a silly guy.
Wait, what do I need to say?
Say it, silly ginger man.
Dude, why did the TTS go so fucking aggressive? I love cops and Mormons. Yeah? Okay, nice. Cut that shit up. Use it for whatever purpose you want.
If he posts that third episode in open defiance, contempt is a real threat, and he should treat the order as live while it's in force. That fear is sound. He's wrong that it's the end of his voice. The bomb threats, the murder plot, those aren't findings. Those are one-sided things said to a judge who hasn't heard anyone else. The hearing is where claims like that meet the footage, the evidence, and the testimony. An order won on overstated threats gets weaker.
Oh, fuck. Okay, so I'm looking into it now. What I was talking about was not an ex parte claim. That doesn't make sense. That's not a thing. What I was talking about is a subrogated claim, where somebody who's not a party to the proceedings comes in to start making motions, and the court has to accept that. Okay, it's a subrogated claim. Nice.
When the other side finally shows up. Not stronger. The thing Ben is holding up as proof he's been silenced is also the reason he's about to be heard. And when we get there, watch which part of that order is shakiest. The part about stay away, don't threaten, don't impersonate, courts hand those out every day. But the part ordering him to take down videos he already made before any trial has found a word in them false, that's a prior restraint and about the most disfavored thing an American court can do to speech. A finished piece of report.
Whoa. Did I say Latin? I believe you don't speak Latin. Retard. Thank you for the 2, Nate. Thank you for the 20, Nate. I hugely appreciate it. Thank you very much. Wait, Ben has been told to take down previous statements made? Really? I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. That's part 1, right? Then part 2, I got arrested because of Lego. And then he hasn't released part 3. I don't think he has had to like take anything down, right? Oh, wait. Has he released part 3 on Patreon? And then he's planning to release it on YouTube? Is that specifically what's been addressed there? All right, let me go back and hear that again.
The part about stay away, don't threaten, don't impersonate, courts hand those out every day. But the part ordering him to take down videos he already made before any trial has found a word in them false, that's a prior restraint and about the most disfavored thing an American court can do to speech. A finished piece of reporting a court won't let a journalist publish is the textbook case for why. Not because the journalist is likable, but because the remedy for speech you call false is a lawsuit after it runs, not a gag before. I don't expect that gag order to survive contact with the defending party. So, Ben...
I mean, it seems like the complaints that they're making are towards harassment, right? It doesn't seem like the claims they're making are even that any of the information in there are false, because they couldn't make that argument. They haven't seen it yet, right? I don't know. It depends what exactly they're complaining about.
Ben has been served. He's bound, the risks are real, and served in this case is also partly silenced, at least.
Oh, in the very stream they read the TRO. Wait, Ben did a stream reading the TRO. Why? Literally, why? Why would you fucking do that? Oh, he has taken down a couple streams. Hold on.
Okay, are we streaming now? I think we might be streaming. You want to double check that, Victor?
Yeah, I got you. Well, for right now, while...
Dude, that's fucked up. Hopefully somebody's put something on the Internet Archive. Because there are a couple streams that I've watched and are useful assets for me, okay? That have been fucking taken down now. Do I have to contact Bricks and Minifigs to be able to get a copy of that? That's so fucked up. Wait, Reckless Ben. He does have a second channel, you're right. Ben Schneider. Let's go. Yeah? Okay, Ben Schneider. No, he's got videos. He's not got live streams on there anymore. Dude, that's actually fucked up. Okay, he's had to take that shit down? Hopefully it's just privated and not deleted.
For now. Service started the clock on the hearing where a one-sided order gets reconsidered, where the threat element...
Wait, I downloaded it so I can AOL? Okay, nice. Dickus TV on Discord, okay? I hugely appreciate if you send me that over.
Allegations he calls false get put in front of the judge, and where the takedown order, the shakiest piece of all of it, finally gets argued by both sides instead of just one. This isn't the week his voice ended. It's the week the other side has to stop talking to the judge.
Nate, you're incorrect about that, okay? You're incorrect about that. These guys are civil rights and defense lawyers. They're predisposed to siding with Ben. Also, I told you to archive these. I don't remember you telling me that, okay? But I probably should have. I don't think that's true. I think that Leonard French is he specializes in copyright, I think. I don't think that he's a civil rights lawyer. I'm Leonard French, a lawyer who codes and a programmer who reads case law. Lawful Masses is where I dig into the interesting stuff happening at the intersection of law and technology, copyright battles, tech policy, internet law, and the occasional rabbit hole I can't resist sharing. I genuinely enjoy hearing from you, so leave a comment or question, and I'll do my best to get back to you. Okay, that didn't really answer it. I think I've heard him say in other places that he does copyright predominantly.
Alone. I'm patiently waiting for that hearing. Until then, I wish you well, and I love you all. And I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
Okay. You know what? I had a bad impression about the fucking Leonard French guy, but I'm willing to admit I was possibly wrong, and Scott Schaefer possibly led me astray. Huh. Okay. You know what? Do we go and do it? Actually, no. Fuck it. I'm not going to consider it. You guys, alright? It is now the dono goal for this stream. If we hit it, we'll go and watch Leonard French's video about the police misconduct. We'll see, okay? Legal Eagle hired some random Mexican guy to fill in to be able to argue the criminal law stuff about the police for him. Maybe Leonard French is the guy to finally take him down. Or the police department, rather. Scott Schaefer's retarded, of course. I like Scott Schaefer, alright? I like Scott Schaefer. He doesn't go about things the best way all the time. But he's not always retarded about it. Also, I'm pretty sure that Scott Schaefer says that he thinks that the police are corrupt, so he's predisposed to actually agree with them. Yeah? Anyway, okay. So that's it. We are $50 away from Streamly goal. Halfway there. We're halfway there. So I'll do a shill now, actually, before we get into the Coffeezilla video. But we've got 100 people watching over on YouTube, and I think 30 people watching over on Kick. So people on YouTube, I would hugely appreciate it if you guys would like the stream real quick. Okay? Right now, with the ratios, we've got over 60 people who are sitting there with an unliked stream in front of them. So I'd hugely appreciate it if you click the like button on your mobile or desktop device. Takes 2 seconds, costs nothing, helps us out an awful lot. Also, you can take your support one step further if you want. You can send a super chat, a super sticker. On YouTube, you can buy and gift a membership, and over on Kick, you can buy and gift a sub. Hugely appreciate all the support that I get. Wouldn't be able to do it without your generous support. Thank you very much. I hugely appreciate it. Thank you. Wait, really? If French is the goal, can I charge back the mistaken 20? It was meant to be 2. Okay. We'll try and figure something out. If you want to contact YouTube for it, Nate. Okay, whoops. Anyway, without further ado, I was waiting for Coffeezilla to release a video. Sorry. I was waiting for 2 men to release a video about about Reckless Ben and the situation they're in. Okay? I was looking for Legal Eagle to cover it. First time he did it, talking about the civil dispute, that was pretty fucking good. But then when he starts talking about criminal law, or he gets somebody else to fill in for him and talk about criminal law, it was total fucking dog shit. Okay? Incredibly disappointing. I've done a lot of complaining about LawTube in general. About some people in particular. Let me run through my complaints again, okay? People who don't work in that aspect of law. People who don't even try and quote the law to you. Or don't work in the state where it's relevant. And finally, people who buy narratives that are popular online with absolutely no critical thinking whatsoever. So unfortunately, the LawTubers, they are gone, okay? We've forsaken them. We're no longer listening to LawTubers. LawTubers are gay and retarded. But there remains one man that I trust who seems pretty critical about what's happened here. Coffeezilla. Released this video 3 hours ago. Let's have a gander.
A $200,000 Lego collection went missing, causing a lot of you to ask me to find it. And after seeing the cops point guns at YouTubers, people get arrested and sued for $1.3 million, I decided enough was enough. This looks like a case for the internet detective, this time in the $10 million Lego studio. So I talked to every suspect involved. What I found shocked me.
Wait, is this intro new? I haven't seen this before. Fuck, people are gonna call it, like, gay. People are gonna call it overproduced and gay. I actually fucking like it. It doesn't have to include the robot, though, man. You should ditch the fucking robot.
Okay, before we can find these missing Legos, let's give some background. A massive Star Wars collection was put on consignment at a Lego store called Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon. Consignment just means the owner, Brian Mansell, gave it to a store to sell, and he was supposed to get a cut when it sold. The entire time, he maintained ownership of the collection, and a social media post estimated it to be worth about $200,000. But then, on November 14th, 2024, everything went wrong. This was the night that
Dickers does not like the black robot, kind of racist. Wait, the robot is supposed to be black. Wait, how can you tell? I'm not even going to ask that. I'm not even going to ask that. Forget I asked that question.
Crystal and Ben Gorman, the prior franchise owners of the Salem store, got kicked out by this guy. That is Brandon Best. He and his partner, Josh Johnson, ran a sister store in Eugene, Oregon. And Brandon drove up that night to kick the Gormans out. Brandon and Josh
Shut the fuck up. You're taking the piss. It's not voiced by Technicals at all. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. That's not true.
Would be taking over the franchise in Salem. And this is the exact moment the Legos go missing. As that store is getting handed over, the question is Brian's collection in it? Here's what the official Bricks and Minifigs press release reads. Quote, after taking over the store, we discovered a small number of sets valued between $2,000 to $5,000 that could be possibly related to Mr. Mansell's collection. But there's a problem here. There should be over 10 times that amount in this store, given their internal records and what we know the estimated value of this collection was. So if corporate's saying there was only $2,000 to $5,000 in the store, something happened to these Legos. But what? In order to solve this case, let's think about the suspects. First.
Okay, so I don't know if I necessarily stand behind their accountant of exactly what they owe. They are in a civil dispute right now, and so they've got all the incentive in the world to lie about it. But at some point, there was a shit ton of Legos that they had, right? Initially advertised as over 200,000, although I think even that's questionable. But by the time that they've sold a lot of the stock that they had initially, I think that reduces. And I think what has been said is that I've heard the number 50,000 being floated about for what they should have currently, but I don't know if that takes into account all of the thefts that happened, right? So I think Crystal or Chrissy or whatever the fuck her name was, the original store owner, she apparently reported a lot of thefts that happened, and so she had to take the stock off-site. Apparently, she also kept some of that stock and forgot about it and had to give it back later on. So I don't even know all of these numbers that people throw out. I literally have got no fucking idea what they mean because there's so many provisos you need to add on top of it.
Who was there that night?
Wait, okay. I've sent you proof in DMs. Get your back blown out. No, shut the fuck up. I don't believe this is true. Yes, I voiced the Coffeezilla robot. Now stop DMing me. I thought what you were going to send me in DMs was going to be like what Just a Robot when he did the black scent that one time. Wait, what did he call it? What was his character called? Was it called Just a Black? I'm pretty sure that it was, right? I'm pretty sure that it was. Can I get a clip of the Coffeezilla robot real quick? Because I need to hear it now. I need to hear it, I think.
Night of the handover. It's only 3 people. Crystal and Ben Gorman, the former franchise.
Dude, how crazy is that? Technicals is the worst part of the Just a Robot show.
Franchise owners, and Brandon Best, one of the new owners. These are our 3
the Coffeezilla
biggest
show
suspects, but they aren't the only ones. I want to address a few other suspects at the very start here. First of all, maybe this is just all the result of, plain old thieves breaking in. What about that possibility?
Hi, I am Chris.
Wait, okay, let's listen to it then. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
The biggest creators in the world are at the center of a scam and...
There's no way you look that cool.
Tell me more.
All right, well, this is for sure a lie. There's no way you look that cool.
Okay, maybe I exaggerated the setting a bit, but I did get a call.
Can I hear it? Can I hear it? Can I hear that that's Tentacles?
Right. Well, this is for sure a lie.
No, I can actually.
There's no way you look that cool.
I can hear it, actually. Dude, what a goofy fucking voice, man. You can just imagine the way that he's scrunching up his face to be able to do that voice.
There's no way you look that cool. There's no way you look that cool.
Dude. Do you ever think that when you hear a fucking voice actor and you know who they are doing a stupid fucking voice? Yeah, anyway. Okay, nice. Let's look back in.
Was the previous franchise owner who signed the collection agreement with Brian Mansell.
And I'm Benjamin Gorman. I am the silent partner who's really bad at being silent.
We did have a couple of break-ins at the store. None of Brian's collections were in the police report or stolen during those.
Okay, so the Gormans say emphatically it wasn't thieves.
Wait, hold on. What did they just
was
say?
The previous franchise owner who signed the collection agreement with Brian Mansell.
And I'm Benjamin Gorman. I am...
None of Brian's collections were in the police report or stolen during those.
Okay, so the Gormans say emphatically it...
Okay, they weren't in the police report or stolen during those break-ins. Okay.
Wasn't thieves, but if that's the case, what about the guy who was arrested I mentioned at the beginning of this video?
Now, the problem with that is that A, Crystal is a fucking moron. B, Crystal may actually have liability in all of this as the original person who signed that consignment contract. And then C, she stands to benefit from pushing this narrative as hard as possible against the fucking store, okay? Listen, I'm not biased for or against anybody here, all right? I'm literally just laying out the fucking incentives that exist. So she does have an incentive to be able to point the finger a little harder. A legal incentive and, you know, a fundraising incentive. Because she gets more money off the fucking fundraiser if she can paint the narrative that these people are fucking evil, you know?
Yo, Reckless Ben. This is the YouTuber who started it all. With a documentary, I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. Maybe it's the perfect crime. Make a video tracking yourself. Now, for our theory, it's worth noting Ben is currently facing a RICO lawsuit by Bricks and Minifigs. He was even targeted with a search warrant for stolen Legos.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
The owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos.
And on top of that, Reckless Ben was even accused of stealing the Legos by the current franchise owner.
I stole the Legos?
What do you think of the theory that it was Reckless Ben? He stole the Legos.
It's absurd. We didn't even know Reckless Ben. He had no interaction, no relation to us, no relation to the store. That doesn't hold any water.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, bro. That's not a serious theory being bandied about, is it?
I'm going to be honest. Apologies to the genius cops in Utah who play different.
We play differently here.
But I don't believe that Reckless Ben stole the Lego, mostly because he couldn't. He just wasn't there that night, and I don't even think he knew about these Legos. But who does Ben suspect is holding the Legos since he did this whole documentary series?
The guy who runs the entire company, Ammon McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
That's a lie. You did.
The cops believed he stole them, to be fair. I don't even know if the cops specifically alleged that Ben stole those particular Legos. Yeah.
Take the Legos.
No. So we have, our attorneys have visited, like, again, so who's
Brian Mansell.
Okay, and who is that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Nope. Never happened.
My name is Ammon McNeff. I am the CEO of the Bricks and Minifigs brand.
So my name's... Oh, me. It's just like bad decisions all around. Ben, totally legally retarded, right? Films himself talking about these legal loopholes, arguably films his fucking crimes, lies about it at the same time, makes himself totally uncredible. And after all of it, he pulls a fucking Walter White and flees to Mexico to be able to escape the law. Eamon McNeff, A, talks to a fucking YouTuber about this shit when he says that he's got no fucking idea because he works at corporate. And the most important mistake made by Eamon McNeff in all of this, keeping the stupid fucking twirly villain mustache. Literally, what are you doing? Shave it off, bro. Please, shave it off. The best thing he could have done in this entire story.
Is Ammon McNeff. I am the CEO of the Bricks and Minifigs brand.
You look like a fucking cartoon villain, dude. You look like Dan Dastardly.
So my name...
Dastardly Dan? Fuck
is
it.
Matt McNeff. I'm the COO of Bricks and Minifigs.
The people you just saw are the McNeff brothers. They agreed to speak with me to try to clear their name. I asked them, do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. We've never had access to them.
It seems to kind of go missing. Parts of it seem to go missing on November 14th.
Well, and I guess no, not at all. I'm gonna say, like that is not accurate at all.
Dude, it's so fucking easy. Literally, he doesn't even have to cut the entire mustache. Super simple. Shink, shink. Trim off the fucking ends. Stick them on his eyebrows. He solves two problems. Literally 2 birds with 1 stone, dude.
Because... So you think that the collection was in the store at the time or elsewhere?
Elsewhere. When you look at Mansell's own words that he reiterated to a podcast last year, he explicitly stated to another podcaster, the sets were moved off-site for security.
The collection will not be stored on-site after hours for security reasons, and after Sunday, the sets will be available for purchase but stored elsewhere.
Now, one thing that's been a big subject of the Bricks and Minifigs kind of story is, hey, there are these off-site locations. Can you address what that is? Is that true?
So the off-site location in the letter that that corporate is referring to is the original press release that we released when we were launching the collection. In that press release, because we had previous break-ins, I specifically included the location that after this weekend, those Legos would be stored off-site to deter any future thefts. They were briefly stored off-site after that launch weekend while I bought safes for the back room, and then they were...
We're talking around this stuff an awful lot. We are talking around this stuff an awful lot. What about the Boba Fett that you shoved up your fucking ass and smuggled home with you?
Moved back into the store.
Okay, so for most of the time, the sets were in the store.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Huh?
This process is called reconciliation, Dickens. Jays.
Okay, thank you. Wait, what process? Thank you for the 2.
After y'all got the safes in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ammon McNeff suspects that a lot of the Legos weren't there that night. And then on the other hand, we just heard from Crystal and Ben Gorman explaining the off-site story, saying that later they no longer used those off-site locations. But what do we really know about the Gormans? They are the former franchise owners after all. I mean, shouldn't we be suspicious of everyone? They're one of our key suspects. They were there the night we lost Brian's collection. They were the creators of the consignment deal after all. And one group in particular is pointing their finger at them very hard. It's the McNeffs, who say they were behind on payments.
We started getting calls from the landlord letting us know that Crystal was behind on the lease payments at the location. We had also gotten a couple of notices from some of our vendor partners that bills had not been paid by the store. And so we felt pretty strongly that there was going to be a risk of her just, like attempting to file bankruptcy, doing some of these other types of things, which we've had franchisees do in the past, and that's problematic. So that's why we sent him up there to take some video footage. So we needed to just be prepared if we needed to do a hostile takeover, which, can happen in franchising where a franchise owner just, kind of tries to steal inventory and do some different things that way.
Okay, so Bricks and Minifig's story is that they were worried about the Gormans skipping town, so they sent Brandon Best as a secret shopper on October 24th, 2024. This is weeks before the takeover. Brandon takes a video of the store condition in preparation for this handover, but at this point, Brandon does not announce himself to Crystal Gorman. Later, though, on November 14th, once again, the same concern about the Gormans stealing or theft was expressed by the McNeffs.
Brandon was trying to make sure that they weren't taking things from the store, and so he was kind of trying to make sure that he wasn't putting things, like hiding things in the back, and that and while he was watching that, trying to make sure Ben wasn't grabbing stuff from the store and moving it or doing anything along those lines, because he just got a weird feeling about the whole transition.
She took at least one, if not more than one, cartfuls of things out to her car with her coat draped over it.
So yeah, the McNeffs say, look, they don't trust the Gormans, and they explained it, even further. They said,
okay, so her coat was draped over it. Okay. The butt smuggling theory. Okay, that's not even been alleged by the CEO. I will drop that. I am nothing but fair.
Hey, there's some issues in her past.
She apparently has a retail theft and other criminal arrests on her record that we were not aware of.
When was that?
I don't know. This has been brought out by several people online now.
Now look, that's a huge accusation to bring up, and so obviously I wanted to talk to the Gormans about it.
They're like, she has a history of some type of burglary, theft.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, that's what they're
saying.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nope.
Well, yes.
Well,
you
explain.
know about this.
Explain.
Wait, so yes then. Wow. He's saying that? He's saying that. Well, it's true. Yeah, I mean, I did steal things.
Yeah, when I was 19 years old.
How?
Once a criminal, always a criminal. You're trying to get me to believe she's cleaned those sticky fingers? Ain't no way.
How long ago is that?
I am 45 now. So this was in 1999. This, something that happened 25 years ago, has no reflection and no bearing on what happened in the last 2 years, my management of the store, what happened the night corporate seized the store. It is another deflection. And it infuriates me. You're gonna try to publicly embarrass and shame me for somebody that was manipulated by local police departments when
No! No! Not another corrupt police department! I don't believe it! I don't believe it. Holy fuck. The police are corrupt all across the fucking nation. I can't believe this.
she was pregnant and 19 years old. Fuck you.
She stole some guy's semen as well? This woman's a banshee.
That's my response to that.
Probably aborted it as well. Fucking lefty scum.
I am so sorry. You're gonna have
Fair, fair. Nothing but fair. Nothing but fair.
to blur and cut a lot of this, but that pisses me off. I own what I have done. I own the mistakes that I have made.
Dude, but I hate boomers so fucking much, man. Literally rolling up your sleeves. Listen here, Mr. Zilla. You might have to bleep out some things, but I'm hecking pissed off about this. Okay. Is pissed off even a fucking swear word in the United States? I don't think it is, right? It's like crap or whatever the fuck.
You cannot intimidate and bully me into backing down when I know that legally and morally I am in the right and I...
Then why are you in Spain? Huh? Why are you in Spain? What is it about all the people in this fucking story? All of the innocent parties who didn't do nothing. They all escaped to some fucking Spanish-speaking country. It's happened. Well, it's happened twice now, okay? Which isn't that much, but it's very weird that it's happened multiple times.
I have the evidence to back it up.
Wow, this is getting kind of nasty and personal at this point, and I just wanted to give people kind of their side. But at every turn, I hope you understand, I'm getting contradictory stories, down to if the McNeffs knew about her history in the first place.
Like, they're bringing up something that I told them about.
Wait, you told them?
Told them. They asked me.
They said they had no idea. They said if we knew, we would have never hired her.
Because we would not have hired her had we known this.
I told them I had a record from when I was 18. There was a family issue that, and didn't go into all of the details, but
Okay, right. So she didn't tell them, actually. She just said she had a history.
they were like, that's so long ago. We're going to hire you based on who you are now.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there. You guys can make up your own mind. My point is, one side says up, the other says down, and it gets to the point.
No. What do you mean? No, it's very easy to be able to reconcile that story, right? She probably give the same spiel. I was 19. I was pregnant. Woe is me. Local police department, right? And then she never shared the details that she was stealing. And then they've recently found that out. That's like easy to reconcile. What are you talking about? Coffeezilla will look at one jigsaw piece and another jigsaw piece and go, huh, I don't know. I've got two jigsaw pieces in front of me and never just like slot them together super fucking easily. Okay. I don't mean to shit talk him too much, right? But that was very fucking frustrating.
Both sides start hinting that they have photographic proof from the night of November 14th that proves the other side is lying. And so I'm like, look, at this point, let's stop talking. Show me the Legos.
Where I was told we are 100% have possession of photos that prove that the Gormans are lying. And then you guys...
That's a good thing in his line of work? What? Not to see 2 and 2 and make 4. Okay. At least he's being fair at the very least.
You guys are telling me we 100% have possession of photos that prove this side's lying. Who's gonna drop the photos first? I mean, I feel like someone just has to... Somebody's right here.
And after a lot of convincing, both sides agreed to show me the photos, corporate and the Gormans. In fact, I scheduled the calls to do this an hour apart from each other. But let's remember their positions for a second. The Gormans say whatever was left unsold of Brian's collection that was in that store spreadsheet was in Salem store the night of November 14th. Then you have corporate side. They say whatever was left that night was maybe $2,000 to $5,000 of Legos. The rest was either stolen by thieves, the Gormans, or held off site. It was not in that store. And on both sides, there's a lot to lose here, right? You've got the Gormans, who basically have been insinuated to have been stealing. And for Josh and Brandon, too, the new franchise owners, there's a lot on the line. I reached out to Josh, and
I mean, there's even some admitted stealing that's happened, right? I mean, the Gormans have returned, I think, what, like $1,000 fucking Lego piece? Like some little Boba Fett figurine that they had forgotten that they had at their house or some shit like that. So, I mean, there's an understandable narrative there, right? Listen, I'm not like totally decided on who exactly I think has like taken these. I think probably, let's be fucking real, okay? Corporate is or the store, the franchise, has dragged its fucking heels in dealing with this stuff because they benefit from having free Legos that they don't have to pay for, right? Just being realistic about it. But I think there's like an aspect to the story that just isn't getting talked about a lot.
He told me, I think her pictures would only show a few sets and minifigs. I replied, so if I can prove that the Lego sets were in the store, that will prove Brandon was lying? Josh replies, if it shows something different, then yes, I will eat my words. So the stakes have been established. And let's see the evidence, starting with Matt McNeff. First, he showed me the video, October 24, 2024, for a baseline of how the store looked.
So this is the Salem Kaiser location, is that correct?
It's the Salem Kaiser location, yes.
So is it fair to say I'm seeing quite a few Legos here? I mean, I'm seeing a store of Legos. You'd agree?
There's a good amount of Lego on hand. This isn't what I would say is a well-stocked bricks and minifigs, but it's not terrible. It's I would say a little below average as far as overall stock. So now let's go to November 14th. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So November 14th, when Brandon was in there helping.
Wait, this is the day. This is like the big day.
This is the day.
Hold on, I gotta prep myself emotionally for this.
Okay.
This is a big deal. This is D-Day. This is the big moment. This is Brandon takes over the store. We don't know where the Legos are after this moment.
We don't know where the Legos are after this moment. And I want to point out again that we've had this for a while. We haven't this is the first time we've shown this publicly. We've been waiting for our attorneys to give us the approval to say, hey, this is okay now to share in this capacity. So we'll go through these pictures. This is what Josh saw, or not Josh, sorry, Brandon saw. He took pictures of everything in the store, all the inventory in the store. This is what the shelves looked like compared to what you just saw a moment ago.
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot less. Just to state the obvious, go back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm seeing like way less.
So yeah, the pictures I was being...
I mean, that's kind of understandable. I mean, I don't know. Like on first impression, we had to ask our lawyers to be able to share this stuff. It's so explosive. I mean, they'd had problems like paying vendors, right? I completely understand that they don't have much stock. They're not paying the people who were giving them the fucking stock, right?
Being shown on November 14th, those shelves looked emptier than they did on the day of October 24th. But to be fair to the Gormans, they addressed the empty shelves themselves.
As we get to the very end of this video in particular, right here, you'll see that empty space right here. So this is the retired and certified set section that we have to keep separate from the new in box current sets being sold by Lego. All those empty spaces up there were the sets that we had on display during the day from Brian's collection that every night when the store closed, we pulled off and put back into the safe and then put back out in the morning.
So when they say, see, there's empty space on the shelves, yeah, because we put them in safes at night to keep them safe.
Because we have giant windows.
Yeah, it's an explanation that kind of makes sense given the history of burglary. Now, of course, this is something I had to ask the McNeffs about.
Is this a case of... Did y'all see Star Wars sets in the back? Did y'all not see the Star Wars sets in the back? Did he take, not in the back, but specifically in a safe? Like there were a bunch of Star Wars sets in a safe. Did Brandon see those? Has there been talk of those? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. My understanding is that he took pictures of everything, and all those photos I showed you of the Star Wars were all the photos, or was literally all the Star Wars inventory in the store.
Yeah, the McNeffs.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Initial speculation. Brandon Bass seems to have worked for corporate, and so here he is operating on behalf of corporate to be able to document the stuff. But he also then later takes over as part owner of the store. So does he have an incentive to underreport the amount of inventory that's in there, so that when he starts his store, he doesn't have to purchase any of that stuff and he can take it for his personal collection. Or he can sell it himself personally. There's an incentive there for leaving some of the stuff off the books. He's not an impartial party to do this kind of audit, right?
Say all of the photos should be with Brandon of all the Star Wars items. And to be fair to them, they showed me a lot more pictures and even showed me a spreadsheet of all the Star Wars sets in the store the night Brandon took it over. And it valued to about like $5,000 to $10,000 or so.
But then I had to ask. Oh, sorry, here's another kind of set.
Okay.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
So, do you see that?
Yep.
So do you see it's in like some kind of like a safe thing? I don't know if you can see the sides there.
Looks like a bookshelf to me, but sure.
Okay, sure.
I mean, I don't know if it looks like a safe. That all looks plastic. But maybe it's a plastic interior, sure.
Yeah. So I think the important thing is making sure that all of these are in the inventory for Mansell.
Sure. Sure. That's cool.
75041.
Yep. The Vulture Droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be... Okay, so there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240?
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either.
What about 9493?
3. I don't see that one either. So maybe those were locked at the time, and Brandon did not get those pictures.
All right, that's kind of a problem because the Gormans had over 200 photos of this store. I definitely knew looking at these photos, there's a lot more Legos in the Gormans photos, by quite a lot that Brandon's photos just didn't show. But corporate didn't really see it that way.
But still, in the grand scheme of things, we're not talking, again, 10 times the amount of sets here.
I don't know. I haven't shown all the photos yet. I don't know exactly how much.
If there's a calculable figure that we can look at and say, great, this is what was there, I promise you, it's not $100,000 worth of Lego. And so where's the rest of it? He got me. I don't know.
Maybe I'm a little too in my head about this U-Haul story. You don't think it...
No, yeah. Listen, I think that it's probably Brandon Best, right? If he's not taking those photos of all of the assets at the time, all of the inventory, then he's underreported the kind of stock that was there. And then you've got to start thinking about the incentives for him to do so.
It could have been some U-Haul thing. There's no way.
Oh, yeah, have we talked about the U-Haul yet? We gotta talk about the U-Haul for a second. This is another one of those things that was like really disputed between the two parties, was this U-Haul that supposedly was driven up to the store the night of the takeover.
So when Brandon came to the store that night, he was driving a U-Haul truck.
Now, in typical fashion,
Best has not spoken publicly, I think. Best has been the only person who's known when to shut the fuck up and not say anything to these guys, right? Josh spent ages on the fucking phone to them. Best, when he was confronted, he didn't say anything.
This was immediately disputed.
Brandon showed up.
Best is the only winner. Maybe that's because Best that he knew that he had something to fucking lose, right? For the rest of these guys, it might be a simple discrepancy. It might be a simple, I don't know, miscommunication or whatever the fuck. He might know that he's done something wrong. Now, again, that's speculation, okay? So pinch of salt.
Up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
It wasn't until after he told me he was taking the keys and locking me out that I really kind of paid attention to the fact that he had a large, not the small, the large U-Haul truck.
So yeah, I just kept hearing about this U-Haul truck. Now, why is it significant, U-Haul or not? Well, one, a U-Haul truck can fit a lot of Legos, but the big reason it mattered to me was because I was actually called by an ex-employee of the Bricks and Minifix store in Eugene, Oregon. Remember, that's the one that Brandon and Josh owned, and he told me something very interesting.
Wait, okay, before we get into that, Kathy has just informed me that my clip talking about Reckless Ben and H3 has made it to the top of the subreddit today. For the leftovers H3. Wait. No, it hasn't. Hold on. I've been lied to. Wait, what? Okay, I went... Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Top? Today? It's not there! Kathy! You lied to me. It's not there. Okay. Wait, where the fuck is it? I've got the original link to it. Wait, there it is. It's down there at... What is it? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm now officially the top 6th clip in the last 24 hours on the Leftovers H3 subreddit. Based. What a crowning accomplishment.
Employee started in 2024, and I was working under the old manager Brian, and he sold the store to Brandon Best.
Fuck! I was hoping to get a lawsuit from Ethan Klein! Okay. I want to join the highly esteemed club, you know? Right up there with such great names as Frogan and Idubbz. Okay, let's get back to it. Okay, U-Haul truck, we're locking back in.
Employee of the Bricks and Minifix store in Eugene, Oregon. Remember, that's the one that Brandon and Josh owned. And he told me something very interesting.
I'm a former employee, started in 2024, and I was working under the old manager Brian, and he sold the store to Brandon Best and Josh.
What store was this? Bricks and Minifigs where? Okay, now what did you see that made you want to talk to me?
I saw Reckless Ben's YouTube video about the Salem store closing down because when I was talking to my co-workers about the situation about Salem, and we were told through other employees that it was just a bad area to work in. It was like haunted, if you will, is what was going around. But after seeing the video of Reckless Ben, he exposed them, and it makes a lot more sense with what we dealt with Brandon and Josh. Like, oh, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Best told us. When he was dropping off all the Lego sets to us that night. And he was like a bunch of sets that were like saran wrap. They had Star Wars City. Like, just a lot of stuff. It was like in a medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait, they brought a U-Haul truck.
Yeah, from Salem, to Eugene.
And to Eugene, and it had a bunch of Star Wars sets on it?
Yeah, Star Wars sets, like everything. A bunch of used stuff too.
Wait, when and was this when they took over the store from Crystal?
Oh, because of course Brandon and Josh owned the other one. This is the second Lego store that they own.
I believe so, yes. Yes, because he said that Crystal stole Legos and left the country.
While he has a U-Haul of Legos?
Yeah.
Interesting. Weird.
And he said, we're just going to hold on to this stuff until corporate tells us where we have to distribute it. And we're like, oh, well, it'd make more sense if we could take it because we're kind of struggling with, the product to put on the shelves.
Oh my gosh. We really got to find out. Was there a U-Haul that night or not? Because everybody's disagreeing about it. This Eugene, Oregon guy says, oh yeah, a U-Haul showed up with Star Wars sets in it. Brandon was talking about the Salem store. You've got Matt McNeff saying there was no U-Haul there. It was a rental car. You've got Crystal saying, yeah, I thought it was really weird. There was a U-Haul truck there. So I told the McNeffs, I really got to find out what the truth is here.
If you know anything about it, let me know, because that's just something I heard.
I do, and it has nothing to do with the Salem store. Well, at least not the Salem store in the way that it is there. Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
So,
unless, okay, so Brandon is doing work for Bricks and Minifigs, right? Presumably, if he's going down there, maybe he's getting a rental car and he's charging that to Bricks and Minifigs since he's doing work for them, right? It's like traveling costs or whatever the fuck. Now, possibly, Brandon did hire a rental car. And he also hired, in a private capacity, him personally, a U-Haul truck? Maybe? And then took the shit over that he wasn't allowed to? I'm not sure. Like, how much fucking Lego are you transferring over? You need a fucking U-Haul. That bit sounds weird to me. That bit does sound really fucking weird. I don't know about that.
When there was the handoff, there wasn't a U-Haul, it was a rental car.
Correct. He was there in a rental car.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think any of the, like, if you were to look at the footage, the ring cameras, all that stuff, you won't see a U-Haul sitting anywhere in the parking lot.
So after hearing all of this, I realized, look, I just got to find the evidence. So I start sifting through these photos I have, right? I realize I have a parking lot photo. I check it. No U-Haul, just a red truck out there. I check another photo where you can see the window, but the problem is it's night outside, so you can't see. And so I'm looking at everything I can, and there's just nothing, you know? I have this alternate angle. I'm looking at that. And then, wait a minute. Zoom in on that photo. Bring up the brightness of this photo a little bit and...
enhance.
Gosh. There's a U-Haul in the parking lot right outside of the store the night of November 14th, 2024. This is something that Matt said he had seen footage of, and it couldn't be true.
And again, I believe I have seen footage from that night that shows clearly out into the parking lot, and there's no U-Haul.
After seeing this, I said, I really have to make a call. And that's when the story changed. So last night, I talked with Matt McNeff. I brought up this question of the U-Haul. He told me emphatically there was no U-Haul. Y'all came to me this morning. You said, hey, we looked into it. There actually was a U-Haul there that night. Can you clear up what that's about?
So there's actually two different things that are going.
Big Bro is being brought in. Big Bro is being brought in to explain the U-Haul discrepancy.
Going on here, just to help you understand. So
he needs all of his mustache hairs to explain this one.
Oh, and I don't know if you want this particularly not on the record, but we do know of a disgruntled former employee that worked at another location that back on the 24th of October, there was a U-Haul that went to a storage unit in Salem for another previous franchisee, like for a different situation that we had just gone through some things, and he had a previously, hey, I have some inventory that I didn't turn over that I was supposed to. It's at this storage location. You guys can come pick it up. And so Brandon was sent on that day to pick up with a U-Haul inventory that then he moved down, but that was October 24th.
So when we're talking about this ex-employee, you're saying they are conflating the October 24th event of the U-Haul coming up to Eugene with Legos with some time after November 14th, after the store takeover. Is that correct? Am I understanding that?
Yes.
So this
didn't sound very confident. That didn't sound very confident, dude. You're looking down. You look like you're considering all of your fucking life decisions leading up to this fucking point. Do I have the heart to lie to Coffeezilla? Well, I didn't even lie. Do I really want to say anything else about this shit? Bro, I'm the corporation. Listen, I'm just a franchisor. I don't know about any of this stuff, okay? This is not my circus, not my fucking monkeys, alright?
Understanding that?
Yes.
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 So this is now kind of a strange story. Corporate is saying there was a U-Haul at the Eugene store dropping off Lego, but that was from a different night, different collection. The CEO says Brandon showed up to Salem on October 24th for his secret shopper job with Crystal, and separately, he also was getting a different collection of Legos that also included Star Wars, and that's what he brought to the Eugene store and the former employee is remembering. Then, weeks later, on November 14th, Brandon supposedly shows up again with a U-Haul, but the reason isn't for hauling Legos.
Brandon flew in to Eugene that night. At midnight. So flew from Utah on the 13th, but landed in Oregon on midnight of the 14th. Went and got a rental truck, and then went and stayed at a trailer that had previously been moved up there in anticipation, meaning like a camper trailer, in anticipation of the potential hostile takeover previously.
Is that why he had a U-Haul? Is that the reason he had a U-Haul was for this camper, or what's going on with the?
Yes. So then what happens is he takes his rental vehicle truck, and he tries to connect the trailer, the camping trailer, to that truck, and it's not rated for that particular weight, and he realized, oh crap. He called around and found that U-Haul had a rating for one of their box trucks, and so he grabbed that, went and got it at 10 a.m. on the 14th, and so he then went and hooked that trailer up to the camping trailer to a U-Haul, drove that trailer down to another location where he could set up the camping trailer in Salem, dropped off the camper trailer, and then he arrived in a U-Haul to the Salem store, and then went in, said hi to Crystal, and then as she was leaving, the door shuts, and so he locks it, calls the locksmith, takes him a while to finish up the changing of the locks. Brandon at this point is pretty exhausted, so and he has an hour drive back to Eugene to drop off the rental truck. So he drops it off at midnight or 1 o'clock, something like that. Grabs the rental truck and then heads back up to the camper trailer in Salem, and then probably gets in at around 2 or 3 in the morning. Spends a couple of, that's a little bit of sleep before he has to head back to the store at 9 a.m. before the other employees get there. The timeline that is trying to be portrayed just makes absolutely zero sense.
Okay.
No, I agree. But I think your timeline makes zero sense as well. I think the claim from the other side is relatively clear. That's a whole fucking convoluted explanation. I mean, Coffeezilla kind of fucked him a little bit. He could have tried to, add some graphics or something to be able to aid the explanation. I don't know if anybody else followed that in full. I fucking didn't follow that in full, okay? I totally didn't follow that in full. My only question coming out of that is, why the fuck is this guy still trying to defend Brandon? Literally, just say, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I've got no fucking clue. I'm the corporate guy. I'm not affiliated with any of this stuff strictly. I'm not sure about his whereabouts on that night. Easy peasy.
Okay, so I asked, obviously, for documentation of all of this from Brandon. And here's what I got. First, the U-Haul contract on November 14th. This checks out what we already know. Then I got sent a photo. The last one Brandon took in the Salem store, dated 9:44 p.m.
Dude, you can't have creepy fucking footage over this. What the fuck is this? Literally, what is this? This is like one of those fake stories or dubious stories from the fucking Holocaust where somebody was locked in a cage with a bear and a fucking eagle. What am I looking at here?
A photo. The last one Brandon took in the Salem store, dated 9:44 p.m., where you can see what looks like.
Oh, a bird cage. Oh, okay, that makes sense why it looks so fucking creepy then. Okay.
Like the inside of a bird cage that the Gormans had. And lastly, I was sent a photo Brandon took of the mileage in the U-Haul as he dropped it back off at the rental place on November 15th, 12:41 a.m. Now, the time gap there is about 3 hours between the last photo in Salem to dropping the U-Haul off, which is a bit of a problem for our timeline.
Yeah, it took 4 hours. I mean, I worked till 11 o'clock, and I'm I gotta get up early for, my other job.
You moved 4 hours of Legos out of this truck.
Yeah.
All right, so as weird as this U-Haul thing is, the timeline just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also drive to another city, load and unload and drop off the U-Haul in that time. But still, even if this is true, it's pretty weird. And it's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever heard, to have a U-Haul thing back to back. One of the times you're picking up Legos, the other time you're not, you're taking a camper. Nevertheless, without more proof, we kind of have to move on to another theory of how to find these missing Lego. This time, let's take the photographs that we have and reconstruct what was in the night on November 14th. Remember, that's the moment we lost the Lego. And this time, we're going to combine it with two more things. First, from corporate, I got the point of sale records from the Salem store from 2023 to 2024. And secondly, from Crystal Gorman, I got her internal records of Brian's inventory of what was sold or not in order to pay him and keep track of prices. Now, before we piece things together, I need to address something. At the beginning of this story, you saw the social post saying this collection was worth $200,000. That's what everyone knows this story as, the $200,000 Lego collection. But sadly, that post was entirely wrong. In Crystal Gorman's inventory, which has a high and low estimate value of these various Lego items, the real estimated value is about $107,000. They give high estimates and low estimates, but that's right there in the middle. And for simplicity, I'll just be using averages and estimates here, but understand that, these numbers are not firm, given that they're unsold Legos. It's just rough possibilities. But the point is, it's worth nowhere near $200,000. And Reckless Ben, the one who made the original video covering this, said that surprised him.
Yeah, this entire time, literally every single person's been telling me there were $200,000. That's how much, you could sell all these sets for.
My original assessment of
Yeah, when he says everyone, he means Brian Mansell and this fucking Crystal woman.
Of about $200,000 was going up to his father's house and looking in 3 different rooms with all the sets. It was before I'd actually gone through and had set numbers and done an actual like evaluation. I looked at it.
No fucking way. No fucking way. This woman is so retarded. You go to a potential consignment customer. Oh, let me evaluate let me evaluate your stuff. Let me give you a price that I'm going to pitch you at for what you can expect realistically to get on your end, right? Because if she can sell them for 200, he can get for, I don't know, ballpark 40% of that, something like that. Why the fuck we just, like, have a gander around? Yeah, I'll give you the valuation now.
It went based on as things progressed and as I started to delve more into the actual inventory and evaluating it, that number changed. But we put out the press release well in advance of the event itself, so that press release went out before I had those full numbers. So we went, this is a nice even number that will grab attention and bring people into the store, so we went with that.
And yeah, still, I mean, to believe that is accurate at the high end. Like, it was one of those things where when she was looking through and going, well, it says this and it says this.
Oh, midway through. It was accurate the high end. No, honey, you're lying right now. Honey, you're lying.
Those things where when she was looking through and going, well, it says this and it says this, like, you don't think even at the high end?
You haven't actually seen the spreadsheet.
No.
What? Why is this retard in the room? Why is this guy talking? Okay, what? Holy fuck, man. He hasn't even seen the fucking spreadsheet. He hasn't even seen the spreadsheet. Why is your bald, horned fucking head on my screen right now? Why are you talking? Okay. If he wants to be moral support, he can shut the fuck up and sit in the corner, okay? Like a... Dude. Blind people have to take their fucking support dogs everywhere, okay? That's support. Do they fucking speak? No. Why are you here?
You might want to cut that part out because he hasn't actually seen the inventory sheet.
The spreadsheet says about for between 85,000 to 120 something thousand.
Gorman by name, fucking gormless by nature. This guy's a retard.
Yeah. Midpoint about 107 or something like that. Of what was inventory. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this has been a really big point of misinformation.
Wait, what was that number?
Midpoint about 107 or something like that. Of what?
Literally half the value. Literally half the original value. Okay, great stuff.
What was inventory? Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this has been a really big point of misinformation to clear up, because if we're ever going to find the missing Lego, we need to start with the right number, the right value. It's about $107,000. Now, between 2023 and 2024, the Gormans record sales of about $24,000 of Brian's collection in their inventory tracking list. And of those sales, Brian was entitled to about 65 to 70% of it. He was paid $17,000, which roughly...
So Ben lied about 200K? Listen, I've been like super fucking critical about Ben in my coverage, okay? But to be completely fair, Ben is hearing what has been reported several times, and I don't know if corporate has even challenged those numbers, right? Because nobody's got the original assessment for this stuff. The Gormans have, and the Gormans have lied, and the Gormans have lied to Ben. What it sounds like. And presumably Crystal has heard all of this stuff going on at the time and never corrected people. That was initial assumption. That's a lie. That's a lie. I would wonder, okay, if people could track down her videos of when she's spoken about this stuff previously, I wonder if she's echoed that $200,000 line. I wonder if she has. In her video where she announces the GoFundMe, I wonder if she spread that shit around as well.
Tracks with that. Which means on November 14th, the big night, the remaining amount of Brian's collection that should have been in there is about $82,000. Now, it doesn't take a genius to realize this is a very different number than corporate provided, who found only $2,000 to $5,000 of it linked to Brian. And later they said they only found $13,000 to $15,000 in total Lego Star Wars.
So you're talking maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
So that's corporate side of the story, but I didn't want to take their word for it. So I went through Crystal's photos myself, which she shared with me, and hired people to go through and hand tag.
Hey, Jesus, what's going on with Nate in chat? All caps. I'm gonna crash out again. I hate these people. He sued for $100K. Oh, sorry, $100,000. He never asked for more. Why not get 20 friends? They're all fucking lying. Ban me from chat. I'm gonna start saying slurs. Dude, Nate's not crashing out. Nate's about to crash his fucking truck, dude. Holy fuck. I mean, I think in Ben's behalf, I just gave him the benefit of doubt and said, okay, well, you know, he's probably just like only got 10 other people or 9 other people to be able to sue them, right? That seems to make sense to me.
The Star Wars Legos that were in these photos. We looked through over 200 plus photos, multiple videos, and matched what we saw with Brian's collection. In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos, matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th. Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release. Now, yes, there are inherent errors in these estimates. Maybe we picked up some Lego that matched Brian's collection, but wasn't Brian's. But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being made, there's still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find. But then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy. So these are the pictures that M&R Productions sent me, looking at the Lego that Brian sold him. This was stuff reportedly in storage, and it's interesting because of an early inventory list, which had a column called Location that Crystal used. And it listed a lot of the Star Wars items as being located in what they called storage. Now, previously I was told that all of the stuff in storage was put back in the store, but there's a bunch that's on this list that I can't find in the store that seem to appear in these pictures. Now, I've been assured, by the way, that most of these Legos were not part of the inventory spreadsheet. They were never given to Bricks and Minifigs. This is a separate part of the collection, but I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happen to be listed with a location of storage. So this starts to make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are part of that same inventory list. Now, if we take that value of the side deal, that's about $10,000 to $20,000 that's not actually missing. Now, it was at this point I started looking more at the point of sales records.
Okay.
I realized maybe we could find some of this missing Lego there too.
So these resellers have done like dodgy deals? Crystal has got to be aware of that. Crystal has got to be aware of that. If that is in storage at the time that Crystal is the head owner of the fucking store, she's got to have known that a private sale happened. No? She doesn't know about this. She's not talking about it. Brian claims that it never went to the store. That seems to be not fucking true.
So this is from the Salem internal store records. Like, I guess this is what is entered when someone does a sale. And it's everything from September 2023 to November 2024 of Star Wars anything. And by the way, before we continue, yes, this was all a lot of work. If you want to, please support us on Patreon. That's how this show gets made. But anyways, according to those records, about $51,000 in sales went through during this time period in a way that matched Brian Mansell's collection. Now, that really worried me because Crystal's inventory list showed only $24,000 in sales.
Based on the way that Coffee laid it out, Brian did this as a side deal without Crystal's knowledge. Wait, hold on. No. Because what happened in storage was apparently during Crystal's tenure there, right? So that wasn't when Brian did those dealings, right? Because Crystal has claimed that everything that was in storage went back into the store. So if they're saying that it was in storage, that is the inventory while Crystal had it. And if it's identified as everything that was in the storage ended up in this private sale, then it would have happened during Crystal's tenure, right? Not Brian's. Do you see what I'm getting from there?
Sales for Brian, and Brian was only paid for that amount. But suddenly, I remembered back to a time when I spoke to Crystal, and I asked how much was sold prior to the takeover.
Which is something similar from what you told me, Crystal.
Yeah.
You told me, hey, it was about 50-something thousand.
Yeah.
But Brian was only paid $17,000.
Okay.
And it should have been about double that. And I'm just trying to make sense of that, given that everyone's accusing each other of theft right now. You understand?
I mean, without seeing any of those records, without seeing those individual tickets, I can't answer that any better.
Okay, this is kind of a problem. The math ain't math in here. 65 to 70% of 50,000 is almost double what we believe Brian was paid. And digging into the details, it turns out a lot of these sales come from what Crystal's spreadsheet actually categorizes as layaways, meaning...
Dude, there's no way. At the end of this fucking story, there is no fucking way that it's going to turn out that the answer to the question, who stole the Legos, is everyone. Everyone stole the fucking Legos.
They were marked as having been sold.
At this point, I don't know, I'm starting to believe the fucking police department, okay? Maybe Ben did steal those fucking Legos as well, dude. He's got to be implicated as well.
But layaways are when someone puts a down payment on an item and later pays it off. But the problem was there were a lot of these, worth about $20,000 in layaway. And that felt a little strange to me. And because of that, I asked Josh Johnson, the incoming owner, and he responded, quote, "There were 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over."
So on the list of that, on the inventory list, do you know about how many layaways?
I haven't gone through and done a count, but I know it was vastly more than 2 to 3.
It was about 98.
That makes sense.
So there were about $15,000 to $25,000 worth of sets on layaway.
Okay.
That's just the part that's surprising. That's the part that I can't get my head.
Why is this retard saying that's right? You don't fucking know any of this shit, retard. You haven't even seen the fucking spreadsheet, dipshit. Why are you butting in again?
About $15,000 to $25,000 worth of sets on layaway.
Okay.
That's just the part that's surprising. That's the
Why are you even speaking right now? Go off and write a book about how Trump is going to castrate your balls and sell off to the fucking Iranians, okay? That's what you're good for.
part that I can't get my head around. I go, how could, let me just be really honest. I don't believe there was that much layaway. I don't know. I don't know how that's possible. How could there be that much layaway? I don't know. It's like I don't believe, because I was talking to some people about bricks and minifigs. They go,
he's just horny. No. This guy's not just excited to get in on the story, okay? This guy doesn't want to just, support his wife or be there for moral support. This guy is also fundraising on the back of Crystal, okay? Presumably, they're married, he gets half of that fucking money, right? All goes in the same pot. If you've got joint finances, he's also got an incentive in this stuff to lie, and it is a financial incentive that he has as well. Apparently, he's also like a part owner of the original store. So if they do take them to court, he's also got a legal incentive there to be able to push a certain narrative, get a preferential settlement offer, right?
Yeah, it's like, I don't believe, because I was talking to some people about bricks and minifigs. They go, yeah, there's some layaway. There's not that much layaway. I talked to people who were neutral, kind of on corporate side, but also people who were just normal bricks and minifigs people. They say there's not that much layaway. Help me understand why there's $20,000 worth of layaway here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely. If you talk to other bricks and minifigs locations, layaway is extremely rare. I think outside of the Brian's collection, I don't.
Okay, good. I'm not crazy here. So then, why was there so much layaway there?
No, absolutely not. Outside of Brian's collection, I think at the time we maybe had 2 used sets on layaway outside of his collection. Okay. It was not a common thing traditionally. I don't know that we'd ever done layaway before the collection came in. With Brian's collection, it was a little bit different because so much of this collection were new in box, all in one place, reasonably priced, and a lot of the harder to find items. And so customers would come in and put, I'm going to guess probably half of those layaway items were not going to be sold to the person who took them on layaway. Because we had several that would put them on layaway and then change their mind. So this was something like, somebody would come in and want 10 different sets, but only be able to buy 1. Can I put the rest of those on layaway so you don't sell them? I'll pay $10 to put these sets on layaway. Traditionally with layaway, we would ask for 10% down. They'd have 30 days to make their next payment, or we'd refund the layaway amount and then put it back on the shelf. Because this collection was the collection it was, and I wanted to give these people the opportunity to, to get these sets, we were a lot more generous with how long and the amount of payments that people could make towards the layaway. So a lot of these...
What?
We had several of them. I think one of the Ewok villages, we put on layaway 4 different times, and then it came off of layaway and back on layaway and then off. And
dude, every extra detail that I'm getting about how Krista ran the store just makes me think more and more often she's like a totally shit fucking businessman. So you're saying there was a lot of interest in these people to be able to buy this stock, right? It was a, I don't know, like a high volume or high traffic fucking inventory that you've got. And so you become more lenient with how you do layaway. Yeah, I'm not surprised there was over like 100 fucking sets that you got on layaway. You apparently let people put like a single cent on to be able to give like a layaway price. And then you couldn't sell it for 30 days. Yeah, just fucking insane. Just fucking insane. How the fuck is this pristine, highly valued legal collection been put to the side and been on sale for, I don't know, how long was it? Like a year and a half? And only 10% of it has been fucking sold. Well, I'm not surprised now.
And then sold. So a lot of these would have gone on and off of layaway and then back out on the shelf, just depending on the person who was putting it on layaway. That was completely unique to this collection.
So look, I'll be honest, I don't trust Josh Johnson, but something is weird here.
So a lot of these are, see, like, look at this. Like, so like it says POS final sale price, but it's listed as a layaway, but it's sold for $5.99.
Yeah.
Because it matches with the store sale price.
Okay.
So were they on layaway? Were they accidentally marked layaway on the spreadsheet? What's going on there?
I mean, without seeing the actual sales ticket and seeing what else, like what items were sold together, what else was sold with it, I can't actually see the sales ticket. We had several layaway items in which customers were putting multiple things on layaway.
You've got no fucking clue, really. You've been fundraising off this stuff. You've been talking about it non-stop on Reddit for the last month, and you've got no fucking clue what happened to any of this stock, really?
Paying for most of one item, and then, or they were buying, 8 different things together, and then putting all of them on layaway and making payments on multiple items at the same time. Our Ewok village was one of those cases. At some point, he had, I think, like 8 or 9 different items on layaway. So they'd come in and make a payment for a bulk payment. I've got 800 things on layaway. I'm going to make $100 on my payment. One customer in particular would do that, and then when he'd gotten up high enough to pay for one set, we'd pull that set out, mark it as sold. So without seeing the actual tickets and my layaway records, I cannot answer a question any clearer than that.
Well, what it sounds like she's doing, this doesn't sound like a layaway payment. That's not what you're agreeing to. You're putting all of this stuff for like cents on the fucking dollar in on hold for people. And then they're doing some kind of payment plan and then slowly getting their Legos that they fucking paid it off. If you want to do credit, do a fucking credit agreement. With the way that she's doing this fucking layaway thing, I'm becoming more and more convinced that she had no fucking authorization to do any of the consignment deals that she did in the first place. Because there's no way this is standard operating procedure for how you're supposed to do those layaway things, right?
I even found more than that in this POS data. I also found about $10,000 in sales that match Brian's collection that were not marked as sold under this inventory spreadsheet. Some of our things that were not found were explained by the...
To be fair, she doesn't have access to her records. Yeah, but again, she should be able to explain this stuff. Because, like I said, she's spoken about this stuff for the last month at length. She's preparing for a fucking lawsuit, apparently. She's getting ready to engage with a fucking legal team. She's threatened a lawsuit, like a fucking year ago? She should have been over the stuff again and again and again and again. And the fact she's got no fucking answer for this stuff.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
I don't know, I'm pretty sus.
Dickens stole it all and melted it into a shirt.
True, and what a shirt. Thank you, Anyaki, for the 2.
POS system because they were found in the POS system as being sold. So like they weren't marked on the spreadsheet, but they were marked as sold via the POS system. And this is about $10,000 worth of Lego that basically were matched.
Huh. See, and I don't know. Take anything happening from, let's see, sorry, I'm trying to do math here.
Okay, so if you don't know, like the POS, the point of sale system, those are records that corporate will have that, reflect what was sold in the store.
I don't know without being able to see all of the records. There is a possibility that the consignments were ended when I wasn't at work and I just didn't go through and pull them up. They didn't get put in the consignment ticket. I hadn't gone through those consignments in a couple of months. I hadn't gone through the inventory in the back room in a couple of months. So there's
no fucking way. What have I said again and again and again through this fucking story? Everybody's buying into Ben's narrative, and there are several things that are being neglected, okay? Partially Ben fucking lying, but also nobody's looking into this Crystal woman at all. When there are allegations that she's totally fucked up all of this stuff. I've said it again and again and again. She seems totally fucking uncredible. She hasn't even been able to present any of the evidence that she's claimed to, despite claiming to post all of the receipts and prove all of this stuff. Holy fuck.
it is entirely...
Coffeezilla W, okay? How the fuck am I not subscribed to my YouTube channel, okay? I will never slander this man ever again, and I apologize for the comment I made at the start, okay?
Really possible there were sales that were finished that I never clocked as being finished. I don't know that without going through and actually seeing it.
But you're saying it's possible stuff was sold, not updated on this inventory list.
It's entirely possible that stuff did not get updated on my spreadsheet. I'm not going to sit here and claim it's not possible. It's possible I missed things.
So where does this leave us? I know some people are jumping to conclusions here, but I must remind you that on the night of November 14th, 2024, Crystal Gorman was concerned about Brian getting paid or not getting paid.
He has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
Dude, in retrospect, I didn't even clock that at the time. The idea that sets have been sold and she hasn't paid him the fucking consignment agreement. That is fucking crazy, no? So when the store's having a fucking hostile takeover after you haven't been paying the fucking vendors, you haven't been paying fucking bricks and minifigs for your franchise agreement, now you're saying, oh, I was always going to pay for the consignment, but I haven't got my heckin' tickets. Guys, I haven't got my heckin' tickets. Okay, right.
So Crystal, ultimately, also, that's a business thing and not necessarily yours. Brandon will take, it's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
So obviously, one could see that and say she was intending to reconcile with Brian. Maybe she hadn't gotten around to it. And of course, corporate will probably take a more cynical view of what she's doing by printing these receipts. But the point is, regardless of whose side you're on, I think we can all agree there's a lot of weird stuff here on all sides. Abnormal stuff. Sure, maybe you can chalk some of this up to bad record keeping between the U-Haul, the layaways, the $20,000 in Lego sets that corporate called $2,000 to $5,000 that was there that night, the off-book deals. But even if we can't fully know 100%, what these weird things were about, I think they tell a story of what actually happened to Brian's collection. In a way, multiple people, I think, are kind of right, kind of wrong. The Gormans were correct that more of that collection was there that night of the takeover than previously thought. But corporate also alleged that some of it was offsite, and that appears to be partly true, although some of that is disputed, and it looks like, way more of the collection was sold and layawayed than Brian was paid for. But all in all, there's a lot less missing than many people think, especially if your starting number is $200,000. I estimated, and I must emphasize, estimated with bad records, that there's only about $10,000 to $20,000 in Lego that isn't explained by one of these sources.
No fucking way. There's no fucking way, man. So yeah, all of the harassment go into this guy's fucking house where he lives there with his kids several fucking times. It wasn't over $200,000 of fucking Lego. It was between 10 and 20,000, and Crystal is responsible for a lot of the loss here. seemingly, I don't know, the majority of the loss here that never got paid out to Ben, or never got paid out to Brian or the Mansells. That's crazy. That's crazy. Reckless Ben, if you're out there, if you're listening, if you're consistent, okay? If there is a bone of decency in your fucking body, it's time to fly to Spain, buddy boy, okay? You gave the Mormons the biggins over in Utah. It's time to give equal treatment to the Gormans over in Spain. Get to it!
This isn't to say Brian's been fully compensated. Much of this, Brian wasn't paid for that I know of. So I asked...
What's the Spanish equivalent of UPS? What's the Spanish equivalent of UPS?
Estimate he's still out about $50,000 to $83,000 for Lego he wasn't compensated for. And I think, honestly, that's something that Bricks and Minifigs obviously should handle and make right. Regardless of what a franchisee does, the new one, the old one, the company behind it must stand behind their product, their service, and I can't imagine a better example of a company doing the opposite. Unfortunately,
I don't know about that. I genuinely don't know about that. If Crystal has sold this stuff, and she's pocketed the fucking money, and she's not given the proceeds over to Ben or Brian Mansell, I don't know. Should corporate pay for that shit? It sounds like Crystal should get her ass back from fucking Spain and start paying out Brian for what she fucking owes him. Why the fuck are we putting any of this shit on corporate? Why are we even putting it on Brian or Josh? Like, legit, she should pay for what she owes, what she appropriated and did not give over to the rightful owner, which is called stealing, right? Legally. And Brian and Josh, or Josh and, Josh and Brian, they should pay for what they have taken or lost and not dealt with themselves, right? I do think, okay, to be fair, I do think that if there's a big hit here, where there's some stuff that is kind of, unexplained, was it stolen, is it poor record keeping? The original guy on the phone was correct. They do take that stuff over. And probably as a business, they probably should go, fuck, we can't tell what happened. We can't tell if it's our fault. We can't tell if it's somebody else's. They should probably make him whole. But no, Crystal pays for what Crystal fucking took, you know? Crystal should pay for what she fucking mismanaged.
Fortunately, Bricks and Minifigs has chosen to deflect and dodge responsibility at most opportunities and created a really awful customer experience that...
Wait, I'm rethinking some of this shit now. So when... So this lawsuit, in the totality, as we think back, the lawsuit that Reckless Ben filed against the new business when he apparently bought $10,000 of these Legos, apparently half the collection. What it sounds like is they only got $50,000 of Legos, and so a lot of this stuff has already been sold out to different people by Crystal. So what exactly are they suing over? So that plan has been completely fucking scuppered. Or the remaining ones, Ben has possibly bought some of those, and so Brian's commission, or Brian's collection is diminished, and then Ben's commission is diminished, and then all of the other people that now own these fucking Legos that have to be involved in negotiations now, all of this shit has been fucking diminished. Some of these people might have come out with absolutely fucking nothing, and bearing in mind that Ben apparently has taken a loan for this stuff as well.
That has snowballed into this crazy series of events. But instead of taking accountability for that, they've taken an aggressive legal strategy, which I told them personally was a horrible idea.
You dude, Will is me. Come on. Be fucking real with me now, man. You still on the side of Corpo, or nah? These motherfuckers lie until the very end. My read on Eamon, okay? This is my honest read on Eamon, the big man, the CEO, okay? He stepped into something because he's seeing his brand, his business, right, being under attack on social media, being brought into disrepute, okay? And so he's addressing stuff, possibly to the best of his knowledge, right? Crystal has definitively lied about the value of the collection. Ben has definitively lied several times. I think Brian has probably lied as well, okay? But nevertheless, everybody in the story has fucking lied at some point. But I think that Eamon is probably just acting in the best interest, so far as he sees it, of his business, and is possibly defensive. Do I think that he's told an intentional lie during any of this? I don't think I've got evidence of that, but, you know, that's the charity that I tend to give people, right?
As of writing this, Brian Mansell is being sued for $1.3 million as part of a legal...
And now I think the owners are pieces of shit that need to take accountability. The former owners, the current owners, Yeah.
Campaign against him and Reckless Ben and any of the associates. Remember, Brian is the same guy who lost all these Legos at Bricks and Minifig store. And I told the CEO and COO that's ridiculous and they should drop this. Look, mistakes have been...
Hello.
It's sillier than that. Ben rightfully sued Crystal when he meant to sue Joshua, but her company was defunct and Ben glued his only 2 brain cells together, huffing. TBD TCD.
Thank you, Nate, for the 10. I hugely appreciate it.
Been made by plenty of people here, but there's a lot more people who have inflicted self-owns, the likes of which we've rarely seen, by just choosing the worst possible path at every fork in the road. No pun intended.
Wait, sorry, excuse me? You talking about people who've made the worst decisions at every step in the way? Okay, fair enough. We've got Josh there. I can see that. We've got Eamon there. Oh, that interview is probably ill-considered. We've got the police. They might have fucked up. My only question is, Coffee, where's Ben? Where's Mr. Mexico himself? Where the fuck is Ben filming all his crimes?
But the best path to making things right, in my view, is by just making Brian whole and moving on. Drop the aggressive legal strategy. You are a Lego store at the end of the day. You are supposed to be about fun, not about a rerun of Suits. But anyways, that's my investigation. Those are my closing thoughts. And I knew I wanted to approach everyone involved in this whole story with my results and see what they thought to close things out.
Does all that make sense to you? Because I'm showing everyone in this story and saying, hey,
the thing
are
that
any of these numbers blowing your mind, or is any of this crazy to you?
No, it's not crazy. But what's crazy, again, like all the photo evidence that both sides have points to there being, sure, $20,000 worth of Lego in this of Star Wars Lego in the store that night, right? I don't know, man. I'm just like, can people understand maybe why there was some confusion and why there was some hesitation when somebody comes in and says, hey, you owe me $60,000 worth of product and Lego, and we go, we don't even know who you are. Like, yeah, Crystal mentioned something about consignment on her way out the door. And we go, sure, we'll get that figured out. But then the guy just walks in and demands $60,000 worth of Lego? Like, what am I supposed to do other than say, cool, show me, can you show me the proof?
The problem is there's so much of a dispute on the timeline, and this is what's going to make this story so hard to tell. Is like, they say, you guys are unreasonable. They tried, and eventually they gave up. But they say they tried, and they were basically met with, like, unreasonable requests, things like that. So
verification, documentation, is that unreasonable, do you think?
Ooh, Gingy getting angry. Oh, dude. Could you see the ends of his mustache sticking up then? Dude, they seem to prong up. They seem to prong up to my mind.
Documentation, is that unreasonable, do you think?
Boing. They were a lot flatter at the beginning of this call, I think.
Well, I think they would say they provided the documentation, and you guys say you need more documentation. So, I mean, that's kind of the...
Right. A spread, like, I understand, a spreadsheet and a contract are a good start.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we never got that. That was never sent to us at corporate, by the way.
Y'all don't have the... Y'all do have the spreadsheet, though, yeah? Y'all have the spreadsheet.
That was shared online, but months after we asked for it.
It says it's... I'm so confused. It says... I'm on the file right now. It says, storage used, owned by BAM Franchising Inc., owner salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
What are you looking at?
It says, owner salem.or at bricksandminifigs.com. That's you guys. It says, owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says, created September...
No. The storage used, the Google Drive, is owned by BAM Franchising Inc. The owner of this document is the Salem, Oregon store.
Guys, it says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024. And when I look at it, this is the Mansell list, I believe.
Oh, I see. Right. So technically, in terms of the Google Drive administration, he did actually have access to it the entire time, right? Corporate had access to it the entire time. So they could go into their network and try and fucking find it, right?
So this would have been created under so we have the
y'all definitely have this. Y'all have access to this.
Well, I had no idea. Like, so if this is the first that anybody has shown me that a spreadsheet was created using like Bricks and Minifigs Salem, like, and all of this stuff was archived. This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by Crystal, and we don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those types of things, and understand. I appreciate you sharing this with us because we had no idea. Again, you don't know what you don't know, and you can't, like, we don't know everything, and we don't go, like, looking in every nook and cranny everywhere, like, we just don't know some of those things. So if that's there, we can now have our team go look for that.
When it comes...
Dude, drooping sound effect as his mustache starts to fall down. Oh, we could have found it the entire time. No, I mean, okay. I do kind of feel bad for the guy if there's, like, something in a fucking, like a Google Drive somewhere that you just never looked at. You couldn't fucking find. It is different when somebody's actually telegraphing, hey, look over here, Here's the file right here that you need to look for.
Don't know some of those things. So if that's...
Show me the evidence, guy with evidence-shaped belly. Yeah, okay.
There, we can now have our team go look for that.
When it comes right down to it...
Why the fuck is Satan talking to me right now?
They're going to have to make a judgment call and say, who's telling the truth? The people who were taking all the pictures and say, and we couldn't take pictures of everything the night of, but...
Dude, you've already lied in the story. How about you shut the fuck up, yeah?
Being honest consistently, and the people...
Despite the fact you lied earlier in the video, and self-admittedly you've got no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Who are saying, there was 5,000...
Dude, I hate this guy. I hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy. Oh my god. Listen, I've got nothing against him personally, okay? He can do what he wants to fucking do. Unfortunately, I just want to squash this guy's egg-shaped fucking head. Every time he talks, he's so fucking annoying.
Bucks there. Really? Like, that makes no sense. We've got the evidence, and yes, there's a discrepancy. We acknowledge we did not take pictures of everything, but does that mean that the discrepancy is, oh, and therefore these missing, percentage, whatever that would be, 5%, is some magical other place? Or it was sitting there in the store, and we didn't...
Retard, you've already had to admit that you have taken Lego from the store and not given it back there. You already had to give back a fucking a Boba Fett minifig. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You and your dumbass fucking wife have mismanaged all of this shit. So where is it? Literally no fucking clue. It could be at your house. That is a distinct possibility.
You can get pictures of it.
If I messed up,
explanation.
If I messed up on my record keeping, I will take accountability for that. Mm-hmm. It's possible. If my staff didn't draw attention that consignments had left out, so I'd move them to the thing. Any of that, I will take accountability to that. I am more than willing to do that. I need BAM to show me those tickets.
As they promised to do.
I will sit down with Brian and talk this over and figure out what we missed and where it was missed and how it was missed and make that right with him.
I mean, that's new information no one's ever found.
Yeah, or possibly, possibly Brian can fucking sue you. But, we'll have to see, we'll have to see. I mean, I do wonder, there's a discussion here about everybody sitting down with a lawyer for, like, legal mediation, right? I wonder if it's going to turn out the other end that Crystal owes, like, thousands of dollars in liability.
Found out, so that's, like, awesome. They're going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars because of their own wrongdoing. They're literally going to destroy their entire company because they're this stubborn over maybe $20,000 worth of Lego.
What the fuck are you talking about? You didn't look into this shit, you fucking numbnuts. You ran with a fucking $200,000 valuation, despite the fact that you claimed to have all the fucking evidence and all the receipts, and you never went through them. What are you talking about? I've never heard. Nobody said this to me. Nobody's told me this. It's still Bam's fault, though. Fucking retard. Constantly doubling down on the narrative, even when it's been completely blown out. You've been gaped. I'm sorry. You've been gaped. Coffeezilla has gaped you. The American Forks Police Department has gaped you. Bricks and Minifigs are currently gaping you in court. It's time to shut the fuck up, okay?
Of millions of dollars because of their own wrongdoing.
I fucking hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy as well. This guy and Crystal's husband, I can't fucking stand them.
They're literally going to destroy their entire company because they're this stubborn over maybe $20,000 worth of Lego.
Dude, I want to zoom in on Coffeezilla's fucking face when he says that. No. No. Let's go back.
Okay.
Don't do this to me. Not the wrong fucking video, surely. I've got to go back on my watch history to be able to find it. Fuck me. I'm getting way too annoyed. I'm clicking random buttons. No, YouTube has got this fucking problem. Is there any way to be able to disable hotkeys on your YouTube? That is the only way that I can fucking avoid this shit. Literally, it's so fucking annoying.
And make that right with him.
I mean, that's new information. No one's worth of Lego.
Sure, I'll be keeping you in the loop with what you know.
Nice. I'm excited. This was good work. My other final thoughts is, dude, you solved it, dude. That's awesome.
As of the making of this video, Brandon Best and Josh Johnson are no longer working at Bricks and Minifigs. Yeah, I saw that corporate did an official announcement to say they were walking away. I do wonder if Coffeezilla's investigation had something to do with that. That would be really interesting. Bricks and Minifigs is suing Wait, what? Bricks and Minifigs is suing Brian Mansell and Reckless Ben for over $1 million in damages. I thought they were suing Ben. Oh. I didn't realize they were, like, part of the same legal case. Okay. Yeah, I was aware of that. I was aware of that. 1.3 million? Yeah, that's what I'm aware of. Dude, can't lie. Ben has brought a lot of that shit on himself. I literally can't lie. Okay. A restraining order is in effect against Reckless Ben to prevent him from speaking about Bricks and Minifigs. Wait, did I say Brian? Yeah, Ben. The Gormans are suing Bricks and Minifigs. The lawsuit claims Brian Collection. Oh my god! Oh my god! Dude, what did I say earlier, man? I guarantee, I have seen before, Crystal has bandied about this fucking evaluation, or the initial valuation of $200,000. The Gormans are suing Bricks and Minifigs. The lawsuit claims Brian's collection had, quote, an original aggregate value of around $250,000. Yeah, I'm sure this footage is going to get played in court. 4K, big fucking monitor, right in front of the judge. Yeah, lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Absolutely fantastic. So you lied in your initial pleading to the to the court, and have admitted that that wasn't true in this fucking video. It was in fact less than $200,000. Dude, flagrant fucking lying. Oh my god. We are Coffeezilla. Okay. Dude, that was a banger fucking video. I had mixed impressions initially about what it was going to be. I was worried that it was going to just be more of the same. You know what I mean? That was actually a fucking Kino video. That was so fucking good. Oh my god, and this fucking retard. Presumably a Willie Mac Show fan. Yep, presumably a Willie Mac Show fan. I've seen Willie bandying about this retarded fucking claim. Reminder, they're trying to steal the GoFundMe money too. Don't let this slide. No, the actual truth of that is that they have fundraised with a GoFundMe, and now they're getting sued. Completely unconnected from each other. So, yeah, just FYI. Coffee getting involved feels like the YouTube version of FBI taking over a local case. True. It's very telling that the Gormans are willing to admit that they may have made mistakes. Cope! Moving on. Reckless Ben, I'm sorry guys, I can't handle this fight alone anymore. The entire fucking internet. On your left. Dude, Coffeezilla raped him, unfortunately, okay? The little cope line from Ben at the end doesn't fucking fix anything at all. Gaped. You can silence Ben, but you can't silence Coffeezilla. Their story has changed every time. Who we talking about? Bricks and Minifigs or the Gormans? Who we talking about? Bricks and Minifigs or Ben? If we want to complain about stories changing, okay? There's an awful lot there. No, we won the lawsuit. We won the lawsuit. Let's plaster it on the fucking building. These guys stole somebody's family's life savings. And they lost in court. Let's plaster that on the building. Oh, wait, yeah. So actually, we did win. But, you know, unfortunately, they closed the store. And so, you know, the judge couldn't actually rule on it. And so the case was closed. Yeah, before the judge got to, you know, rule on the merits, they closed the store, so it had to be dismissed. Oh, no, actually, yeah, third story, by the way. Yeah, we did sue the wrong people, and so it was dismissed, and we never actually won at all, and it's got nothing to do with the store closing down. Yeah. And there's still people soying out in the fucking comment section over this stuff, over the fucking retard. Okay. Nice. I can't believe that even after this Coffeezilla video, people are coming out of this stuff with Ben totally unscathed. Still, nobody's even prepared to criticize Ben. No, dude, so few people are even fucking celebrating Coffeezilla for being the one to actually investigate this shit. They're, for some reason, still celebrating Ben. Somebody needs to rape this guy. At some point, somebody needs to rape this guy. Corporate noticed she had bad record keeping and tried to pull a fast one. Okay, nice. The U-Haul explanation was painful to listen to. Lol. Yeah, I don't even know what the guy was trying to fucking talk about there. Literally don't even know what narrative he was trying to spin. Dude. Literally just claps all around, okay? That was really fucking good. That was really fucking good. Holy shit. I've never soyed out a Coffeezilla video more. That was so fucking good. Okay, there we are. That's about the end. Oh, I love that. That was a lot of fun. I haven't had that kind of fun with this Lego story since watching the original video by Ben when I was under the spell. Holy fuck, that was a lot of fun. Okay, nice. Called out shit company, shit police department. Listen, if you want to hear me call out the shit police department, we are only $27 away from hitting the goal tonight, which will be me going over the video by Lauren French. I think that's the guy's name, right? I thought that's the guy's name. Okay, nice. It was cathartic. Yeah, finally somebody with, you know, two brain cells to rub together who's spoken about this. Nah, that probably undersells what Coffeezilla did. That was a really good fucking video. A really good fucking video. Nice. Okay. I think, is there anything else to really go over with the Lego stuff? I think he basically fucking raped him, right? Oh, do I get my lashings now? Alright, Cal. Okay. Let's have a gander. Let's have a look. Because while we've got you guys here, how many options can you do in a YouTube poll? How many options can you do with a YouTube poll? Let me look. Let me try. Add an option. Okay. You can only add 4. Okay. We will do it in the Discord server after the fact, okay? We're going to do a poll in the Discord server, okay? It's extremely important. It's incredibly important. We have had a few shirts designed for Kick subs and possibly also YouTube subs as well. We'll have to see with it, okay? This meme started a little bit ago, but somebody's put in the work to be able to design all of the different shirts. Some of the gay ones that people fucking hate, okay? Some of the ones that people think are alright. And so, I want people to be able to rank these from the ones you hate the most to the ones you like the most, okay? And that's going to be the order for how long you've been a sub of the channel. And that's the way we're going to do it, okay? Yeah, there we are. So I think what I'm going to do later on in the Discord, if people want, is I'm going to do a poll, probably like a straw poll, where you get to like vote on your favorites or order them or something like that, okay? Put them all in F tier, okay? And yeah, that's the way we're going to do them, okay? What could possibly go wrong? Quite right. Gods. Some of these are god-awful. There we go. And then some of those you can put at the very bottom of the fucking list.
Being a silly guy.
Have I mentioned your gay shirt? You should get a salmon one.
Thank you, Willisme, for the 5. I hugely appreciate it. No, today, this isn't a gay shirt. What do you mean? This isn't a gay shirt. Scarface. Very heterosexual film. Extremely heterosexual film, in fact. Think with a 5. I appreciate it. Alright, nice. Designs, and it's shit you can find in a random warehouse. Shut the fuck up. Some of these are so bad they stopped being sold years ago. Actually, thank you very much. You think you can find that Lonsdale orange shirt? No, you fucking can't. No, you fucking can't. They don't sell that shit anymore. Nobody wants to buy them. Alright, nice. No sunflower shirt? I'm pretty sure the sunflower shirt was in there. Yeah, the sunflower shirt was already in there. There we are. Okay. Fab. Blood bringing back shit nobody wanted. Listen, okay, Draffle, you can make your voice known later on in the poll. I'll at everybody announce in the Discord, okay? So that's the easiest way to be able to do it. And probably pin it as well, but there we are. Okay. You know what? In order to bring you guys the coverage tomorrow at an adequate time, we are going to leave the rest for tomorrow. Yeah, in fact, we are. We've got a final meme for you, I guess, brought to us by one of our favorite YouTubers here at Dickens TV, by Just a Robot. Dude, do I play this? This is probably the worst raping that I've ever fucking got. I was very, very upset by this when I saw this shit yesterday.
Step 3 of Nick's lying.
Yeah, I load up the fucking video, and it's already perfectly lined up with the timestamp. I've been called a lot of shit, okay? I've been called a lot of shit of my time as a creator, okay? I've been called Dickers. I've been called Dickens. I've been called Stickers. I've been called Cunters. I've been called Knickers, like female underwear, okay? I've been called a lot of things. One thing that I have never been called, though, is others.
Drama streamers are kind of like Dragon type from Pokemon. They're not really weak to anything except for their own kind. And luckily, drama streamers like Chud Logic, Kuimon, and others all
Others? Others? Others TV? Yeah? Is that my fucking name? Fuck you. Dude, fuck you. Didn't this guy sweep for a fucking pedophile? I'm pretty sure this guy's fine with Discord grooming. I'm pretty sure this guy's fine with Discord grooming. Didn't this guy commission a fucking 17-year-old girl to draw art? Like literal fart porn of Jaden Animations at some point? I don't know, I may have made the last one up, okay? I may have made the last one up. So irrelevant he called you others? Bro has been in my Discord before. Jar has been in a Discord call with me in there as well. He knows who I am. I know he knows who I am. Okay. Nice. There we are. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting, isn't it? How he knows Queeman by name, but he doesn't think to name me. Just a few pointers out there. A few pointers, possibly, for who exactly is feeding Jar all of this information about Nicholas Diorio. You know, just a question, for example, what incentive
Step 3 of Nick's
does Jar have to do this kind of research to be able to make all these Diorio videos? Now, as we know about Just a Robot, he does not do the research himself, okay? Just a Robot typically comes in at the very end to be able to land a take on the narrative that everybody else has already decided. And somehow, he's decided that over the last month, he's going to make 3 Nicholas Diorio videos. Interesting. Interesting. After initially talking about the Diorio Chud Logic beef and being very two sides about it. Okay. Hey. There we are. Dude, and Hardly Dan has sent me a fucking tutorial on how to be able to get rid of the modern YouTube hotkeys. Alright, nice. Listen, I think we're going to call that a stream. I've had a lot of fun, especially at the end. Dude, Coffeezilla totally fucking rapes. Alright, nice. I'm going to raid you guys out. I'm going to raid you guys into Queeman over on YouTube. And I'm going to raid you on to probably JStalk over on Kick. Okay? But until then, I want to go through and thank everybody who's donated for this stream. Thank you everyone who's shown up. Even the people who've lurked, okay? Thank you to the chatters. Thank you to everyone who's liked the stream. And especially, thank you to everybody who has donated. Alright? So I want to thank Will Is Me, Nate, Anyaki, Lizzie, Guna, Artemis, Queen Comet, Dan Jr., Rojo Remixes, and Nate over on Kick. Thank you very much. Wait, J-Stalk's taking the night off? Slept in until 4 a.m. Jesus fucking Christ, I thought my sleep schedule was fucked. Okay. Listen, I can't really judge him too heavily for that, okay? No, my sleep schedule is actually fucked. Sleeping until 4 a.m.? Okay. It's not an uncommon occurrence for me. That's not necessarily an uncommon occurrence for me. I'm appealing to a fucking US audience, though. I've got a little bit of a pass on that, surely. Okay, nice. I'm gonna raise you guys into... Fuck it. I'll send you guys into Resi over on Kick. Alright? Nice. Queeman's not on YouTube, he went to Kick. Alright. I'll raid somebody else over on Kick then. Or sorry, somebody over on YouTube. Nice. This is the problem with raiding Queeman sometimes. You occasionally raid into like a totally fucking empty stream. Alright. I'm gonna raid you guys into Himpleton. Alright? Nice. Really? Himpleton's still going after the fucking Roblox drama. Jesus Christ. God bless him. Alright. Chat to you guys later. Lots of fun. See you soon. Bye.